Chapter 3398. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Grand Elder of the Sikong family also had an ugly look on his face. Could it be that all their efforts were in vain? Some of the sages also sighed inwardly. It was such a pity. If they could obtain the statue of the great sage, they might be able to obtain his inheritance. However, now that they were out, it would be difficult for them to enter the void ocean again. They would probably have to wait until the next opening. Sounds of regret could be heard one after another. Many people shook their heads. The people of the Sikong family were also in despair. However, at that moment, a voice sounded. That might not be the case. There was still one person who hadn't come out. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They all began to look around. Who exactly was the one who spoke? Who was it? Why was he acting so sneakily? The experts of the Sikong family also roared in anger. At that moment, a figure appeared. The phantom of the 4 divine beasts and the 9 emperor runes made him look like a celestial emperor. It was Yen Nantian. Everyone screamed. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. When they didn't find Yen Nantian earlier, they thought that he had also died. Now that they saw him again, they were shocked. They knew that Yen Nantian must have been secretly hiding his aura. Young Master Yen, what do you mean? The Grand Elder of the Sikong family asked in a low voice. Yen Nantian smiled. I also entered the Great Sage Pagoda and brought it with me for a long time, so I was sent out later. Before I was sent out, there was another person inside. It seemed that he wasn't affected. He was probably still inside. What? Someone brought the Great Sage Pagoda? Who is it? Is it someone from the Sikong family? Many people were nervous. The Grand Elder was also excited. However, Yen Nantian shook his head. It's Lin Wudi. He's still inside. Lin Wudi. It's him again. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that Lin Wudi had died together with Yu Lingzi and the others since he hadn't appeared. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. Lin Wudi was still inside. Those people's eyes instantly turned red. The Great Sage Pagoda was a treasure trove left behind by the Great Sage, and there was only Lin Wudi inside. Then, wouldn't he have to obtain all of the Great Sage's treasures? These people were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. In an instant, many experts turned to look at the Langya star. Saint Mubai of the Langya star had already heard about the incident from the dark red divine dragon. To be honest, he was a little worried. At the same time, he was secretly happy and worried. He was worried about Lin Xian's safety. After all, those red eyes and the moving corpse of the great sage sent chills down his spine. However, there was also a hint of joy because Lin Xian had finally found the statue of the great god. At this moment, when he heard that Lin Xian had done so many things, the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy was really not easy to deal with. However, since the Langya star had already placed a lot of bets on Lin Xian, they naturally had to stand on Lin Xian's side. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw the gazes of so many experts, Saint Mubai snorted coldly and emitted a terrifying aura. On the spirit ship behind him, several figures appeared. Each of them had a very powerful aura. These days, many experts had already lined up on the Langya star because once Lin Xian took out the statue of the great sage, it would be very eye-catching. That would be very eye-catching, so he naturally had to take protective measures. The people of the Sikong family also looked at the Langya star. However, now that Lin Xian had not come out, they couldn't directly attack the Langya star. They retracted their gazes and looked at Yen Nantian. Was he serious? Of course. And I saw with my own eyes that Lin Wudi used his sword to break the statue of the great sage. I wonder what he was doing? Perhaps it was because he broke the statue of the great sage that everyone behind was teleported out. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed again. The statue of the great sage was broken by the other party. What a prodigal son. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. The supreme elder of the Sikong family was also so angry that he vomited blood. Saint Mubai's eyes flickered. He had already heard about this from the dark red divine dragon. Of course, he knew that there was a corpse inside the statue of the great sage. It was very likely to be the corpse of the great sage. If he could obtain the corpse of the great sage, then the effect of suppressing the demonic aura would be even more terrifying than the statue of the great sage. Alright, I guess that he broke the statue of the great sage because he thought that there was the inheritance of the great sage inside. Yen Nantian said lightly. What? Everyone was going crazy. The inheritance of the great sage. That was more precious than any other treasure. Other than Yen Nantian, who didn't need it, everyone else needed it. This Lin Wudi was too despicable. Damn it, they couldn't leave. They had to wait for that kid to come out. They had to catch him. They couldn't let him keep the treasure for himself. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were the first to speak. Then, the people of the Dragon Valley and the Eight Wind Palace followed suit. The people of the Sikong family shouted coldly. They naturally wouldn't leave because that was their inheritance. Everything in the Great Sage Pagoda must belong to them. Lin Xian, or whatever he was, he had to capture him and tear him to shreds. Everyone was aggressive as they searched in all directions. Some people even set up formations to cover the space within a radius of tens of millions of miles. In front of them, the void sea was incomparably deep. However, they couldn't enter and could only wait. They were waiting for the other party to come out. The atmosphere became heavy, but the murderous intent in everyone's eyes didn't weaken at all. In the void sea, in the Great Sage Pagoda, everyone had been teleported away except for Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was enveloped by the great dragon sword soul. He released a terrifying aura that cut off the red light. That was why he hadn't been teleported away. He didn't get too close. At this moment, he had already left the vicinity of the Great Sage statue. Instead, he was in the Great Sage Pagoda, looking in all directions. There were many seals around him that sealed many treasures. However, he had tried to break these seals, but it was very difficult. Previously, he had broken them because of the Sikong family bloodline. However, at this moment, there was no blood of the Sikong family on the ground. This was because the powerhouses of the Sikong family had used their blood to activate the Great Sage Pagoda. Therefore, he was thinking that he wouldn't be able to find the blood. He had no choice but to look in all directions. Suddenly, his expression froze as he stared in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Great Sage statue. The statue of the Great Sage had been shattered into pieces, and was now strewn all over the ground. Inside the statue of the Great Sage, in addition to the other items that belonged to the Great Sage's corpse, there was also a stone, which the man held in his hand. That thing was only the size of an apple. It was very chaotic and incomparably dark. However, there wasn't much light and it looked like an ordinary stone. However, after Lin Xian saw it, his entire body trembled. It was actually an elemental magnetic stone. The other party was actually holding an elemental magnetic stone in his hand. What was going on? He was really stunned. Chapter 3399. Previously, the Langya star had given him news that the void ocean did not have the whereabouts of the magnetite. Perhaps he would need to go out and look for it again. But now, he had actually found the whereabouts of the magnetite. It seemed that the Great Sage Pagoda was a self-contained space that was not inferior to the void ocean. That was why the Langya star did not calculate it. But now, he could not care so much. The magnetite was right in front of him, and he still had the 5 great Tao stones in his hand. He had an idea in his mind. He could comprehend the Tao here. Although this was also a small space, the laws of heaven and earth followed the great Tao of heaven and earth outside. Therefore, there was no difference between comprehending the Tao here and outside. Moreover, he was the only one in the Great Sage Pagoda. He was safer here. At least he would not be attacked by others. After thinking about it, he was stunned in the end. Would he really not be attacked? The Great Sage's corpse was very strange. Those eyeballs could move. Did this mean that the other party was alive or dead? He did not know. However, he should seize the magnetite first. Su Chen took a deep breath, stomped his foot, turned into a sword light, and rushed over. In an instant, he arrived near the Great Sage statue. He reached out his hand, wanting to seize the magnetite in the Great Sage statue. Buzz. The golden hand grabbed the magnetite. Lin Xian's face was filled with joy, but at this moment he was shocked. Not good. He saw that the red eyes suddenly turned and stared at him. In the next moment he felt a pain in his soul. A terrifying red light surged into his mind. Not good. Possession. Lin Xian was shocked and froze on the spot. He frantically mobilized his soul and the great dragon sword soul to start a counterattack. He was not dead. The great sage was not dead? Did his soul still exist? Moreover, did the other party want to seize his body? Lin Xian was too shocked. The great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian did not hold back at this moment. The biting cold sword light cut through the air and directly repelled the red light. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body shook and he retreated. He looked bewildered. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Almost. At that moment just now, if he had been a step later, he would have been possessed. Or was it a human or a ghost? Lin Xian shouted coldly. However, to his surprise, the red light actually disappeared. The statue of the great sage no longer moved, as if it had completely died. Could that scene just now be a dream? Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, he grabbed the magnetic stone with his large golden hand and quickly descended downwards. After some thought, Lin Xian felt that the statue of the great sage was too evil. Therefore, he left the great sage pagoda and went outside. He decided to transcend the tribulation near the great sage tower. In any case, during the lightning tribulation, the sea demons in the water wouldn't dare to approach. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, 5 Dao stones appeared and floated beside him. In his hand, he held the Yuan magnet. Finally, he could begin. Now, as a half-sage, he could kill a first heaven sage. He wondered how powerful he would be after he broke through and became a sage. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of excitement, but he still suppressed the excitement in his heart. First, he used 3 days to adjust his body to its peak state. Then, he began to prepare for the breakthrough. What he was going to break through was not simply a single nomological law, but the fusion of the 5 elemental laws into one. Therefore, the difficulty of breaking through was much higher than that of an ordinary sage. Lin Xian began to use the 5 elemental nomological law fragments, floating in the middle. Then, with the Yuan magnet as the foundation, he began to fuse them. Gradually, a trace of thunder appeared above his head. Terrifying lightning surged and was about to fall. However, it didn't fall. Instead, the area of the dark clouds grew larger and larger, directly covering the entire sky. This scene directly caused the sea demons in the void sea to roar uneasily. Many of them crawled on the ground, but more fled. The surrounding sea became a deserted area, and there was only one person. Of course, there was also the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage Pagoda stood there, motionless. Even in the face of such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, it was not affected in the slightest. However, the eyes of the Great Sage statue in the Great Sage Pagoda emitted a red light again. Its originally stiff face unexpectedly revealed a strange smile. Outside, the 5 elemental nomological law fragments began to fuse under the combined effect of the Yuan magnet. At this moment, his body trembled because a red light rushed out from the Great Sage Pagoda and pierced between his eyebrows. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the world spinning. Damn it, it's the other party again. Sure enough, there was an immortal existence here. Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword's soul rushed into his mind, blooming with an incomparable light that suppressed everything. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation above Lin Xian's head also fell. With a boom, the first heavenly tribulation fell. It was like a bugle horn of war. Endless thunder fell crazily one after another. This time, the thunder was too terrifying. Although it was a black cloud, the thunder that came out was actually the 5-colored divine thunder. With one strike, it penetrated Lin Xian's body. Golden blood flowed out, dyeing the surrounding sea red. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body was engulfed by the thunder. At this moment, the red light in his mind was also attacked by the great dragon sword soul and kept retreating. Suddenly he screamed. The 5-colored divine thunder, you broke through the sage tribulation, and it's the sage tribulation of the 5 elements. He finally let out a sharp cry. I don't know what you are. I don't know if you're the remnant soul of the great sage. Since you want to seize my soul, then you can die now. Lin Xian roared and ignored the red light because he knew that it was most afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Now, he wanted to resist the heavenly tribulation with all his strength. As expected, the red light did not attack. Instead, it fled crazily. It wanted to escape. Lin Xian took a step forward and chased after it. The heavenly tribulation continued to fall, hitting the red light and making it scream crazily. However, the red light was still too strange. It broke away from the five-colored divine thunder and went into the great sage pagoda. Lin Xian did not continue to pursue it. Instead, he resisted it. The terrifying heavenly tribulation was really too terrifying. With his strength, he almost couldn't resist it. In an instant, his body was broken into pieces. However, with a roar, his body was reassembled. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have pulled the great dragon sword's soul out and let him go through the heavenly tribulation together. The great dragon sword's spirit roared and soared into the sky amidst the five-colored divine lightning. Just like that, the two of them silently endured the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 3400. 2 months. 3 months. Outside, the experts around the void ocean were also waiting patiently. However, they were getting impatient. 3 months had passed and the other party still hadn't come out? What was going on? The void ocean was already closed. Could the other party still come out? He wouldn't be trapped inside, would he? Someone was puzzled. The others were also worried. Even the dark red divine dragon and the others were worried. Was Lin Xian really okay? They knew that the eyes of the great sage tower could move. There might be some terrifying existence inside. If that existence attacked, would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? All of this was unknown. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The people outside were getting impatient, but they didn't leave because the great sage tower and the inheritance of the great sage were too tempting. Even if they had to wait for 10 years, they would still wait, let alone half a year. In the void ocean, the red lightning tribulation was still going on, and it was getting more and more violent. However, the figure inside was getting stronger and stronger. It was Lin Xian. After half a year of accumulation, Lin Xian's physique was much stronger than before. He emitted an extremely strong aura. The fragments of the 5 elements laws around him were also condensing quickly, and its power was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian was bathed in the lightning tribulation. He raised his head and looked at the great sage tower in front of him. After half a year, he had already adapted to the 5 elements lightning tribulation. Next, he would start to fight back. After all, he knew that there was a remnant soul in the great sage statue. As for whether it was the great sage's remnant soul, he didn't know. However, if he wanted to get the great sage statue and bring it out, he had to fight with the remnant soul. He might as well take advantage of the fact that the 5-colored lightning tribulation was still there and kill it directly. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged towards the great sage tower. As he moved, the 5-colored lightning tribulation quickly followed him and charged towards the tower. In an instant, it blasted on the great sage tower. The great sage tower shook violently. However, it was not damaged. After all, it was a sacred item of the great sage. Its power was definitely beyond imagination. After Lin Xian entered the great sage pagoda, he directly rushed towards the 3rd floor. Along the way, he brought along 5-colored lightning to shatter the void inside the great sage pagoda. Soon he arrived at the 3rd level. Then, without slowing down, he rushed to the top. Originally, the great sage pagoda was incomparably quiet. But as Lin Xian entered, the great sage statue above suddenly exploded with a scarlet light. Then, a sharp roar was heard. "You're courting death." That voice was filled with resentment and fear. He had not expected that the other party would actually come and kill him. Furthermore, he had brought along the lightning tribulation. In the blink of an eye, he ran off. However, Lin Xian simply laughed heartily as he approached the statue of the great sage. It enveloped the statue of the great sage. "You escaped? That's even better. I wanted the statue of the great sage in the first place. You're just a lonely soul. Without the corpse of the great sage, what right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" Relying on the corpse of the great sage? You reckless brat. Do you think you can do anything to me just because you have the lightning tribulation? You're too naive. I'm not an existence that you can imagine. As he said that, the red light screamed, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. In the sea of lightning, Lin Xian's body swayed and he almost fell. His face was incomparably pale. There was nothing he could do. The soul attack was too strong, so strong that it was beyond his expectations. Damn it, what kind of existence is this? Could it really be the remnant soul of the great sage? Thinking of this, he gasped. The remnant soul of the great sage was so terrifying. Fortunately, he was transcending the tribulation now, so he could withstand it. Looking at the state of the lightning tribulation, it wouldn't disappear for a while. It would probably take at least half a year. Lin Xian calmed down. With the lightning tribulation, he wasn't afraid of the other party, so he rushed over. In the following days, Lin Xian chased after the red light figure. The red light figure roared again and again. In the end, it felt that it couldn't escape, so it directly entered the corpse of the great sage again. An incomparable light burst out, and it fought with Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he used the power of the lightning tribulation to fight it. Not only that, the great dragon sword spirit also made a move. The great dragon sword spirit had been bathing in the lightning tribulation. At this moment, its power was stronger than before. Countless sword chi slashed out, and the red light figure kept retreating. The red light screamed crazily. It didn't expect that the other party had the great dragon sword. Just like that, another half a year passed. Gradually, the red light disappeared. They couldn't find anything. The statue of the great sage was still standing there. Although it was hit by the lightning tribulation, it wasn't damaged at all. It should be destroyed. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That kind of evil thing couldn't survive after being hit by the lightning tribulation for half a year, no matter how strong it was. After all, it wasn't the real great sage. It was a resentful spirit formed many years after the death of the great sage. Just like that, Lin Xian relaxed and began the final tribulation. However, when he combined the 5 elements, he was attacked by the red light again. Lin Xian was injured. His body collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it! Lin Xian was angry. The other party was still alive. He directly sent the great dragon sword spirit into the statue of the great sage and kept attacking. Terrifying sword chi filled every inch of space. The red light finally couldn't take it anymore. He directly used the righteous chi of heaven and earth to eject the great dragon sword spirit. Lin Xian was sent flying as well. This guy was too evil. He didn't continue to attack because he was almost at the final juncture. Therefore, he directly rushed out of the great sage tower and began the final tribulation. 5 elements as one. The fragments of the 5 laws of nature converged together to form a 5-colored divine chain that revolved around his body, making him appear extraordinarily mighty. The final lightning tribulation was even more terrifying. It actually formed a human figure. The human figure of the lightning tribulation was fighting with Lin Xian. This battle lasted for 3 months. Lin Xian destroyed the human figure. The law fragments in his body had completely turned into true laws. The 5 elemental laws turned into 5-colored light. At this moment, the 5 elemental laws were finally condensed successfully. Lin Xian, on the other hand, became a true saint. With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. Once Lin Xian's 5 elemental laws were released, the unparalleled power was really too strong. An ordinary first firmament sage was not enough to look at in front of him. Lin Xian also had the confidence to fight against a second firmament sage. If this spread, it would be too unbelievable. After all, at the sage realm, the change in strength with each firmament was very great. Previously, all the people Lin Xian encountered were only first firmament sages, but they were already so terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying a second firmament sage's birthday was. But now, even if Lin Xian faced a second firmament sage, he didn't have the slightest fear. Chapter 3401. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul was getting stronger and stronger. There were clear scales around it, and those scales were actually the spirits of laws. It seemed that the great dragon sword soul had also broken through. Buzz. Lin Xian fused with the great dragon sword soul, and his strength rose again. At this moment, even the saint-level sea monsters roared anxiously. The great sage tower shook nonstop. Lin Xian directly rushed into the great sage tower. The red light let out a sharp cry again. You've broken through. He directly mobilized the righteous energy of heaven and earth and attacked quickly. Lin Xian fought with it and charged forward. The great dragon sword soul transformed into the 10,000 dragons picture and sealed the entire great sage statue. The great sage statue counterattacked crazily, but in the end, Lin Xian had already become a sage. Once the 5 elemental laws were used, its power was boundless. In addition to the great dragon sword soul, the red light kept shaking and would disappear at any time. Stop, you can't kill me. Finally, an old voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian snorted coldly and was unmoved. He continued to seal and attack. Finally, the red light couldn't take it anymore. He seemed to have mobilized the entire great sage statue. The great sage statue moved and launched a shocking attack. It collided with the red light and screamed, "Stop, we can talk." Talk about what? Lin Xian sneered. When you tried to take over my body again and again, did you think about talking to me? I was wrong. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the great dragon sword soul and have comprehended the 5 elemental laws. I underestimated your strength. I admit that I can't do anything to you now. However, if you push me too far, even if I can't kill you, I can make you stay here forever. Back then, I could even kill the Situ Supreme Sage, let alone you, who had just become a First Heaven Sage. You're just a kid. Although my strength has long been lost, I still have many tricks up my sleeve. You must not die together with me. The meaning of this threat was very clear. Lin Xian was originally disdainful, but when he heard one of the sentences, he stopped. What did he mean? Aren't you the remnant soul of Sikong the Great Sage? He was simply too shocked. Originally, he thought that it was the great sage of the Sikong clan who hadn't died completely and had left behind a wisp of his soul. But now, judging from the other party's tone, it seemed that the other party was the one who had killed Sikong Great Sage. The other party had actually killed a great sage. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill run down his spine. Who was this person? At the very least, he had to be a great sage of the same level. Humph, kid, I'm not Sikong the Great Sage, and I'm not a member of your human race. I am Black Mountain, known as the Great Sage of Black Mountain. You're right. I was the one who killed Sikong Great Sage. It was actually real. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. There was actually such an ancient mystery. That despicable old man Sikong, what kind of righteous aura did he cultivate? How could he restrain me? So what? Although I'm a demon, the righteous aura of heaven and earth can't restrain me. In the end, I killed him. Of course, although I also died, I still retained a wisp of my soul. I borrowed his corpse and used the righteous aura to recuperate. I actually didn't die for tens of thousands of years. In the end, I still won this battle. Lin Xian fell silent. It seemed that they were another pair of old enemies. Previously, the 9 Sun Sword Sage had been killed by the great demon. However, in the end, the 9 Sun Sword Sage had also died with the great demon. In this generation, Lin Xian had killed the great demon. In the end, the great demon had summoned the first-generation demonic shadow, which had also almost killed him. If he didn't have the Eye of Space-Time back then, he would probably have perished together. It seemed that the situation between the Great Sage of Black Mountain and the Great Sage of Sikong was similar. The two of them had been entangled for countless years and finally perished together. However, the Great Sage of Black Mountain had actually left behind a wisp of his soul. So what if you tell me this secret? Even if I know that you're the remnant soul of the Great Sage, do you think I'll stop? Lin Xian's face sank again. Of course, although I'm the remnant soul of the Great Sage of Black Mountain, I've been entangled with this old man Sikong for too long. That's why I have the memories of the Great Sage of Sikong. If you want the complete legacy of the Great Sage of Sikong, I might not be able to give it to you. However, if you want to take the Great Sage Pagoda, it's possible. How about it, kid? Let's make a deal. I'll help you take the Great Sage Pagoda and you spare my life. Take the Great Sage Pagoda? Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes burning. To be honest, although he was tempted by the inheritance of the Great Sage of Sikong, he didn't really need it. He had the two great inheritances of the 9 sons and the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. It was enough for him to cultivate to the level of the Great Sage. However, he was indeed very jealous of the treasures in the Great Sage Pagoda. After all, his current resources were far inferior to the peerless sects like the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Palace. However, if he had the Great Sage Pagoda, it would be different. It could make up for the gap in resources. Therefore, Lin Xian was tempted. However, it was impossible to let the other party go so easily. Let him go? It's not that he couldn't, but the Great Sage Pagoda was not enough. You've ambushed me 3 times and the Great Sage Pagoda. I can't spare you from death. Unless, damn kid, don't push your luck. The Great Sage of Black Mountain roared crazily. He wanted to fight back, but he was beaten back again. In the end, he was like a deflated ball. He looked at the Great Dragon Sword Spirit with deep fear in his eyes. Damn kid, tell me. Unless what? It's very simple. Stay by my side, assist me when necessary, and help me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I'll set you free. What? You want to imprison me for 1,000 years? Dream on. The Black Mountain was so angry that his whole body trembled. Although he was only a spiritual body and was very damaged, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Lin Xian sneered. If you don't agree, I'll destroy you now. Anyway, I'll give up this pagoda. I'll come and take it when I'm strong enough. Damn, you're ruthless. However, I can only assist you for 100 years. 500 years. Lin Xian stretched out a hand. If you're not willing, then there's no room for negotiation. 500 years it is. The Great Sage of Black Mountain gritted his teeth. Although it would take another 500 years, it was not bad for him to regain his freedom. Let's go, kid. Let me go. I'll use this Great Sage's corpse. The Great Sage of Black Mountain said. Lin Xian shook his head. No, you can't occupy the Great Sage of Sikong's corpse. I need this corpse. Therefore, you have to find another place to stay. Damn kid, you're pissing me off. The Great Sage of Black Mountain was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, he had no choice. He couldn't defeat the other party now. Moreover, he knew the power of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. Even if he was the Great Sage of Tsang, if this kid was determined to kill him, he could kill him bit by bit. Chapter 3402. Lin Xian turned his head and found that there was a treasure inside the seal. It was a black pendant. The pendant was in the shape of a crescent moon and emitted a mysterious aura. It was a soul-type defensive treasure. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. As expected of the Great Sage, he really knew how to choose a place for himself. Lin Xian smiled. Why did you come out? Do you need my help? Before he finished speaking, the Great Sage of the Black Mountain's voice sounded. I can still do such a small trick. He directly broke the seal, then rushed out and floated to Lin Xian's side. I can take it with me, but let me make some arrangements so that you don't have to take over my body. What should I do? At this point, Lin Xian directly injected the aura of the Great Dragon Sword Soul into the Black Crescent Moon pendant. After confirming that there was no mistake, Lin Xian took it with him. He smiled because he knew that with the Great Dragon Sword Soul around, the other party would definitely not dare to be presumptuous. Because the other party looked at the Great Dragon Sword Soul with fear in his eyes. Speaking of which, Black Mountain, give me a few treasures first. Open these seals and let me choose. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he was very passionate. When the Great Sage of the Black Mountain heard this, he almost vomited blood. Don't even think about it. I'm just a remnant soul now. Although I'm the remnant soul of the Great Sage, my strength is not as strong as yours. Therefore, it's impossible to break the seal. Breaking the seal just now has already consumed all of my strength, so you want me to recuperate for a few years before telling you about breaking the seal. You tricked me. Didn't you just say that you can use the Great Sage Pagoda? Lin Xian's little face was a little dark. The Black Mountain chuckled. "Ha kid, I said that I can help you take the Great Sage Pagoda. As for the seal in the Great Sage Pagoda, I didn't say that I can help you break it. Damn, I've been tricked. This old monster is indeed not easy to deal with." Lin Xian gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. As long as he kept the Great Sage Pagoda, he would be able to decipher them one by one when he had the strength in the future. He said, "All right, help me put away the Great Sage Pagoda first, then we'll prepare to leave." "Okay, no problem. Watch me." Black Mountain floated out from the crescent moon pendant and filled the air like a haunted house. His eyes were bloodshot. A whistling sound could be heard. Then, using some unknown method, the entire Great Sage Tower flickered with light, and Lin Xian was forcefully teleported out. As for the Great Sage Pagoda, it gradually shrank and turned into a pagoda, floating in midair. He directly put away the Great Sage Pagoda. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the Void Ocean was really fruitful. First, he subdued the remnant soul of the Great Sage and used it for himself. Then he collected the Great Sage Tower. Most importantly, he broke through and became a sage. Moreover, he was a sage who had combined the 5 elements. His strength had increased greatly. Those enemies and opponents of the past were no longer a problem in front of him. Even Yan Nantian, Lin Xian did not take him seriously now. If Yan Nantian had not broken through, he would probably be able to kill him with a few slaps. However, at the mention of Yan Nantian, he frowned. Yan Nantian was a very difficult enemy to deal with. Yan Nantian's talent was not inferior to his, and his opportunities were not less than his. If he broke through and became a sage, he would probably have many more tricks up his sleeve. At that time, it would be troublesome to kill him. Therefore Lin Xian said, "Black Mountain, hurry up. How do we get out? Think of a way? It's easy to get out. Do as I say and I guarantee that you will get out smoothly." Black Mountain laughed strangely. Then, Lin Xian turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the Void Ocean. A year and a half had passed outside. However, no one came out. Everyone seemed to be very patient. On that day, a crack appeared in the Void Ocean again. Then, a figure appeared. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw that. Their auras burst out crazily. "He's out. Someone came out. It's Lin Xian. It's that kid." Countless thunderclaps sounded. The surrounding array formations flickered, and a terrifying aura instantly shrouded the front. Lin Xian was originally dizzy, but in an instant he came to his senses. With a roar from the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian also unleashed a terrifying sword chi that swept in all directions. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, and a huge palm of 5-colored light shot out. At the same time, he used the Kunpeng movement technique and instantly tore through the void to arrive on the other side. All of that could be said to be smooth and decisive. Lin Xian dodged those attacks and arrived on the other side. His expression darkened. "Damn it, someone is ambushing me and there are many of them." In the next moment he saw a sea of people around him. The killing was monstrous, and there were even array formations flickering in the distance. It was simply an inescapable trap. "Damn kid, what did you do? Why are there so many people after you?" The great sage of the Black Mountain kept asking. Lin Xian said, "Shut up, can't you see that I'm in danger? Kid, you finally come out. Why don't you keep hiding? I thought you still had 100 more years. Hand over the inheritance of the great sage obediently, and I can spare your life. Kid, get over here and accept your death. How dare you kill the prodigy of my clan? I'll pull out your tendons and flay your bones. I'll let you live in hell for 10,000 years." Frenzied voices rang out one after another. Between the heavens and the earth, it was as though thunder was rumbling non-stop. Lin Xian swept his gaze around and took a good look at the people around him. They were the Sikong family, Dragon Valley, Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Hall, Dark Moon Temple, some sages and other families. These people should have known about what happened in the Great Sage Pagoda. They thought that he had obtained the inheritance of the Great Sage. "Damn it, who started this rumor? Kid, you finally come out. I thought you were dead." The dark red divine dragon and the others floated over. Yen Ryu was also worried. The North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. It's great that you're out. In the distance, Sage Mu Bai and the other experts of the Langya Star also surrounded Lin Xian to protect him. It's good that you're fine. Sage Mu Bai, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Because Lin Xian had unparalleled potential. If such a person died, it would be a huge loss. Lin Xian looked at Sage Mu Bai and smiled. I got it. Did I get it? Sage Mu Bai and the other experts of the Langya Star were also stunned. They thought that Lin Xian was lucky enough to come out alive. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would also get it. What a surprise. Suddenly, Yen Ryu said in surprise. Your cultivation, your aura. She was really surprised. When the others sensed it, they immediately gasped. Sage, have you broken through to become a sage? The dark red divine dragon's face changed. Kid, did you encounter some danger that forced you to become a sage? You were just a little bit away from finding the magnetic stone and forming the 5 elemental laws. Chapter 3403. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, ruffian dragon. I'm already a 5-element sage. 5-element sage, did you find the origin magnetic stone? The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian nodded. The others were also shocked. It seemed that Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter was indeed not a small one. He actually broke through to become a sage in 1.5 years. How terrifying would his battle prowess be? While they were reminiscing, the powerful cultivators on the other side roared, Damn it, did you not listen to me? Kill him. In an instant, countless figures rushed over. Dozens of powerful cultivators attacked at the same time. It was truly terrifying. There were even a few sages among them. How dare you attack in front of the Langya Star? Do you think we don't exist? Sage Mu Bai's expression darkened, and so did the other powerful cultivators. Their eyes shone with a cold light as they waved their hands. A Langya mirror flew out and rolled in the sky, emitting a terrifying light. It was like a crescent moon that swept in all directions. Boom! The 2 forces collided in the air and exploded with an unparalleled light. The ancient mirror shook, and the other forces dissipated. The surrounding people's expressions were ugly. The Langya ancient mirror had actually brought such a treasure. It seemed that the Langya Star had come prepared. So what if they came prepared? Are we not prepared? The surrounding people also snorted coldly. They might not be able to take down the Langya Star on their own, but they had so many powerful forces. No matter how powerful the Langya Star was, it would still be suppressed by them. Kid, hurry up and hand over the treasure in the Great Sage Pagoda. The people of the Sikong family roared crazily. They were the most impatient ones. Why waste time talking to him? They should just attack and take him down. The 2 sages of the Vermilion Bird Palace walked out and stared coldly at Lin Xian. They had wanted to attack him during the Vermilion Bird ranking competition last time. However, he managed to escape at that time. This time, they definitely wouldn't let him talk about it again. The 2 great sage cultivators unleashed their saint domains. Terrifying light shone like the sun, spreading out in all directions. As soon as the sage's aura was released, the faces of the surrounding experts and sky prides changed. Many of them retreated frantically. This was simply too frightening. It seemed that the Vermilion Bird Palace was determined to take action. Mu Bai snorted. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Lin Xian. Let me do it. He took a step forward, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace still dare to be arrogant in front of me? He was really courting death. Boom. He raised his palm and slammed it forward. At this moment, the gigantic golden palm turned into 5 different colors. There were divine chains revolving around it. Voila! With a single palm strike, the space in front of him shattered, and the 2 saint realms were torn apart. Boom! The 2 sages exploded into a bloody mist. Their miserable cries made one's scalp go numb. Well, everyone went crazy. Their eyes widened in disbelief. His opponent had shattered 2 saints with a single palm strike. How could this be? Those were 2 sages. If he went all out, he would be able to suppress everything. How did this brat do it? How could his strength be so terrifying? What was that five-colored light just now? Screams rang out. Everyone's mocking and cold expressions all changed. They became terrified and trembled. They realized that they could no longer see the young man in front of them clearly. Two mere First Heaven saints dared to be arrogant in front of him? They really didn't know what was good for them. Where was Yen Nantian? Tell him to come over and die. Lin Xian looked around. His most important task now was to find Yen Nantian. Then he would kill him. As soon as he said that, everyone's scalps went numb and they subconsciously retreated. On the other hand, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace secretly cried out. Oh no, if Yen Nantian encountered them now, it would be very dangerous. However, to their relief, no one responded, and no one could find Yen Nantian. They wondered if that guy had escaped in advance. In front of them, the two Vermilion Bird Palace saints reformed their bodies from the bloody mist, but their expressions were unusually ugly. You've broken through to become a saint. Their bodies were also trembling nonstop. As soon as he said that, the others were also stunned. They carefully sensed and then gasped. Had the other party broken through to become a saint? Those young geniuses were about to go crazy. The other party was already very powerful, and they were no match for him at the same level. Now, the other party had broken through to become a saint one step ahead of them. Who would be his match in the future? Yen Nantian? Didn't you see that Yen Nantian didn't dare to come out now? Indeed, Yen Nantian was nearby. However, the moment Lin Xian appeared, he disappeared without a trace. He used the secret technique of the Great Emperor's inheritance to hide his aura. That was because he felt that the other party had the aura of a saint's law. Damn it, he had condensed a true law, and it was a law of the 5 elements. Yen Nantian was extremely jealous because the other party had cultivated past him. One had to know that as the successor of the Great Emperor, he was unwilling to only condense one law. Therefore, he also wanted to condense many laws. However, he hadn't broken through yet, but he was very confident because he knew that with his qualifications and resources, he would definitely be the first to enter the saint realm among the younger generation. However, now, someone was one step ahead of him. And that person was his mortal enemy, so he had no choice but to hide. If others knew what Yen Nantian was thinking, their jaws would drop in shock. Such an arrogant successor of the Great Emperor was like a coward at this moment, not daring to appear at all. Lin Xian was too powerful. In front of him, the two saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth. So what if you've become a saint? Go to hell. Just now, the two of us were careless and unprepared. That's why we were ambushed by you. The two of them roared crazily, and the laws on their bodies soared again. However, the result was very tragic. Lin Xian's palm was surrounded by 5-colored divine chains, and he kept slamming them down like the hand of a god. 2 moves. The other party was beaten into a bloody mist again. The two saints screamed as if they had gone mad. Much of their saint blood had been wiped out. This had already hurt their foundation, so their faces were incomparably pale. The other people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also stepped forward and carefully protected the two of them. A First Heaven saint dares to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian looked at the two saints with a disdainful expression. Was he really just a young man? He actually dared to look down and mock the saints? His strength was too terrifying. This guy had already become a saint, and it would be very difficult to subdue him in the future. I seem to have seen the figure of a young great emperor. After all, only the top sects like the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Sikong family had the strength to fight for it. The others who stayed here were just there to watch the show. Chapter 3404. What kind of young great emperor is he? He's too weak. Although he's powerful, he's just a sage. It's not impossible to kill him. The expert from the Dragon Valley walked out. He was also a sage. I'll kill him. His body was filled with powerful energy. As his dragon blood surged, everyone had to kneel down. Boom. In the next moment, the sage from the Dragon Valley attacked. He waved his hands, and a huge dragon head appeared in front of him. The dragon head appeared and emitted a terrifying aura. With a roar, it absorbed the void energy of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and charged forward. Void Divine Dragon Fist. Many people exclaimed. This was a peerless superpower of the Dragon Valley. A sage had evolved it, and it was extremely powerful. The Void Divine Dragon emitted a terrifying aura. There was even dragon blood condensing on it, as if a divine dragon was born. Furthermore, what was even stranger was that he was known as the Void Divine Dragon. Hence, only his dragon head, body, and claws were hidden in the void. No one knew where it would come from. Boom! All of a sudden, a dragon's tail appeared behind Lin Xian's back and came down like a heavenly blade. This attack made many people's expressions change. Even the sages' hearts beat wildly. If they were hit, they would definitely be split in half. Not good. Kid, be careful. Yen Ruyu, the dark red divine dragon, and the northern demon were all nervous. Mu Bai's pupils shrank. However, in the face of such a terrifying and strange attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He did not even turn his head. Instead, he struck out with his palm. His 5 fingers and 5 types of laws seemed to have turned into 5 mountains. They collided with the dragon tail of the Void Palace Divine Dragon. Boom! The entire universe was shaking, and the void ocean in the distance was surging. The 5 elements mountain hit the Void Divine Dragon's tail, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. What was even more frightening was that a crack had appeared on the Void Divine Dragon's tail. Furthermore, the crack was still spreading. Heavens, what did I just see? The surrounding people were stunned. The experts from the Dragon Valley screamed like crazy. This is impossible. Their sage's divine fist was actually shattered by the other party. That was the Void Divine Dragon Fist. Very few people of the same level could break it. Not to mention a newcomer who had just broken through and whose realm was still unstable. How did he do it? Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian's second attack came. Another palm strike. The power of this palm strike was even more terrifying than before. The 9 yang divine body and the 5 laws descended from the sky. With a loud boom, 3 cracks appeared on the Void Saint Dragon's tail, causing it to crumble. The Dragon Valley holy man's face was flushed red as his blood churned in his veins. He waved his hand, wanting to change the direction of the Void Divine Dragon Fist and attack again. However, Lin Xian did not give him the chance. With a stomp of his foot, his right leg swept out. The 5 elemental laws combined with the power of his physique seemed to have transformed into a 5 elemental divine sword. He kicked forward. This attack caused a huge crack to spread in all directions. Everything within a few million miles was torn apart. The Void Divine Dragon was broken in half by the kick. If the Dragon Valley Holy Man was at a disadvantage just now, the Void Divine Dragon Fist was completely broken now. The Dragon Valley Holy Man spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost fell from the sky. Dragon Valley, huh? You're just a civil. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Who else wants to try? Lin Xian looked at the Dark Moon Temple and the Sikong clan. His eyes were filled with provocation. At this moment, he had just broken through to the Sage Realm. Naturally, he wanted to compete with these people to test his strength. Although it was just a simple exchange, Lin Xian was ecstatic. His guess was right. Previously, he could already kill a First Heaven Holy Man. Now that he had broken through to the First Heaven Holy Man, people of the same level would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. He should be able to deal with a Second Heaven Holy Man. Right now, Lin Xian was brimming with confidence. He could crush everything in his path. Wherever he looked, all the geniuses around him would lower their heads. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. His words made these people feel humiliated, but no one dared to respond. I'll do it. The Sikong clan's holy man was furious. Kid, I'll kill you with my own hands and take back the treasures that belong to the Sikong clan. I have a sword that can cut through the 9 heavens. The Sikong clan's holy man stood in the void with a pale face and no beard. The righteous chi of heaven and earth on his body was surging. As his voice fell, the Void Divine Dragon tore through the void. The nomological laws that filled the sky tore the universe apart. A beam of sword light condensed and floated in front of him, and he grasped it. This sword was too terrifying. It was not a real weapon. It was a treasured sword that contained the Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, the aura circulating on it made the surrounding people's hair stand on end. The righteous chi of heaven and earth. The Sikong clan was indeed very powerful. It was rumored that they could mobilize the heaven and earth phenomenon to the greatest extent. It seemed that it was true. Many sages nodded. They were still very afraid of the Sikong clan. The saint of the Sikong family brandished his long sword, splitting open the heavens and earth. It was like a peerless immortal light that swept towards Lin Xian. Competing in sword techniques? Lin Xian laughed. The 5 elements laws condensed on his body and formed a sword of laws. He grabbed it and slashed it out. Feeling the power of the 5 elements sword, the surrounding sages' faces changed. It was too terrifying. Although the other party had just become a holy man, his laws were too terrifying. It was formed by the 5 elements laws. The power made them extremely jealous. Indeed, it was the 5 elements sword. Once the 5 elements laws appeared, it really swept through everything. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shaking. The path sword formed by heaven and earth on the other side also trembled. The last 2 divine swords collided in the sky. Boom! Countless large cracks spread out, and the path sword summoned by the Sikong clan vanished into thin air. Damn it! How is this kid so powerful? The Sikong clan's holy man's face changed. However, since he dared to come out, it meant that he had more tricks up his sleeve. There was a lonely city in the mountains. Following his voice, a city appeared in the 9 heavens. It looked like a city that had fallen from the celestial realm. It was broken and full of swords, spears, and weapons. It was obvious that it had existed for tens of thousands of years. When this scene appeared, the surrounding people's scalps tingled. It was another heaven and earth phenomenon. Not only that, but there were countless path mountains around the ancient city. They towered into the clouds and stood tall. They were like heavenly swords that were abnormally sharp and could cut through everything. Under this strange scene, the immortal city surrounded by mountains fell from the sky and suppressed Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. How could the Sikong clan have such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon? Many people screamed. Even Yen Ryu and the others had serious expressions. Meanwhile, Black Mountain was secretly observing this battle from inside the moon-shaped pendant. When he saw this scene, he muttered softly, "I felt that something was wrong when I was fighting with that old man Sikong." The righteous chi of heaven and earth was more like a heaven and earth phenomenon. Chapter 3405. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. The Heavenly Punishment Sword? The Heavenly Punishment Sword was one of the 5 swords in the world, just like the Great Dragon Sword. Could it be that the Sikong family had something to do with the Heavenly Punishment Sword? However, there was no time for him to think too much. Facing the immortal city and the thousands of mountains, Lin Xian shouted coldly and threw a punch. Is almost equal to suddenly, a 5-colored divine dragon flew out. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. This 5-colored divine dragon was very strange. Only one of its heads was roaring, while its body, claws, and tail were all hidden in the void and could not be seen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Void Divine Dragon Fist. Damn it, how did he know this thing? The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley roared crazily. But soon, they thought of something. The other party was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Not only was the Great Dragon Sword unparalleled in terms of attack, but it could also evolve all kinds of mystiques. Now that the other party had used the Great Dragon Sword soul to evolve their mystiques, it was nothing. However, what made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood was that the other party's attack seemed to be even more powerful than their sage's attack. Although the other party did not attack them this time, this unintentional slap in the face made their cheeks hurt. The 5-colored divine dragon rushed up. One of its heads bit the immortal city, while the other dragon claws and tail kept attacking the surrounding mountains. After an intense collision, the immortal city and the mountains disappeared. The 5-colored divine dragon soared in the sky and then slowly disappeared. The sage of the Sikong family also took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely ugly. Lin Xian laughed loudly. You can't do it either. You're no match for me. He looked around in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. Regardless of whether it was the young geniuses or the old powerhouses and sages, they were all stunned by his aura at this moment. It was the inheritance of the great sage. It must be the treasures in the great sage pagoda that made him so powerful. Hurry up and catch him together. The treasures of the great sage will be yours. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Then, their eyes burned with passion. That's right, why bother talking about rules with the other party? Just attack together and capture the other party. So what if the other party was strong? Can one person stop so many of us? The surrounding experts of the Seekong clan were the first to step forward. Then, the 8-Wind Palace, Dragon Valley, Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and the saints also stepped forward and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid. He looked around in all directions, searching for the person who had spoken. That person's voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't find him. Do you want a group battle? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Behind them, Saint Mu Bai and the others also stepped forward and came to Lin Xian's side. It seemed that a great battle was about to erupt. However, Lin Xian said, Elder Mu Bai, take Ryu and Ruffian Long and leave first. I will stay here and fight against them. There were too many of them. It would be unwise to fight them head-on. No, it's more dangerous for you to stay here alone. Saint Mu Bai shook his head. Dark Red Divine Dragon, Yen Ryu, and the others also looked nervous. I'll go with you, Yen Ryu said. However, Lin Xian said, don't worry, they can't do anything to me. I have the Kuan Peng movement technique. They can't stop me if I want to leave. But you guys are different. If you get trapped, it will be very troublesome. So you guys go first. I'll give that thing to you. As Lin Xian said, he was about to take out the great sage statue. However, at this time, Black Mountain transmitted his voice to him. Kid, don't tell me you want to give the great sage statue to them. Let me remind you, don't give it to them first. There's a trap in the great sage statue. Wouldn't it be perfect to use it to kill these people? Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He said, if I give you the great sage statue, they will definitely hunt you down. You guys retreat first, and I'll meet up with them at the Langya Star. Are you sure you're okay? Sage Mu Bai and the others were still very worried. Lin Xian said, trust me, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we won't have time. You guys should also leave with them. All right, be careful. Yen Ryu nodded. Ruffian Dragon also said, Kid, you must come back alive. The North Demon, Sage Mu Bai, and the others gritted their teeth and quickly retreated. You want to leave? Impossible. The surrounding people surrounded them. Lin Xian shouted, the great sage treasure that you want is with me. Let them go. I'll fight you here. As he spoke, he directly took out the great sage statue. In an instant, the righteous chi of heaven and earth, accompanied by the terrifying pressure of the great sage, descended from the sky. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. In the next moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the statue of the great sage. Their eyes were burning with passion. What's that? The great sage's Dharma idol? Patriarch. That's our patriarch. The people of the Seekong family were even more excited. Many of them directly knelt in the sky. More of them roared, damn kid, hand over our patriarch's Dharma idol. Otherwise, we'll tear you into pieces. The others also roared, hand it over. Let's go. Sage Mu Bai gritted his teeth and roared. He entered the spirit boat and quickly left. No one stopped him during the process, because everyone's attention was attracted by the great sage's Dharma idol. So what if those people left? It would not be that easy for the other party's demonic blood to reach Langya planet and call for reinforcements. By the time the reinforcements arrived, they would have already killed the other party. Seeing that Sage Mu Bai and the others had safely left, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he asked, Black Mountain, tell me, what other secrets do you have about the great sage's Dharma idol? Black Mountain chuckled. Of course. I've been entangled with old man Situ for tens of thousands of years. There's both the righteous chi and my demonic chi in the great sage's Dharma idol. That energy is definitely beyond your imagination. Kid, only you have the great dragon sword soul and can restrain me. Otherwise, if you attacked the great sage's Dharma idol directly, you would have died in the great sage pagoda. What you need to do next is to release the two extremely terrifying auras in the Dharma idol, especially my monstrous demonic aura. How could there be such a thing? Lin Xian's expression changed. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't kill Black Mountain. Otherwise, he would probably be seriously injured when he obtained the great sage's Dharma idol. However, now, he looked at the people around him and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. I'll let these people have a taste of my demonic chi and despair. Kid, hurry up and hand over the great sage's Dharma idol. The powerful cultivators and sages of the various sects were roaring angrily. Lin Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and laughed heartily. You want the inheritance of the great sage? Come, let's see if you're qualified. Chapter 3406. On the other hand, Lin Xian leaped into the air. He did not take the great sage Dharma power with him. Instead, he left the great sage statue there. In an instant, the powerhouses of the Sikong clan took the lead and rushed over. They arrived in front of the great sage statue and bowed. Haha, the ancestors' Dharma power is ours. We finally got it. They were overjoyed. Boom. However, as soon as they started laughing, some of them were blasted into a bloody mist. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley directly killed a few of the Sikong clan members. Then they sneered. How dare you snatch the great sage Dharma power? So what if it belongs to the Sikong clan? Today, it belongs to the Dragon Valley. You're courting death. Let's fight. The Sikong clan members roared angrily. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley sneered. A great battle broke out. The people of the Eight Wind Palace also laughed. Is that so? So what if you count me in? Many of the surrounding people also joined the battle. However, there were also some people who charged toward Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian also had two great inheritances and the Great Destruction Spear, which also made people jealous. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace charged forward and unleashed terrifying flames, creating a world of flames. Lin Xian dodged with his extreme movement technique. At the same time, the people of the Dark Moon Palace also rushed over to assassinate him. Lin Xian used the 5 elemental laws to form a divine sword that swept in all directions and sent the people around him flying. At the same time, he felt that the situation was about right, so he rushed forward. Chase him. Don't let him get away. Everyone was chasing after him. At this moment, they were divided into 2 groups. One group was besieging and snatching the great sage Dharma power, while the other group was chasing after Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was heading toward the great sage Dharma power. The Kuan Peng movement technique was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived beside the great sage Dharma power. You want to kill me? You want the great sage Dharma power? You people. Go to hell, all of you. With that, Lin Xian began to slap the great sage's Dharma idol according to Black Mountain's instructions. At the same time, he stood in a strange position, and the aura of Black Mountain emanated from his body. A shocking change took place. The great sage's Dharma idol was originally a stalwart man with an awe-inspiring aura, like that of a warlord. But all of a sudden, his eyes moved, and a blood-red light lit up, incomparably bewitching. The red light swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the same time, a surge of demonic aura rushed out from his body. This aura was truly too terrifying. It was the demonic chi left behind by the Black Mountain after fighting for tens of thousands of years. As soon as that demonic aura appeared, it swept through the world. Boom, boom. In an instant, some of the people nearby were swallowed up by the demonic aura and died instantly. The other people were also sent flying, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. What was that? Damn it, demonic aura. How could there be demonic aura? Wasn't he from the Sikong clan? Didn't the great sage of the Sikong clan cultivate the righteous spirit of heaven and earth? The people around him went crazy. The people of the Seekong clan were also dumbfounded. Demonic aura could be said to be the complete opposite of righteous spirit. But why was their ancestor's Dharma idol at this moment like a peerless demon? Could it be that this wasn't their ancestor? They still couldn't figure it out. That monstrous demonic aura was really too terrifying. The people around him were all enveloped in an instant, and they all wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. "Damn brat, how dare you trick us?" These people roared crazily. They finally understood why Lin Xian dared to bring the great sage's Dharma idol here alone and wait for them. It turned out that the other party had such a trump card. This was definitely enough to kill all of them. Run, run quickly. This was the great sage's aura, and it was far beyond them. It wasn't something they could resist at all. Therefore, the remaining sages fled like crazy. Can you escape? How can you resist the demonic aura of my Black Mountain? Black Mountain sneered secretly. As expected, although those sages avoided the spreading demonic aura, they were still enveloped by the red gaze. In the next moment, their faces became extremely distorted, and their eyes were also extremely red. His entire being became abnormally violent. They began to attack the people around them as if they had fallen into madness. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was stunned as well. This should be a soul attack, right? If they wanted to avoid the soul attack of the old demon of Black Mountain, they would have to be like him, who had the great dragon sword soul and could directly destroy it. Otherwise, it would be the real great sage. The surrounding sages of the first heaven probably didn't have that power. Sure enough, the surrounding sages were all affected and began to attack crazily. They started to kill each other. The surrounding people were also surrounded by the demonic aura. The void was like azura hell, and they attacked mercilessly. Blood of the sages floated between heaven and earth, and it was abnormally terrifying as if it had become the 18th level of hell. Only Lin Xian stood near the great sage's Dharma idol. His body was surrounded by the aura of Black Mountain, so he wouldn't be attacked at all. This process was really too tragic. Ancestor, why are you killing us? The geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Palace screamed crazily. They really couldn't understand why they were killed by their own people instead of being enveloped by the demonic aura. Those geniuses' eyes were wide open, and they didn't understand what was going on until they died. The powerhouses of the Dark Moon Temple were also killed by their own sages. Even the sages of the Dragon Valley and the Eight Wind Palace were fighting. The people of the Seekong family tried their best to resist, but the aura of the Dharma idol was still not the power of heaven and earth, but the monstrous demonic aura. Therefore, they were also affected. In an instant, they began to kill their own disciples crazily. This was a kind of despair. Being killed by one's own seniors was the most tragic outcome. In the end, those sages also began to fight and kill each other. In addition to the monstrous demonic aura around them, they attacked crazily. No one could escape. The battle continued for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally, all the screams disappeared. Everyone around him had been killed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were densely packed, as if it had really become the Hall of Hell. At this moment, only Lin Xian was alive. It was over. Lin Xian witnessed the crazy scene of 10 days and 10 nights, and he was extremely shocked. However, his will was firm, so he wasn't affected at all. Moreover, these people all reaped what they had sown. If these people weren't greedy, if they didn't want to kill him, then these people wouldn't have ended up like this. He looked at the great sage Dharma idol again. At this moment, all the demonic aura of the great sage Dharma idol was released. What remained was the power of heaven and earth. Such a pure Dharma idol and power of heaven and earth was enough to suppress the demonic aura on the Langya star. Moreover, he wasn't worried about any side effects. Therefore, he waved his hand and put away the Dharma idol. "Let's go," Lin Xian said indifferently, looking around. Then, just as he was about to leave, Heishan arrived. "Kid, there are still people here, and they are leaving quickly." Chapter 3407. He activated it. What was going on? The Black Mountain Great Sage was shocked. "Your eyes are also very unique. Forget it, I don't have time to study this now. I'm the remnant soul of the great sage. Although my cultivation is weak now, my experience is definitely not something you can compare to. Hurry up, 103,000 meters to your left, someone is leaving quickly. Hearing this, Lin Xian no longer hesitated. Without saying a word, he directly slapped out a light palm. It enveloped that area. With a loud boom, the surrounding space was shattered into pieces. The power of the great dragon sword soul was displayed by him. It could definitely destroy all the void. As expected, there was no one in the shattered void. However, when the great dragon sword chi swept through the void one by one, a figure soared into the sky. He blasted the great dragon sword chi away and then fled into the distance. There was indeed someone. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Just who was it that could actually dodge such a terrifying soul attack? He could even avoid his heavenly secret divine eyes. He used the Kunpeng technique and quickly chased after him. At the same time, he used the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. He saw a ray of light, and the aura it contained shocked him. The great sage of the Black Mountain also exclaimed, "Why did I feel the power of the great emperor? Yan Nantan, it's him. He's really here." Lin Xian revealed a cold smile and at the same time explained to the Black Mountain. He was the successor of the great emperor. The successor of the great emperor? No wonder he could feel the great emperor's aura. The Black Mountain nodded. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. He had searched high and low for something, and now he found it without any effort. He finally met Yan Nantian again. Moreover, judging from the other party's aura, he should not have broken through. Then this time would be the death of the other party. Thinking of this, he sped up again and chased after him crazily. Yan Nantian was extremely depressed, and even his face was frighteningly dark. He really couldn't understand. He used the great emperor's inheritance to hide his aura and isolate everything. Even a level 2 or level 3 sage might not be able to see through it. But how did the other party see through it? He knew that his opponent's eye technique was powerful, but he was more confident in his emperor's legacy. How could he have known that not only did Lin Xian break through this time, but he also had the remnant soul of the great sage by his side? His knowledge and experience were naturally not something an ordinary sage could compare to. Therefore, he could only run for his life like a madman. However, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, his current cultivation level had already fallen behind Lin Xian. Therefore, it didn't take long for the gap between the two of them to shrink. Yan Nantian screamed crazily. He roared, "Damn it, don't attack me. Can we reconcile? I can teach you 1 or 2 ultimate techniques of the great emperor. As long as you let me go. Let you off? Stop dreaming. There's no way I'll let you off. So, you should just die obediently." Lin Xian attacked in a frenzy. His law divine chains transformed into a giant dragon that danced in the sky and blasted forward. Yan Nantian roared madly. He was courting death. 9 monarch marks revolved around his body as he took out the Saint Chariot. He blocked the Saint Chariot in front of him. With a clang, he was sent flying in the next moment. The Saint Chariot trembled. Yan Nantian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. However, in the end, he managed to block the attack. In the next moment, he drove the Saint Chariot and rushed over quickly. He had to escape quickly. He was no match for the other party now. Only by returning to the Vermilion Bird Palace could he ensure his safety. Thinking of this, he drove the Saint Chariot crazily. "Do you want to leave? Do you think you can leave?" Lin Xian's eyes burst out with piercing killing intent. This was the best opportunity for him to kill the other party. Therefore, he wouldn't let the other party escape. In an instant, he chased after him. His speed was extremely fast. Yan Nantian was scared out of his wits. He pulled out the Spear of Great Destruction and struck out. The 5 elemental laws, accompanied by a black shadow, rushed out. Yan Nantian's scalp went numb as he quickly dodged. At the same time, the 9 monarch marks and the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts blocked the attack. However, he was really no match for the other party now. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian anymore. He could only run away crazily. Yan Nantian burned his power and instantly used a secret technique to appear tens of millions of miles away. Then, without hesitation, he opened a scroll. It was a very ancient scroll with a teleportation array carved on it. As soon as it appeared, the power of space enveloped Yen Nantian. Kid, just you wait. When I become a saint, I'll kill you. Yen Nantian's body gradually disappeared. Behind him, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Is he leaving? There's still a teleportation array. Impossible, I won't let you go. His divine body and laws circulated, and he turned into a Kuan Peng. At this moment, Lin Xian's speed surpassed everything. The piercing sword light, accompanied by the phantom of the Kuan Peng, rushed over. At the last moment when the array formation disappeared, he also followed in. Buzz. He and Yen Nantian were teleported together. Buzz. In the endless starry sky, Yen Nantian appeared. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Am I finally saved? Just as he was about to leave, his body trembled, and he suddenly turned around. The teleportation array behind him had not completely disappeared, and a shocking murderous intent came from inside. No way, is he coming? How is that possible? They're tens of millions of miles away. How can his speed change so quickly? Yen Nantian's expression was ugly. He raised his palm and directly slapped at the teleportation array. He wanted to destroy it. However, a black spear came out of it and pierced through Yen Nantian's palm. Yen Nantian screamed and retracted his palm. His expression was cold. Buzz. Lin Xian walked out of the teleportation array. Do you think I can't kill you just because you have a teleportation array? As he said that, he exerted force and chopped off one of Yen Nantian's arms. Yen Nantian screamed in pain, and his face became extremely distorted. However, at this moment, he waved his other hand and immediately, a red light streaked across and slashed at Lin Xian's glabella. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of danger. The divine chains of order transformed, and he used the sacred shield to block in front of him. With a clang, he was forced back, and the 5 elemental laws were almost split apart. What? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. As expected, Yen Nantian is not simple. He shouted coldly, and the 5 elemental laws intertwined quickly, entangling the red light. Only then did he see it clearly. It was a treasured sword. It was only the size of a palm, and it was engraved with runes. A biting cold murderous intent bloomed from it. Lin Xian gasped. This treasured sword is too terrifying. It's definitely a hidden weapon. In fact, if a second heaven sage was not careful, he would be pierced through. However, Lin Xian was too strong. No matter how powerful the killing sword was, he could block it. Chapter 3408. Buzz. He didn't hold back at all as he attacked. Yen Nantian could only rely on the Saint Chariot to block. He used all of his abilities, but he was no match for Lin Xian. The heaven-destroying finger, the thunder god's body, and even the immortal burying tower. However, that illusion was shattered by Lin Xian's attack. In the end, Yen Nantian was defeated. However, he didn't use the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Instead, he used a secret technique to recover. At the same time, he covered his body with the Saint Chariot. Then he turned into a ray of light and fled for his life. Throughout the entire process, Yen Nantian activated the teleportation array 3 times, but Lin Xian caught up to him each time. Just like that, they arrived near planet Suzaku before they knew it. Along the way, they met some powerful cultivators. When they saw Lin Xian's terrifying killing intent, they all backed off. Just a little more and they would reach planet Suzaku. Yen Nantian's eyes were bloodshot. He took out precious heaven and earth treasures from his storage ring and devoured them without any regard for his life. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. As long as he could survive, he could get back everything he had. He had even started to burn his bloodline. He also activated the last teleportation array in his hand. You want to leave? Say. Lin Xian let out an angry roar and attacked again. However, Yen Nantian was determined this time. He split his soul and an avatar to die for him. As for his true body, he entered the teleportation formation and disappeared. Lin Xian's expression was cold after he killed the avatar. That attack had damaged Yen Nantian's foundation. Even if Yen Nantian was the successor of a great emperor, he wouldn't be able to recover in a few hundred years. However, that wasn't what he wanted. What he wanted was to kill Yen Nantian. Therefore, Lin Xian let out a roar, gathered the power of all 9 heavens and 10 earths, and charged over. So what if Yen Nantian returned to planet Suzaku? If he wanted to kill someone, not even the heavens could stop him. Planet Suzaku. The red earth and the temperature of the flames were so high that even space was burning. However, Yen Nantian was smiling. Finally, he was back in their territory. This time, he was safe. When he returned this time, he would definitely go into seclusion. Before he reached the Sage Realm, he would not come out even if he was beaten to death. Just as he was about to leave, his scalp suddenly went numb, and he screamed in horror. In the sky, a beam of light tore through the astral winds and charged over. Yen Nantian, you're not leaving. A cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Damn it, are they here again? Yen Nantian's scalp went numb and he quickly fled. However, Lin Xian made his move. Without another word, he took out the left hand of the devil. He had obtained the devil's left hand from Cloud Sky Saint. Previously, Cloud Sky Saint's strength was not as strong as his. However, after he had the devil's left hand, his strength had surpassed Cloud Sky Saint's. However, in the end, he actually died at the hands of the left hand of the devil. All of this made the devil's left hand seem extremely strange. However, Lin Xian was very interested. Thus, he sealed it away. Originally, he had planned to study it when he had the time. But now, he couldn't care less. In an instant, he fused the devil's left hand with his palm. Then, he viciously pressed down on the ground. At this moment, the devil's left hand combined with the 5 elemental laws to form a killing blow. No matter how strong Yen Nantian was, he couldn't withstand it. With one strike, he turned into ashes. However, Lin Xian didn't relax because he knew that Yen Nantian had many trump cards. He had seen the Great Emperor Regeneration Talisman many times. Therefore, he knew that he couldn't kill Yen Nantian. As expected, he found a rune in the blood mist through the heavenly secret prodigy. It was an intact rune. The rune trembled, and Yen Nantian instantly recovered. His expression was extremely cold, and his strength had also reached its peak. Yen Nantian instantly recovered to his peak. Without another word, he burned the 9 great emperor runes, the 4 great divine beast phantoms, and the bloodline power in his body to the extreme. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "I'm Yen Nantian, quickly notify the Vermilion Bird Palace. I'm being chased by Lin Xian. Whoever can save me, I'll give him the great emperor's mystique." His voice resounded throughout the world. It seemed that Yen Nantian didn't care about anything else in order to survive. On the other hand, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. "A perfect emperor rune? It seems that your trump card is about to be used up." He charged forward again. "Who dares to attack young Master Yen?" In the distance, 3 streaks of light rushed over. They were 3 sages. The 3 sages had originally gathered nearby to exchange their cultivation experiences. Now that they heard Yen Nantian's voice, their eyes lit up. Yen Nantian was being chased by Lin Xian. They hadn't gone to the Void Ocean, and news of the Void Ocean hadn't spread. Therefore, they knew that Lin Xian was stronger than Yen Nantian. But that was all. Yen Nantian was at most a half-sage, and might be able to fight against a sage. However, if the 3 sages worked together, they could definitely take him down. As long as they saved Yen Nantian, they would be able to obtain the Great Emperor's mystique. A Great Emperor's mystique would be able to change their strength dramatically. Therefore, under such temptation, they attacked decisively. "Those who stop me will die," Lin Xian roared. He reached out with his demonic left hand and blasted the 3 sages into a bloody mist. This time, he didn't hold back. Therefore, the 3 first heaven stage sages were completely killed. How terrifying was that? It scared Yen Nantian out of his wits. There were still some people in the surrounding tens of millions of miles. However, when they wanted to attack again, they were completely stunned. The 3 first heaven stage sages were instantly killed. This strength terrified them. No one dared to attack again. However, even if they didn't dare to attack Lin Xian, they could inform Vermilion Bird Palace. That would also be a great contribution. Needless to say, some people were really lucky to encounter people from Vermilion Bird Palace. In a mountain range, Vermilion Bird Palace's sages and some geniuses were besieging a secret cave. When they received the news, their expressions immediately changed. Yen Nantan was being chased by Lin Wudi, and his life was on the line. They directly charged over. Yen Nantian was already scared out of his wits. He no longer had the arrogance and pride of a great emperor's successor. At this moment, he only hoped that someone could save him. He had already burned his blood and swallowed all the most precious pills in his hands without caring about anything else. However, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Moreover, he was hit by the demonic left hand. Although it wasn't a complete hit, the aftermath of the energy caused half of his body to rot. Just when he thought that he was definitely going to die. Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. Who dares to hurt young Master Yen? The Vermilion Bird Palace's sage has arrived. Everyone kneel. Chapter 3409. Great, I'm saved. Yen Nantian heaved a sigh of relief. In an instant, the sages from afar arrived. 5 first heaven stage sages and 16 half-sages. Such a lineup could be said to be very powerful. Therefore, Yen Nantian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw it. After swallowing a few precious pills, he said, "Help me block him. I want to return to Vermilion Bird Palace and immediately go into seclusion. I've injured my foundation." What? Hearing this, the sages of Vermilion Bird Palace changed their expressions. They were not surprised that Yen Nantian was injured because Lin Xian was very powerful. However, it was not a small problem to injure one's foundation. It might affect one's future cultivation, so they did not dare to be careless. "Young Master Yen, don't worry. Go back and I'll help you kill this kid. Yes, we have more people. After we kill Lin Wudi, no one will be able to threaten young Master anymore." The 5 sages' eyes shone with a cold light. The 16 half-sages behind them also sneered. Lin Xian's expression was cold. "Kill me?" He poured the great dragon sword soul into the great destruction spear and then used the left hand of the devil to hold the great destruction spear. At the same time, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. "Go to hell." "No, stop him." Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Yen Nantian screamed crazily. The threat of the left hand of the devil was too great. Therefore he quickly fled. The other 5 sages were also furious when they saw this scene. "Go to hell." 2 sages attacked and 3 sages protected Yen Nantian. In their opinion, such a lineup was enough. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He had already become a sage and the left hand of the devil. Even a second heaven stage sage would definitely die here. Therefore, the 2 sages were sent flying before they could even get close to Lin Xian. The other 3 sages were pierced. The last one to be pierced was Yen Nantian. "This is impossible." Yen Nantian's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt his life draining away. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. He used the last of his strength and screamed crazily. "I'm the successor of the great emperor, the successor of great Emperor Hong Wu." He had the inheritance of a great emperor. He was destined to become a great emperor in the future. But now, before he could even become a true sage, was he going to die here? "I can't accept this." Yen Nantian roared into the sky. However, he no longer had the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Furthermore, he couldn't escape now. "So what if you're unwilling? All of this is your own doing and you can't live. The enmity between us will disappear from now on." As Lin Xian's voice fell, the devil's left hand, the great destruction spear, and the great dragon sword soul exploded with all their might, killing the 3 sages. Yen Nantian's body was also torn apart, his soul destroyed. The blood mist that filled the sky was then completely wiped out. There was only a giant crack in the sky. It was a shocking sight. The 2 saints of Rosefinch Palace and the 16 half-saints were all stunned. What did they see? Yen Nantian had been insta-killed. What kind of power was this? What exactly did this brat experience? Why did his strength change so drastically? They could not understand. However, they were not worried. Young Master Yen was the successor of a great emperor and had the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. They should quickly escort him away. They soared into the sky and flew forward. But soon they were stunned. There was no more blood mist in the world, let alone the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. They waited for a long time, but there was no sign of it. They thought of an unbelievable thought. Could it be that the Emperor Regeneration Talisman had been used up? When they thought of this, they gasped. The 16 half-saints were also dumbfounded. If the Emperor Regeneration Talisman was used up, Yen Nantian couldn't be revived? Yen Nantian had been completely killed. This was an earth-shattering event. It was bigger than anything else. Rosefinch Palace was probably going to riot, and the ancient path of the stars was going to be chaotic. Yen Nantian was the successor of a great emperor. He was very likely to become the new great emperor in the future. Rosefinch Palace had done so many things for Yen Nantian and made enemies with so many people. But now Yen Nantian was dead. Rosefinch Palace no longer had a trump card and a pillar of support. It could be imagined that the future would be a disastrous blow. Run, run quickly and spread the news. The two saints roared. Lin Xian was too dangerous. They had to go back and gather the most powerful experts and saints to capture him. Yen Nantian was dead. They had to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, Rosefinch Palace would not be able to sleep in peace. You still want to leave? Stay here. Lin Xian used the left hand of the devil to kill the two saints. As for the remaining half-saints, the 5 elemental laws on his body turned into 5 elemental divine swords and flew in all directions. They were all killed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. No one escaped. The surroundings were terrifying and quiet. Who would have thought that such an earth-shattering battle had taken place here? Moreover, the successor of a great emperor had died here. After Lin Xian killed these people, he did not leave. Instead, he looked into the void. Do you think I can't find you if you hide there without moving? You're the one who tipped me off, right? His golden hand directly grabbed a figure. That figure knelt on the ground and kowtowed nonstop. Spare me, I've been possessed. Spare my life. Spare you? You've seen everything. That's impossible. In your next life, don't be my enemy again. With that, he killed the other party with a single blow. Lin Xian turned around. His eyes flickered. He wanted to find Yen Nantian's relics. Yen Nantian was the successor of a great emperor. If he died, he would definitely leave something behind, especially the great emperor's legacy. This tempted him. At the same time, in Rosefinch Palace, the palace lord and a group of elders were discussing. Calculating the time, there should be news from the void ocean. Yes, it should be out soon. What kind of harvest would they have this time? Yen Nantian should have gained the most. He would probably go into seclusion again. He would be able to become a saint. Yes, after becoming a saint, Yen Nantian's strength would be even more terrifying. An ordinary first heaven sage was no match for him. In a few hundred years, he would be invincible in the starry sky. When that time came, Rosefinch Palace would be the biggest winner. Yen Nantian was the successor of a great emperor. In the future, his worst achievement would be that of the great sage. There was even a high chance that he would become the new great emperor. In that case, Rosefinch Palace would be invincible in the world for tens of thousands of years. At this point, they became more and more excited. It was as if they could see the scene of them dominating the universe in the future. However, at this moment, a few elders screamed like crazy. Palace Lord, this is bad. Yen Nantian's soul tablet has shattered. What? The moment these words were spoken, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master in the main hall abruptly stood up. The surrounding elders were also stunned. What did you say? Yen Nantian's soul tablet has shattered? How is that possible? Chapter 34:10. They didn't dare to believe it. A soul tablet was made by fusing a sliver of a person's soul with a special divine crystal. It was used to observe life and death. If the person in the distance was alive, the soul tablet would be safe and sound. If the person died, the soul tablet would also be destroyed. It was used to observe the safety of the person who wasn't by their side. Yen Nanshan's soul tablet was guarded by people who couldn't relax for even a moment. But now, what did they hear? Yen Nanshan's soul tablet was destroyed. What was going on? Didn't this mean that Yen Nantian was dead? But how was that possible? In an instant, their hearts fell into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Just a moment ago, they were still fantasizing about Yen Nantian becoming the great emperor and their vermilion bird palace ruling over the universe. But now, their greatest support was actually dead. They quickly took it to see what was going on. Could it be that something had happened to the Void Sea? Just at this moment, a few more people ran over and knelt on the ground, trembling. Palace Master, elders, this is bad. Many of the elders' soul tablets have been destroyed. A total of 5 sages and 16 half-sages were destroyed at the same time. What? The Vermilion Bird Palace Master and the elders all went crazy. Originally, they thought that Yen Nantian had encountered some danger in the Void Sea. Perhaps he had been killed by an ancient formation. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Their 5 sages and 16 half-sages soul tablets had all been destroyed at the same time as Yen Nantian. And these sages and half-sages were all on planet Suzu. None of them had gone to the Void Sea. What did this mean? This meant that Yen Nantian had been killed on planet Suzaku. What was going on? They couldn't understand it all. But they could imagine that Yen Nantian had already left the Void Sea and fled to planet Suzaku. But he had still been killed by the enemy. Who had done it? A holy sovereign? A sage king? Or the great sage? They didn't know. But it was clear that a powerful enemy had done it. Because their people hadn't even sent back any news. Even a sage couldn't send back any news. What kind of terrifying person was that? But they were also enraged. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master roared, "Search! Get it for me!" At the same time, lock down planet Suzaku and mobilize all forces. No matter what, we must find the culprit. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace was in an uproar. Countless powerhouses swarmed out. More than half of planet Suzaku was shocked. All the cultivators, families, and sects on planet Suzaku trembled. Because they had never seen such a riot in the Vermilion Bird Palace. This was practically an all-out attack. What were they trying to do? Where were they going to attack? Unify planet Suzaku? On the other side, Lin Xian stood in the void and frowned. He had already scanned his surroundings with his heavenly fortune god eyes, but he still could not find the martial monarch's inheritance. "Hey Shan, can you think of a way to find him?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "I'm already looking for it. I'll use the secret arts of the great sages." Black Mountain searched the area. Suddenly, it unleashed a burst of demonic chi that shattered the void. Then, balls of light scattered down. It was a storage ring, and there was also a light shadow. The light shadow was very blurry. From afar, it looked like the 9 Emperor runes. However, at this moment, the 9 Emperor runes were connected. It was abnormally strange and terrifying. This should be the martial monarch's inheritance, right? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He reached out with his hand and grabbed toward the front. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of him was sealed by him. However, his palm soon moved, and the sphere of light formed by the 9 great emperor marks smashed through his seal and escaped from his grasp. "Where are you going?" Lin Xian let out a roar. Terrifying 5 elemental laws rushed out of his body. The terrifying light destroyed heaven and earth. Dense sword chi flew out and cut off the 9 heavens, blocking the inheritance. However, the martial monarch's inheritance was too terrifying. It shattered everything with one strike. Then it disappeared. Damn it. Lin Xian could not find it again. He Shan said, "Stop chasing, kid. Even I might not be able to obtain the martial monarch's inheritance at my peak, let alone you. It depends on luck. It's useless to use force." Was this an opportunity? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Since He Shan said so, it would be useless for him to attack. Therefore, he did not attack, but narrowed his eyes. "Kid, I have to say, I'm starting to see you in a different light. He Shan nodded. Lin Xian snorted. What's there to see? He Shan shook his head. You have to know that the one that escaped is the martial monarch's inheritance. Who wouldn't be jealous of it? Even when I was alive, even great sages would be envious of me if they saw me. However, you don't seem to be disappointed. It would be a lie to say that you're not disappointed. Lin Xian sighed. After all, the martial monarch's inheritance was something that surpassed everything. There was a high chance of becoming a martial monarch. However, you said that even the great sage couldn't get it. It depends on luck. No matter how unwilling I am, it's useless. I might as well look on the bright side. Besides, I'm very confident in myself. I believe that one day, I'll reach the peak of the martial path and become a martial monarch. This is my belief, and also my goal in martial arts. Therefore, it doesn't matter if I don't have the martial monarch's inheritance. Come to think of it, martial monarch Hongwu didn't have the inheritance of other martial monarchs, but he still became a martial monarch. If others can do it, why can't I? He Shan did not say anything, but his heart was filled with astonishment. Impressive. An undefeatable heart. It was rare to see someone like that. The kid before him was indeed special. Perhaps he could really take the final path. Someone was coming. Suddenly, He Shan transmitted his voice to remind Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned too. He could sense that many people were flying toward them from afar. Besides, their auras were extremely powerful. At the same time, a series of furious roars could be heard. Who was it? Who dared to kill Yan Nantian? I'm going to tear you into pieces. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. He did not stay there any longer and turned to leave. His speed was extremely fast. When those people from afar arrived, they couldn't see him anymore. However, after flying for a while, Lin Xian frowned. He realized that his surroundings seemed to have formed a tight encirclement. There were people from Vermilion Bird Palace everywhere. It seemed like he could only force his way through. Lin Xian made his move. His sharp sword chi killed a few experts from Vermilion Bird Palace. He didn't use the demon's left hand. After all, he still remembered that Cloud Sky Sage died under the demon's left hand. Therefore, he couldn't use it too many times. It was better to keep it as a trump card. Even if he didn't use the demon's left hand, it would be easy for him to kill these people. After breaking through the defensive line, he quickly flew away. However, the people around him roared. Someone killed our people. It must be the murderer. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura slammed over from all directions. Not good. It's a small saint. Chapter 34:11. A minor saint was in existence at the 6th heavenly layer of the Sage Realm. It was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xian couldn't resist it with his current strength. Therefore, when he heard that, he immediately took out the teleportation formation. In an instant, he was teleported out. However, that frightening hand had also swatted over. Accompanying it was an endless sea of lightning that completely covered the entire sky. This was no longer a simple palm. It was extremely terrifying. Even though Lin Xian was teleported, he was still forcefully pushed out. However, the distance was still very far. Moreover, with Lin Xian's current strength, he could still withstand it. With a roar, the 5 elemental laws wrapped around him, and he quickly fled into the distance. His entire person seemed to have turned into an ancient Kuan-Peng. His speed was extremely fast. That guy actually escaped. How was that possible? The surrounding people of Vermilion Bird Palace were all stunned. The one who attacked was their Grand Elder. That was a minor saint. How could such a terrifying existence let the other party escape? Who exactly was that person? The aura of a dragon. Lin Wudi? At this moment, an old figure appeared in the sky. He was really too old. His entire body was withered, but his pair of eyes carried an extremely terrifying aura. He was a minor saint of Vermilion Bird Palace and also the Grand Elder. After he received the news, he immediately came. When the surrounding people heard that, they were extremely shocked. Oh God, it was actually Lin Wudi. Impossible. They were going crazy. When did Lin Wudi become so powerful? However, they didn't have the time to think about it anymore. They all looked at the minor saint. The minor saint snorted. "Don't worry. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to escape from my palm." "That's true." The surrounding people of Vermilion Bird Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Their grand elder was a minor saint. How terrifying was a sixth heavenly layer of the sage realm. No matter how powerful Lin Wudi was, he should have just broken through to the sage realm. Such a person was like an ant in front of a minor saint. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. The attack just now should have allowed the other party to escape. It should be because he was lucky. The next attack would definitely kill him. But the little saint's body flickered, and he quickly rushed out. There were 81 lightning seas revolving around him. He was like an ancient god of thunder. At this moment he mercilessly attacked again. As soon as the saint domain appeared, the entire world seemed to turn into a sea of lightning. Lin Xian's body also trembled, a deep sense of shock appearing in his eyes. Was this the power of a minor saint? It was too terrifying. He had already run so far, but he still couldn't escape the other party's attack. What to do? Lin Xian was extremely anxious. The current him was no match for a minor saint. Can you escape? He was just an ant. Since you dared to kill Yan Nantian, you should obediently become our prisoner. Don't worry, we won't kill you either. But from today onwards, you'll be a slave of our Vermilion Bird Palace. Everything you have belongs to Vermilion Bird Palace. I will make you wish you were dead. I'll let you know the whereabouts of those who dared to offend us." At this moment, a cold voice sounded, causing Lin Xian's scalp to go numb. Lin Xian turned his head and saw an abnormally withered, zombie-like figure walking towards him. The other party's aura was too strong. The lightning on his body had a piercing red glow, as if it was fresh blood. Was this the minor saint? An old fart dares to be arrogant in front of me? If we were at the same level, I would kill you like a dog. Lin Xian said coldly. The minor saint snorted. Young man, this is the real world. There's no such thing as the same level. I've lived longer than you. That's my capital. So, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape. Hee, is being stronger than me a capital? Old fart, if you hide in a place and secretly spend the rest of your life, you might even be able to enjoy your old age. But, you don't know what's good for you and came to provoke me. Fine, I'll let you experience what it means to be strong. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a crazy light as he said this. In the next moment, the great sage Dharma idol was taken out again. The great sage Dharma idol. Although it was the dead great sage, its aura was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, even the zombie-like minor saint's expression changed. Extremely terrifying lightning burst out from his eyes. That was the great sage Dharma idol. You actually have such a thing. That was really surprising. A fiery greed appeared in his eyes. I wanted to capture you and ask you about the whereabouts of the great emperor's inheritance. But before I could say anything, you gave me another big gift. Well then, this great sage Dharma idol and Yan Nanshan's inheritance, I want them both. Even now, you're still so greedy. Do you still have the life to take them? Lin Xian snorted and pushed the great sage Dharma idol with all his strength. He summoned the righteous chi of heaven and earth to move the Dharma idol. The great sage Dharma idol trembled slightly, and the righteous chi on its body burst out. Bright moon above the sea. Lin Xian relied on the righteous chi and the power of the great sage Dharma idol to create a vision of heaven and earth. The endless sea drowned the thunder, and a bright moon rose from the sea, shattering all the thunder. You're courting death. The minor saint roared. Monstrous killing intent pierced through the clouds, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. So what if his opponent had the great sage Dharma idol? Although he was not as strong as the great sage, that was only when compared to the real great sage. His opponent was just a Dharma idol, a first heavenly layer cultivator. He could not withstand a single blow. It was easy for him to kill his opponent. The terrifying thunder turned into countless hands of thunder, sweeping in all directions and resisting the bright moon above the sea. In the end, the bright moon above the sea was shattered. However, his face was gloomy. He found that his opponent had escaped and disappeared without a trace. He could not see his opponent's aura? How was that possible? A first heavenly layer saint was like an ant in front of him. But now that ant had disappeared into thin air? Just now, it only took him an instant to shatter the bright moon above the sea. No matter how fast his opponent was, where could he escape to? Thunder appeared. The minor saint activated his saint domain of thunder and shattered all the worlds that he could cover. The huge black hole was extremely dark, as if the whole sky had sunk. However, there was still no sign of anyone. This scene made the minor saint's face even gloomier. His eyes were like golden suns, looking in all directions. Souls also appeared in an overwhelming manner. At this moment he was really angry. He had used all his strength, but still he could not find anything. Ah! He roared to the sky. The people around him all gathered around. It was the Supreme Elder. Their faces were full of shock. They did not see Lin Wudi's figure, only an angry Supreme Elder roaring to the sky. Could it be that the Supreme Elder did not succeed? Chapter 34:12. From now on, lock down the entire stellar realm. He won't be able to escape if we track him down with all our might. The little saint said coldly. Yes, we'll do it now. The experts of Vermilion Bird Palace hurriedly took action. How could they not be angry? Yen Nantian was dead. Their pillar of support was gone? However, they had to keep the great emperor's inheritance. This way, they still had a glimmer of hope. In an instant, the Vermilion Bird Palace's actions became even faster. On the other side, Lin Xian appeared in the void. His face was a little pale. Just now, he used the great sage Dharma idol to take a blow from the little saint and then used a secret technique to escape. Although he had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the little saint, he didn't look too good. Even the little saint had attacked. He didn't know what the Vermilion Bird Palace had waiting for him. It seemed that he had to return to the Langia star to lie low for a while. He wanted to leave, but he found that there was an inescapable net around him. Countless people were patrolling and formations were flashing. Moreover, everyone from the Vermilion Bird Palace had a voice transmission token on them. Even if they were killed instantly, they could still send a message. Lin Xian had no choice but to force his way through. He killed thousands of Vermilion Bird Palace's experts in a row and was about to break out. However, another little saint came again, forcing him to change his direction again. Lin Xian originally hid in the deep mountains and forests. He didn't know what kind of deal the Vermilion Bird Palace's people had made with the monsters in the mountains. Those monsters had also started to help him search. He had no choice but to leave the mountains and prepare to go to the city. There were many people in the city, and people's minds were very complicated. He should be able to fool them for a while. Just like that, Lin Xian came to a huge city called the City of Raging Fire. This was a city very far away from the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was temporarily safe here. However, not long after Lin Xian entered, the entire city was locked down. Countless Vermilion Bird Palace's martial artists formed many teams and came over. There were even 4 ancient mirrors hanging on the 4 sides of the city gate. It was said that these were demon-revealing mirrors that could create a person's body. In this way, it was impossible to disguise oneself. What on earth happened? The martial artists in the city were all stunned. What was the Vermilion Bird Palace searching for? Could it be that something big had happened? At this moment, the news of Yen Nantian's death had yet to spread. Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird Palace had forcefully suppressed it. There was nothing they could do about it. If news of this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. At that time, they would not be able to do anything. It was likely that the experts of other worlds, as well as the family forces, would come to attack them. Therefore, it was best to hide as much as possible. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't say anything either. They would only say that they were capturing Lin Wudi. Anyone who reported the news would be rewarded handsomely. After hearing this, the people in the city sucked in a breath of cold air. Chase after Lin Wudi. Heavens, is Vermilion Bird Palace really going to use such ruthless methods to get rid of this peerless genius? Was he paving the way for Yen Nantan? Lin Xian sneered as he blended into the crowd. Since the city was sealed, they would stay in the city for the time being. Just like that, Lin Xian found an inn and stayed for the time being. He kept a very low profile. After entering the inn, he set up a formation and then silently cultivated to deal with the great battle that could happen at any time. At the same time, in the city of Raging Fire, there was another majestic mansion. It was completely different. There was no sign of nervousness here at all. On the contrary, it was full of joy. The surroundings were even decorated with lanterns and banners and hung with the word "She." It seemed that something good was about to happen in this mansion. The people in the surrounding city couldn't go out, so they could only go to this mansion to congratulate it. They knew that the owner of this mansion was from a very powerful family. In this family, there was a genius who had entered Vermilion Bird Palace to cultivate. It could be said that this was the family of the genius of Vermilion Bird Palace. Therefore, even if the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were on high alert, this family would not be affected at all. And at this moment, that genius younger brother was going to marry a new bride. That bride's background was not simple either. However, compared to Vermilion Bird Palace, her background was much worse. Moreover, it was said that this wedding was carried out using tyrannical methods. That was because the bride's family was simply unwilling. But, before the background of Vermilion Bird Palace, who would dare to refuse? Thus, the bride's family simply did not dare to resist. But, yesterday, something happened. That bride actually ran away from the wedding. She used some sort of secret technique to directly escape. At the Breeze Tavern. This was a very unremarkable tavern in a corner of the city. Generally, people with strength and status would not stay here. At this moment, another figure appeared in front of the inn. It was a person wearing a black robe. He was very low-key. After he entered, he asked for a room. "Dear guest, you've come at the right time. This is the last room." At this moment, Raging Fire City has already been sealed. Apart from the last room, it was simply impossible to find another room. Enough with the superfluous words, quickly bring me there. Very well. The waiter did not expect this person to have such a bad temper. However, the money that this person had paid was sufficient to make him beam with joy. Thus, he did not mind at all. After bringing this person in, the waiter left. After entering, the other party struck out a few seals. This room did not seem to have any abnormalities. However, in the room next to it, a figure opened his eyes. This figure was precisely Lin Xian. He also stayed in this crazy tavern. At this moment, his eyes were flickering. Naturally, he could hear the sound of the formation seal in the room next to him just now. However, he shook his head and did not pay attention to it. Which martial artist did not set up a set of formation when cultivating, in case something unexpected happened? Thus, he did not think too much about it. Half a day later, the entire crazy tavern was surrounded by people. He was surrounded by countless experts. Standing at the forefront was a man wearing a bright red robe. His face was cold. Beside him, there were countless experts following. Young Master. Raging Fire City has already been sealed. No one can leave. That woman must be hiding in the city. We've searched all the places except for this tavern. He must be inside. That damned bitch actually dared to escape. Search for her. Catch her and see how I'll play her to death. That red-robed young master coldly shouted. Immediately, a large number of experts moved out. One of them directly grabbed the waiter and asked coldly, "Recently, did anyone come over? Especially women." The waiter was so scared that his whole body trembled and he pissed his pants. There was no woman, but today, a black-robed man came. His attitude was very bad. "I don't know if he's the person you're looking for." Where was she? Lead the way. There was no other way. He could only lead the way. The entire tavern was surrounded by countless experts. Those people in the tavern were all awakened. They were originally not very strong and had no status. For a moment, being surrounded by so many experts, they were so scared that they pissed their pants and did not dare to resist. Chapter 34:13. That shouldn't be the case. He had hidden himself very carefully. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace couldn't have such means. Moreover, most of the people who came were half-saints. There were also many people who were close to the Tao. Such a lineup wanted to capture him? What a joke! The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't be so stupid. Even if they really found him, they would immediately inform the saints or even small saints to come and capture him. Therefore, these people were not here for him. Could it be that there were other people in this inn who had offended some faction? Lin Xian frowned. The situation was not good. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He felt that something was attacking his array formation. Immediately after, a figure rushed over. He was shocked. Could it be that those people outside were an illusion, and the real powerhouse had quietly come to capture him? One had to know that the array formation he had set up was very sturdy, but this person could break it in an instant. Was it a small saint? He instantly became aggressive, and the killing intent in his heart was about to explode. But then he was stunned. He felt that the aura was somewhat familiar. It was the aura of the person who had just stayed next to him. After that person woke up, he said, "Friend, may I borrow your place? Don't worry, I will avenge you." As he said that, he took out a storage ring. There were 500 kilograms of immortal state in it. It was enough for you. As long as you don't speak, I can guarantee your safety. Although the voice was low and hoarse, Lin Xian's soul was very sharp. He instantly realized that it was a woman. Could it be that those people outside were here to capture her? It seemed that he was right. He guessed correctly. They were not here for him. However, there were many people being hunted down every day. Lin Xian didn't intend to do anything. Besides, he couldn't expose himself now. He just nodded and didn't say anything. The woman wanted to leave quickly through the window, but in the next moment, she screamed. Then, countless powerful auras descended from the surroundings. The entire inn was torn down and split into pieces. On Lin Xian's side, many large cracks appeared on the house. Lin Xian immediately removed the array formation. The array formation was too exquisite. Those people would be suspicious if they saw it. So he put it away. As for the woman, she screamed. Damn it, he was actually so fast. Ha, he run. Below, the young master in red sneered. You can't escape from my palm. The woman in black turned her head. Although her face could not be seen clearly, there was a trace of exasperation in her voice. If it wasn't for the fact that Raging Fire City was suddenly sealed and so many Vermilion Bird Palace experts came, I would have escaped long ago. How could he have been captured by you? To be honest, she was really mad because she didn't know why the Raging Fire City was sealed and no one was allowed to leave. But when she was sealed, she didn't plan to escape. If I catch you, I'll play you to death. The mysterious woman snorted. You're trash. You only know how to rely on your family. What else do you have? Don't you have a lot of women who have been played by you? I won't marry you, so you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Won't marry me? It's not up to you now. Someone catch her. The surrounding experts walked up with sneers. They sealed the space with a strong aura. The woman in black trembled and took 2 steps back. She was near Lin Xian. At that moment, the surrounding experts saw Lin Xian and frowned. Kitor, are you an accomplice? Because Lin Xian was also wearing a black robe, he was naturally considered an accomplice. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but before he could say anything, the woman in black next to him said, He's not my accomplice. He just lives next door. So he doesn't know anything. Let him go. Let him go? Dream on. The young master in red sneered. He lives next door, but he didn't report it and hid the news. That's a capital offense in front of me. Looking at his cultivation, he's just an ant. I'll kill him together. The young master in red doesn't seem to care about human lives at all. Don't worry, young master. He's just an ant. I can kill him in an instant. The 4 experts stopped Lin Xian and smiled coldly. Kid, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Next time, when you're reincarnated, be careful and don't go against our young master. One of them exuded a powerful aura. He was a half-saint. This aura made the woman in black tremble even more violently. She came to Lin Xian's side and said softly, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'll attack you with all my might. If you have a chance to escape, do so. I'm really sorry." She apologized again. At that moment, the half-sage's palm in the sky was slapping down with terrifying flames. The woman in black had no choice but to take it head-on. She also slapped out a big black palm, but she was forced back in an instant and spat out a mouthful of blood. The big flaming hand descended from the sky and wrapped around her and Lin Xian. "It's over." The woman in black looked desperate. She thought she could escape this time, but she fell into the hands of her opponent again. She could imagine that her life would be worse than death from now on. In that case, she might as well kill herself. She wanted to kill herself, but at that moment, a hand landed on her shoulder, preventing her from doing so. As for his other hand, he gently pointed to the front with his finger. Boom! The flaming hand fell wildly with an unparalleled aura. The surrounding people sneered. Nothing unexpected would happen when a half-sage attacked. However, the half-saint who had attacked screamed miserably. His flaming palm was injured. It was covered with cracks like a mirror. Then, it broke open with a loud bang. Blood splattered and dyed the void red. The miserable scream made people's scalps tingle. The surrounding people's minds went blank. What happened? Their half-sage was injured. How is that possible? Does that woman have such a method? The woman in black was stunned. She didn't expect that someone would help her when she was in despair. Moreover, he broke the half-sage's attack with one blow. And this person was the person beside her. Is this person an expert? She was too shocked. She looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. Chapter 34:14. Damn it, what are you doing? Catch him! The man in red roared madly behind them. The other three experts also looked at the injured half-saint. What's going on? They didn't see what happened at all. The injured expert's expression was unusually cold. Could it be that the damned woman's strength had suddenly increased? Or did she have a Dharma treasure? From beginning to end, he had not noticed Lin Xian at all. Because as far as he was concerned, Lin Xian was merely an ant. After Lin Xian attacked, he sighed in his heart. He knew that this matter wouldn't end well. These people definitely wouldn't stop, so it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. He said to the woman in black next to him, "You don't have to apologize to me because you didn't get me into trouble. On the contrary, I got you into trouble. You'll have a chance to escape later." The woman in black was stunned. What does he mean? She said that to him before. Is he also being hunted and his enemy is more powerful than the family of the man in red? She really couldn't understand. Suddenly, she was stunned. Could it be that the city of raging fire was sealed because of this person? She was completely stunned at the thought of this. At this moment, the injured half-saint in front of them attacked again. Not only him, but the other half-saint also attacked. They did it just in case. Two giant palms with tremendous seals loomed over Qin Nan. The woman in black was still stunned and didn't come back to her senses. Lin Xian waved his hand and a sharp sword qi slashed in all directions, immediately cutting off the arms of the two half-saints. When the miserable screams sounded, everyone finally saw clearly. It wasn't the woman in black who attacked, but the young man next to her. How is this possible? They screamed crazily. Isn't he an ant? How can he be so powerful? Why did he attack? Lin Xian didn't intend to hold back. He waved his sword qi again and killed the two injured half-saints. The other two half-saints were scared out of their wits. Who is he? They frantically retreated, but in an instant, their glabella split open and they were instantly killed. Even before they died, they couldn't figure out who they had offended. The four experts fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the red-robed man and his clan members were all shocked and unconsciously took a step back. The red-robed man felt his scalp go numb. Who was the other party? Four experts had been killed instantly. Damn it, who exactly were you? Lin Xian ignored the man and looked up at the sky. It was time to leave. Although the black-robed woman didn't know who Lin Xian was, she still said, "Here are 3 void formation abodes. Take them. You might be able to save your life." With that, she handed everything over to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was startled. He wanted to return it, but the red-robed young master suddenly roared, "Let me tell you, my family is very powerful. My brother is a genius of Vermilion Bird Palace. He's in Roaring Flame City right now. Kneel down obediently, kowtow to me, and admit your mistake. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces." Noisy. Lin Xian waved his hand, forming two storms that slashed forward. "Young master, be careful." The two elders beside him roared and hurriedly attacked. However, they were split in half in an instant. In the end, the red-clothed young master was pulled away by someone to avoid this terrifying wind blade. A pitch-black crack appeared where he was originally standing. It couldn't be healed at all. The red-robed man trembled all over. His lower body was soaked. He had wet his pants from fear. What kind of person was this? He was too strong. "Hurry, get my brother here. Let my brother kill him." He couldn't resist at all. Perhaps only the experts of Vermilion Bird Palace could take him down. The people beside him said, "Young master, don't worry. We've already informed the young master." Sure enough, as soon as the voice rang out, a group of people rushed over from the distance. The auras of these people were incomparably powerful. The person in the lead was a man. They were all from Vermilion Bird Palace. The red-robed man's sword arrived. The mighty leader immediately exclaimed, "Brother, I'm here. Someone wants to kill me. Hurry up and help me kill him." "Who dares to attack my brother?" The leader of the group, the genius man, shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. In the next moment, when he saw Lin Xian, he frowned. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to run. The surrounding people were stunned. Ran away? Their young master, the genius of Vermilion Bird Palace, actually ran away? What the hell is going on? The red-robed young master was also stunned. "Brother, why are you leaving? Hurry up and kill this kid." Before he could finish, he saw Lin Xian wave his hand. A sword chi enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Vermilion Bird Palace team was enveloped in it. Then, miserable screams sounded. Those people were chopped into pieces. The elder brother that he was so proud of also had his head chopped into pieces. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The Vermilion Bird Palace team was instantly killed by the other party. Who was this person? Was he a saint? At that moment, they all retreated. The red-robed man also screamed. "Impossible! My brother is a genius." Although he was a half-step saint, he was also very powerful. In his heart, he was simply a godlike existence. Their family could flaunt their prowess because of his brother. Now, his brother was actually instantly killed. "Damn it, Lin Wudi, you really are here." In the distance, more experts rushed over, roaring crazily. The others went crazy. Lin Wudi, the person in front of them was actually Lin Wudi. The black-robed woman's heart trembled. It was indeed him. She looked at the figure in front of her. She had long guessed that the other party was very likely the one who caused Blaze City to be sealed. Vermilion Bird Palace was after Lin Wudi. Now it seemed that it was indeed him. In front, the red-robed young master knelt on the ground with a plop. Lin Wudi, he actually dared to attack Lin Wudi. He really didn't know what was good for him. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. Golden light surged from his body, and a terrifying divine body suppressed in all directions. Since he had been recognized, then he didn't plan on hiding anymore. With a wave of his hand, sword chi flew out, cleaving the red-robed young master in half. The surrounding red-robed family members were all split apart. Only the black-robed woman was able to survive. But Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged into the sky. The sealed formation was shattered by his punch. Then, Lin Xian left Blaze City and flew into the distance. "Lin Wudi, you can't escape." In the distance, the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists chased madly. In the ruins below, the black-robed woman looked at the person above in shock. This was the peerless expert Lin Wudi? He was indeed too strong. These families that she couldn't defeat in her eyes were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Chapter 34:15. The warriors in the surrounding ruins and the city trembled when they saw this scene. It was their fortune to be able to see Lin Wude in action. This was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Lin Xian didn't stop after leaving Raging Flame City. He knew that the Vermilion Bird Palace's experts were on their way. As expected, the 6 saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace worked together to set up the 6-pointed Vermilion Bird formation. It enveloped Lin Xian and sealed him within. This formation was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient formation passed down from the ancient times of Vermilion Bird Palace. Now, it was being used to seal everything. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't break it. "Ha, kid, let's see how you're going to escape." The 6 saints roared with laughter. In the distance, more Vermilion Bird Palace experts arrived and surrounded them. They laughed. The 6-pointed Vermilion Bird formation wasn't something a first Heaven Saint could break. Even a second Heaven Saint couldn't break it. Although they couldn't kill him, they just needed to trap him for a while. When their minor saints arrived, they could destroy him. Within the formation, the Vermilion Bird phantoms circled around, creating a powerful firestorm. Lin Xian attacked a few times and frowned. The formation was very strong and endless. It would be difficult to break it in a short time. Should I use the left hand of the demon? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. There was another way, and that was to ask He Shan. He Shan said, "Didn't the woman in black give you 3 formation talismans? You can try." 3 formation talismans? Lin Xian was taken aback. To be honest, he didn't take it to heart. What did He Shan mean? "Forget it, let's try." He immediately took out a formation talisman and poured power into it. The array talisman instantly stuck to his body. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt a mysterious force carrying him toward the vanguard. In an instant, he charged out of the 6-pointed Vermilion Bird formation. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. He flew quickly without stopping. The laughter of the Vermilion Bird Palace people stopped abruptly. Their minds went blank as they watched this scene. Why did the other party suddenly leave? What was going on? The 6-pointed Vermilion Bird formation wasn't broken? Damn it, chase after him. They didn't know what had happened, but they could only chase after it. Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. This talisman was too useful. It could actually allow one to escape from such a terrifying array in an instant. But soon he frowned. Something wasn't right. The talisman was so powerful, so why didn't that mysterious woman run away? Brat, you don't understand, do you? Or you're a fiend. Even the saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace are like ants in your hands. But that woman was different. She couldn't even defeat a half-sage. Even if he could use the array talisman to escape, it would definitely attract the attention of others. She might even attract the attention of the Vermilion Bird Palace. At that time, what awaits her would be an endless pursuit. So do you think she dares? That's true. Lin Xian nodded, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. From the looks of it, this should be his reward for saving the other party. Indeed, if he hadn't taken action, the black-clothed woman would have been dead. He helped, and out of gratitude, the black-clothed woman gave him 3 escape items. Kindness really did beget kindness. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He still had 2 array talismans in his hand. In other words, he could still escape the pursuit of 2 subgrade arrays. Next, Lin Xian used another array talisman to escape another fatal blow. But gradually, he stopped using it because there were saints all around him. He could only go in one direction. The more he flew, the more familiar he became. This was the Valley of Devil Cultivation. He didn't hesitate and directly rushed into the valley. Behind him, the Vermilion Bird Palace people stopped. They densely surrounded the Valley of Devil Cultivation, but no one dared to enter. Their expressions became somewhat unsightly. Damn it, how dare that guy go in? He had just returned from the Void Ocean and probably didn't know what happened here. What should they do? Should they go in and capture him? What kind of joke was this? The Vermilion Bird Palace experts felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to enter. There was no other way. They could only wait here. Not long after, 2 powerful figures arrived. They were the 2 Grand Elders. They were like dried corpses, but their auras were unparalleled. They were two minor saints. After they arrived, they frowned. Could it be that the kid had entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation? Reporting to the Grand Elders, that kid has indeed entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The surrounding cultivators quickly responded. After the two Grand Elders heard this, their faces turned cold. That damned guy really didn't know what was good for him. They didn't dare to enter rashly. Logically speaking, this scene was really strange. The Valley of Devil Cultivation was the training ground of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Lin Xian and a few other geniuses had entered before. But now, these saints didn't dare to enter? One had to know that Lin Xian and the others were only half-saints at that time. In fact, something had happened in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. Some time ago, there was a sudden change in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The Vermilion Bird Palace people entered, but there was no follow-up. In the end, they sent a saint, but the saint disappeared. In the end, they could only invite a Grand Elder, who was also a minor saint. Before he even stepped into the Valley of Devil Cultivation, he was split in half by an aura. This scared the minor saint so much that he ran back. Even now, his injuries hadn't healed yet. This scene caused an uproar in the Vermilion Bird Palace. The palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly checked the ancient records and found some clues. It turned out that in the legends of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the Valley of Devil Cultivation was a terrifying place of death that no one dared to enter. There lived an extremely terrifying existence. But for some reason, that place suddenly became less dangerous in the past few thousand years. Many people went in. Gradually, that legend disappeared. But now, the minor saint was instantly injured. This made the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace realize that the legend still existed. For some reason, the Valley of Devil Cultivation had become a forbidden place of death. No one could enter. That was why the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were wandering outside. Even the two minor saints didn't dare to enter, because they had also read the ancient records. The terrifying existence that was sealed in the legends was very likely a Saint King. A Saint King was an extremely powerful existence. They were much stronger than minor saints like them. One glance from a Saint King could probably kill them. So even if they were given 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to enter. But they were unwilling because the other party had countless secrets. They had two great inheritances and the Great Destruction Spear. More importantly, the other party had killed Yen Nantian. But they didn't find anything left behind by Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian was the successor of the Great Emperor. After his death, his storage ring and the Great Emperor's inheritance should have fallen. Chapter 34:16. Thinking of this, their eyes turned red. Damn it! That brat will definitely die if he goes in. He might come out immediately. Is that why you guys are guarding here? They were waiting here. However, after 10 days, they frowned. No one came out. The Valley of Devil Cultivation was still eerily quiet. Could it be that the brat is dead? The two minor saints had ordered them to send people to guard the exits of the Valley of Devil Cultivators and keep an eye on the situation. If he comes out, they should report it immediately. Even if he is dead, it doesn't matter. After all, he will die in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The item is in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. We will go back and study it carefully. After saying this, the two minor saints went back. The surrounding people formed an inescapable net and surrounded the Valley of Devil Cultivation to prevent anyone from coming out. Next, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace stood in 4 directions and monitored the Valley of Devil Cultivation to prevent the brat from escaping. After Lin Xian landed in the Valley of Devil Cultivation, he didn't stop. He was going to find a place to hide. He remembered the devil pool last time. He felt that he could use it again. However, he soon frowned. What's going on? No one is chasing after me? He looked around and checked with his soul. He found that the people of Vermilion Bird Palace stopped outside the Valley of Devil Cultivation. What's going on? Could it be that they gave up? Lin Xian was shocked. However, he thought that it shouldn't be. How could Vermilion Bird Palace give up chasing after him? Could it be because of other reasons? He couldn't figure it out. If they didn't give up, then there was only one possibility. They were afraid of this place. They didn't dare to cultivate in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. What's in the Valley of Devil Cultivation? He was even more shocked. It wasn't the first time he entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation. They could enter when they were half-step saints. Now, even Vermilion Bird Palace sent a minor saint. Why didn't they dare to enter? What a joke. However, at this time, the great sage of Black Mountain said, "Brat, be careful. I feel that the aura here is unusual. It seems that there is something extraordinary." Something extraordinary? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that something unexpected happened in the Valley of Devil Cultivation? Has it become a very dangerous place? And Vermilion Bird Palace had once suffered a loss here. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xian gasped. It seemed that this was the only explanation. However, he was very curious. What exactly was the change? He didn't know, but now that the people of Vermilion Bird Palace didn't dare to come in, he could just recuperate here. Perhaps he could even cultivate here. At that moment, Lin Xian was near the fiend pool. He found a place to sit down cross-legged, turned his palms towards the sky, and began cultivating the laws. Originally, the Devil Cultivation Valley was already a bit dark, and at night, it was even more foggy. Even the moon couldn't be seen. Lin Xian opened his eyes amidst the eerie aura. He furrowed his brows tightly. This place was indeed unusual. There seemed to be some demonic shadows moving around him. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand, shattering the few black shadows that were near him. Those shadows kept rolling and twisting on the ground, letting out sharp screams. Countless shadows flickered, wanting to devour Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. The 5 elemental laws turned into chains and wrapped around his body, suppressing everything. The surrounding shadows didn't dare to approach. He didn't expect that someone would dare to come in. At that moment, a faint voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly stood up and looked around. Who was it? Who is playing tricks here? Damn it, this Valley of Devil Cultivation had indeed changed. Such a gloomy voice. Could it be the people of Vermilion Bird Palace? No, if it was the Vermilion Bird Palace, they would have already made a move. They wouldn't scare him like this. His face was gloomy and his divine body emitted light like a sun. However, this Valley of Devil Cultivation was too strange. It could only illuminate a few meters around him. Any further and it couldn't illuminate anything. It was no wonder that he dared to come here. However, this little bit of cultivation was not enough to deal with him. Was it the Vermilion Bird Palace? Were they still unwilling to give up? This voice was even colder than before. Moreover, Lin Xian couldn't tell where it came from. It seemed that this was an expert. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. I was chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace and was forced to come here. I didn't know that Senior was resting here and disturbed you. Please forgive me. Senior, please don't worry. Junior has already left and won't disturb you. With that, Lin Xian turned around to leave. You want to leave just like that? Just as Lin Xian turned around, a faint voice came from behind him. This time, Lin Xian heard it not far behind him. His body stiffened and he turned around. A mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he saw it. A person was leaning against a tree near the devil altar. She was a slender woman with long black hair that reached her waist. She was beautiful and had a hint of seduction. She stretched out her slender hand and held a flower between her fingers. It was a white flower as white as jade. Compared to the surrounding blackness, it looked extremely strange. Was this the person? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Was this the mysterious expert? However, it didn't look like it. It was an extremely beautiful and mysterious woman. Seeing the dazed look in Lin Xian's eyes, the mysterious woman turned her head around and flashed him a smile. Was it beautiful? Buzz. Lin Xian quickly retracted his gaze. He felt his soul stirring. Wasn't this person too terrifying? Just her voice alone had almost caused his soul to sink. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he had the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, If it were any other first heaven sage, their souls would have been scattered and their bodies and souls would have been destroyed. I was too abrupt. Lin Xian hurriedly retracted his gaze. He wasn't affected at all. The mysterious woman in front became even more curious. Her gaze carried a trace of demonic light. She looked at him with great interest. Little kid, you look very young. You actually reached the sage realm at such a young age. Moreover, it's rare to see such a strong soul. Tell me, what's your identity? Senior, you flatter me. With my cultivation level, I can't even withstand a single blow from you. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Was this person probing him? He wasn't stupid enough to say everything. Sigh, another dishonest fellow. Since that's the case, you can stay here and accompany me. I'm quite bored here anyway. The mysterious woman said faintly. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. I won't disturb you any longer. I still have things to do. Goodbye. Chapter 34:17. Right now, he would rather face the Vermilion Bird Palace's sage than this mysterious woman. Seeing this scene, the mysterious woman didn't say anything. Instead, she gently swayed the white demonic flower in her hand. Those white petals danced in the air and turned into countless rays of light that flew towards Lin Xian. In an instant, it cut off his path. Lin Xian's movement technique was very good. He instantly changed his direction. However, no matter where he went, there was a white flower in front of him. Moreover, the aura of those white petals was too terrifying. His instincts told him that he couldn't take it head-on. Therefore, Lin Xian could only follow the path that the other party had set for him and retreat step by step. He once again arrived near the demonic pond. He sighed. Senior, I really didn't mean to disturb you. I hope that Senior can be magnanimous. After hearing this, the mysterious woman suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very beautiful. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, it was just hair. He asked, Senior, why are you laughing? The mysterious woman laughed. I'm laughing because you're stupid. How many times have you called me senior? Unfortunately, I'm the same age as you. What? The same age? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that you're also from the younger generation? How is that possible? She's so strange and her methods are so terrifying. How can she be from the younger generation? Seeing Lin Xian's astonished expression, the mysterious woman immediately laughed. But you don't believe me? Then do you think I'm very old? To tell you the truth, I might be older than you, but we're definitely from the same generation. As for my strength, I might be stronger than you, because my family's origin is very strong. Therefore, I'm not a senior. I'm here to explore the Devil Cultivation Valley. However, there's a change in the valley. Therefore, I can't leave after entering. Do you think that I can leave just because I didn't stop you just now? Why don't you try and see if you can walk out now? What's going on? I really can't leave the Devil Cultivation Valley? Lin Xian tried and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Indeed, there seemed to be an illusion formation around him. Moreover, it was very exquisite. He walked a few steps and almost got lost. If it wasn't for the white flower that brought him back, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to return to the Devil's Pool. So, do you believe me now? It was easy to enter the Devil Cultivation Valley, but difficult to leave. I've been trapped for a while now. Then what did you mean when you mentioned the Vermilion Bird Palace? Lin Xian asked again. The mysterious woman smiled. About that, when I came here, I also met people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. They seemed to be searching as well. At that time, there was a bit of conflict. However, all of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace that entered were killed by the demonic shadows. It turned out to be like this. Lin Xian took a deep breath. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. This woman's strength was not weaker than his, but she was still unable to leave. Then, wouldn't he be unable to leave as well? The woman smiled and said, No, I can't go out because I can't break the formation here. Because what I'm cultivating is a bit similar to the demonic sect, the aura here is very similar. I'm also here to look for opportunities. You're different. Just now, when I saw your physique, it should be the type of extreme yang that counters demonic qi. You're the most suitable person to break the formation. As long as you break the formation, the two of us will be able to escape. Break the formation? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. This formation was not simple. If he wanted to break it, it would probably take a lot of time. It seemed that they would not be able to leave in a short period of time. The woman said, "It won't take too long. Although I cultivate the demonic Tao, I'm not a cultivator. Although I'm cultivating the Devil Cultivation Valley, I've still found a few flaws during this period of time. As long as you follow my method, I guarantee that we will be able to leave within 3 days." Oh, what flaws! This formation was set up with heaven, earth, black, and yellow as the foundation. Therefore, there were 4 key points of the formation in the 4 directions. As long as one of them is broken, the balance of the formation will be completely broken. Then we will be able to leave. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender fingers and pointed in the 4 directions. As she pointed, 4 lights lit up in the 4 directions. Use your physique to attack any one of them. As long as you can blast it away, we will be able to leave. A peerless formation formed with heaven, earth, black, and yellow as the foundation. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. With his back facing the mysterious woman, he opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked at the 4 lights. In the next moment, he was stunned. Under the heavenly secret divine eyes, he seemed to see through everything. There were 4 stone steels where the 4 lights were. These 4 stone steels had the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise engraved on them. 4 divine beasts in heaven, earth, black, and yellow. This was not an ordinary formation. Lin Xian was shocked. What was this valley of devil cultivation hiding? Why did it need such a formation to suppress it? But at this moment, the mysterious woman spoke again. "What are you hesitating for? Don't you want to leave? Fine, I'll give it a try." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He really did want to leave. His body shone brightly as he prepared to attack. However, at this moment, he inadvertently saw a trace of hope in the mysterious woman's eyes. What kind of light was that? Although it was only for a moment, Lin Xian clearly captured it with his heavenly secret divine eyes. Something was wrong. Lin Xian was shocked. That gaze was too strange. It did not look like she had been trapped for a few months. It was as if she had been trapped for thousands of years. She was too anxious. At the same time, a ball of doubt rose in his heart. Was this woman really like him, a peerless genius from the outside world who was trapped here? The aura on her body gave him a creepy feeling. Especially the great dragon sword soul in his body, it also looked as if it was facing a great enemy. This surprised him greatly. When he faced a small saint, he did not have such a reaction. Could it be that there was something wrong with this woman? Thinking of this, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and did not attack again. The mysterious woman behind him was also stunned. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "Oh, I was chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace and consumed a lot of energy. Let me recover for a while." With that, Lin Xian directly found a place, sat down, and was about to cultivate. He wanted to see what was so strange about this mysterious woman. As soon as he sat down, the mysterious woman said, "Cultivate? I have something that can help you recover. Why don't you use it?" She directly threw out a black fruit. The fruit was pitch black and covered with patterns that crawled like a poisonous snake. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw it. 10,000-year-old black serpent fruit. This was a very rare spirit fruit. Although it looked black and poisonous, it was really not poisonous at all. Moreover, its recovery effect was surprisingly good, not to mention that it was a 10,000-year-old fruit. Chapter 34:18. Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation and swallowed it. He wasn't afraid of being poisoned. The great dragon sword soul could destroy any poison. Sure enough, it didn't take long for his strength to recover to its peak. "Can we begin?" The mysterious woman asked again. Lin Xian said, "My strength has recovered, but I don't want to go out yet. Because the Vermilion Bird Palace will definitely be guarding outside. If I go out, it'll be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. So I plan to stay here for a while and cultivate." When I'm strong enough, or when the Vermilion Bird Palace loses their patience, I'll leave. Kid, do you really want to stay here forever? The mysterious woman asked in a low voice. Don't worry, I can't stay here forever. After 8 to 10 years, the people outside the Vermilion Bird Palace will lose their patience. I'll go out, Lin Xian said with a smile. It's just the Vermilion Bird Palace. I don't care about it. Help me break the array, and I'll help you destroy the surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace people. Looks like you're in a hurry to go out. Lin Xian glanced at her and revealed a faint smile. The mysterious woman snorted. But don't you want to go out? To be honest, I really don't want to go out now. Lin Xian shrugged and sat back down again. Damn kid. The mysterious woman took a step forward and her aura enveloped Lin Xian. Immediately, Lin Xian shuddered. But do you want to force me? I don't want to do this either, but you're the one who forced me. As expected, Lin Xian sneered. The mysterious woman was stunned. Then she said, You saw through me? If that's the case, then it doesn't matter. As long as I catch you, I have 100 ways to make you obediently break the array. She waved her hand and a ray of divine light shot into the sky and swept towards Lin Xian. It was like an immortal binding rope that wanted to bind Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly retreated and threw out a 5-colored palm with laws revolving around it. With a boom, the divine light collided with each other. However, his 5-colored palm was shattered. Lin Xian was shocked. His opponent was too terrifying. He quickly dodged. Useless brat, you're just an ant in front of me. You can't dodge at all. The mysterious woman revealed a cold smile. Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, Black Mountain said, Brat, it's useless. Use your trump card. She's not an ordinary person. She's a Saint King. Sage King. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Previously, He Shan had not spoken at all. He had thought that something had happened to He Shan. Who would have thought that Black Mountain would reveal the crux of the matter at this moment? Sage King. The woman in front of them was actually a Sage King. That was an existence second only to the Great Sage. Although Black Mountain was also the Great Sage, he was only a remnant soul of the Great Sage. His true strength might not even be as strong as Lin Xian. However, this mysterious woman was different. From the looks of it, it should be a living Sage King. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt that his scalp was about to explode. Damn it, this demon cultivation valley actually has a living Sage King. No wonder the small saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace didn't dare to enter. This was definitely an existence that could kill everything in an instant. In the next moment he was no longer careless. In front of a Sage King, there was no way he could escape. With a cold shout, he took out the Great Sage's Dharma idol and blocked in front of him. Then he channeled his energy into it. With a boom, the Great Sage's Dharma idol released an aura of righteousness and blocked the attack that was like a divine light. Buzz. The divine light was repelled, and the Great Sage's Dharma idol shook. Lin Xian's qi and blood were in turmoil, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly suppressed it and looked in front of him with a stunned expression. It actually blocked it. The mysterious woman in front of him also revealed a trace of surprise. She looked over with her beautiful eyes. The Great Sage's Dharma idol. You actually have such a thing. No wonder you can block it. She laughed. If it was the real Great Sage, I wouldn't be a match for it at all. But a Great Sage's Dharma idol is nothing in my eyes. As expected of a Sage King, she indeed had the confidence to say such words. Lin Xian said coldly as he supported the Great Sage's Dharma idol with one hand. Oh, you actually know my background? The mysterious woman was surprised, and then she laughed. With that laugh, it was as if the surrounding darkness had disappeared. Since you know, you should cooperate obediently. This way, you'll suffer less. Don't joke around. Since there is a formation here to seal you, it means that you are a very terrifying demon. If I let you out, I don't know how chaotic it will be outside. Besides, after you get out, you might kill me. I won't do such a stupid thing. Also, according to my speculation, although the surrounding formation seal is powerful, it should be used to deal with you. My divine body is of the purest yang, so it is not impossible for me to get out. Kid, you guessed right? I am indeed a sage king, and this array formation is also used to seal me. Those people who entered the Vermilion Bird Palace before were all killed by me. If you want to leave, these formations won't stop you, but can you leave? Although you have the great sage's Dharma idol, it is very easy for me to catch you. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying light surged from her body. Instantly, the entire void shattered. Lin Xian's body sank, and he felt as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him. His legs couldn't help but tremble, and he wanted to kneel down. Damn it! He roared angrily, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared, blocking the feeling of wanting to kneel down. At the same time, cold sweat flowed down his head. Was this the power of a sage king? Just her aura alone was enough to make him unable to resist. You can actually block the pressure of a sage king. Interesting. But it's not enough. You are too inexperienced. At this point, the aura on her body became terrifying again. Lin Xian roared angrily and slammed his palm on the great sage's Dharma idol. The great sage's Dharma idol shone brightly, and the righteous chi formed a seal that bombarded in all directions, completely enveloping him. A mere Dharma idol was useless. The mysterious woman pointed with her finger, and endless laws turned into balls of divine chains that entangled the great sage. Instantly, the righteous chi of heaven and earth disappeared. Lin Xian felt the pressure suddenly increase, and he kept retreating from the attacks. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the cracks on his body were terrifying. At this moment, a strange white color appeared in the mysterious woman's eyes, like a white vortex. She looked at Lin Xian and said at the same time, "Illusion soul." Not good. When he saw the white pupils in the other party's eyes, Lin Xian's expression changed. This was an illusion, a soul attack, and it was the soul attack of a sage king. He definitely couldn't fall for it. But he was still too late. In an instant, he froze there, and his soul seemed to be sucked into the white vortex. Chapter 34:19. The scene was too strange. Lin Xian's body was drenched in cold sweat. He had used the eye technique before. When he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes, his opponent would kneel and become his slave. But now, he was facing the same illusion. And the one who used it was the Sage King. Damn it. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly burst with golden light. He had activated the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. Golden flames burned fiercely. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared and turned into a dragon shadow, destroying the white vortex. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared. Thousands of sword chi rushed out of his body, and more cracks appeared on his body. But he did not submit, nor was he affected by the illusion. Is this the power of the Sage King? It's really powerful, but I'm not a pushover either. Lin Xian roared. His voice was like a real dragon, resounding in all directions. On the opposite side, the mysterious woman's face darkened. She was furious. A first heaven sage was no different from an ant in front of her. But now, this ant dared to jump around in front of her for such a long time? It's time to end this. The white light in her eyes became even more dazzling. The white vortex kept spinning and turned into two white demonic flowers. The golden runes formed by the heavenly secret divine eyes were also shattered. Golden blood flowed out of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian roared to the sky. The blood in his body boiled. The great dragon sword soul merged with him, and the peerless sword light destroyed everything. Although there were more injuries on his body, he was still not affected by the eye technique. Unless you kill me, you'll never make me submit. Lin Xian's voice was extremely sharp. Seeing this scene, the mysterious woman was also stunned. What a sharp aura. Her eye technique just now seemed to have subdued a small saint. He would become her slave. But the first heaven ant in front of her was unharmed. Although he was injured all over, his eyes were extremely clear. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? A terrifying killing intent appeared on her body, instantly forming a killing array. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattering. The Sage King was too powerful. Lin Xian's body was bleeding profusely. He laughed coldly and said, "Fine, then kill me. If you kill me, you can forget about leaving this place for the rest of your life." On the other side, the mysterious woman's face was gloomy. Indeed, one needed to have an extremely masculine physique to break through the formation. It wasn't easy for her to wait for one. If she really killed him now, it would be very troublesome for her to get out again. She might have to wait for another few thousand years. In the next moment, she withdrew her murderous aura. With a wave of his hand, the divine chains of law wrapped around Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian's injuries were healed. "Tell me, kid, what are your conditions? Feel free to mention it. What do you think? That's why you're helping me?" Lin Xian's face was a little pale. He was really shocked by the strength of a Sage King. With just a lift of his hand, he was able to recover from such serious injuries in an instant. It was truly shocking. After calming himself down, he asked, "Who are you? Why are you sealed here?" If she was a demon, he wouldn't let her out even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just him. Everyone would suffer. "I'm old ancestor Dongfang. You wouldn't know my name even if I told you," the mysterious woman said in a deep voice. Her gaze became ancient, as if she had experienced endless years. "As for why I'm trapped here? Of course, I was framed by despicable and shameless people. That's why I'm sealed here. 38,000 years ago, I became a Sage King and dominated the ancient path of the starry sky. Everyone thought highly of me and thought that I could enter the great sage realm within 1,000 years. It wasn't impossible for me to become a great emperor in the future. But in the end, I was framed by a few friends. They used the great sage's corpse to make poison and made me consume it. Then, they sealed me in a bronze coffin and sent me to this demonic pool. Then, those people set up a peerless formation and sealed this place. Even if I wake up, I'll be trapped here forever." At this point, monstrous killing intent rose from the other party's body again. This time, the killing intent was 100 times stronger than before. That place had completely turned into nothingness. Lin Xian's hair stood on end. Fortunately, the killing intent wasn't directed at him. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. She was framed? Moreover, it was from 38,000 years ago. Could it be? She had been in a deep sleep for tens of thousands of years? No wonder the demonic cultivation valley wasn't too dangerous before. Now that she had woken up, this place had become a land of death. What should he say? She was also a pitiful woman. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, Black Mountain transmitted a message to him. "Kid, don't let your emotions get the better of you. No matter how pitiful she is, she's still a Sage King. You can't be careless at all. Quickly, state your request and get benefits. That's the most important thing." Black Mountain was indeed the remnant soul of the great sage. He could still maintain his rationality at this time. Lin Xian took a deep breath and nodded. He naturally knew. Therefore, he said, "I can help you break the seal, but I have 2 requests." "Speak." The mysterious woman suddenly smiled. The vicissitudes of life in her eyes disappeared. The killing intent that filled the sky also disappeared. He really didn't know if the story just now was true or if she made it up. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. He said in a low voice, "First, I want you to swear on your life that you won't kill me. Second, you have to teach me one of your ultimate techniques." After saying this, Lin Xian looked at the other party nervously. After all, she was a Sage King. This level was too far away for him. She was like a high and mighty god. Therefore, he had to be careful. The mysterious woman nodded. "Kid, you're very rational. You know very well that these 2 requests aren't too much. Indeed, the first request was to protect his life. That was the most basic. The second request was to learn an ultimate technique. It was equivalent to the reward for breaking the seal. Therefore, the mysterious woman said, "I swear on my life that I won't kill you after I break free. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and my body and soul will be destroyed. I will never be able to reincarnate." Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of oath couldn't be made randomly, especially when one reached the Sage King realm. Every word and sentence was the law of heaven and earth. If one violated it, it would definitely lead to an unexpected disaster. Therefore, he knew that his life was saved. Next, his eyes were burning. What kind of ultimate technique was the other party going to teach him? The other party was a Sage King. The ultimate technique in the other party's hands was definitely not weak. Even if it couldn't be compared to the inheritance of the great sage, it wasn't far off. Chapter 34:20. Hearing this, Lin Xian became anxious. No, you have to teach it to me first. Although she promised not to kill him, he wouldn't be able to catch up with her if she left after breaking the seal. Where could he find her in the future? Therefore, Lin Xian decisively refused. You dare to question me? The mysterious woman's face darkened. A small ant dared to challenge her dignity again and again? If it was any other time, she could easily kill him with a breath. But now, she couldn't do anything. That was because she still needed to rely on him to break the formation. Therefore, she could only say patiently, "Good boy, no one has ever dared to challenge me like this. You are the first. Your courage is commendable. Fine, I will teach you the ultimate technique first. I am not afraid that you will go back on your words." Hearing this, Lin Xian was expressionless, but he rolled his eyes in his heart. Nonsense, you have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. It would be strange if you could see a ghost. He knew that he was her last hope because there were very few people in the universe with a physique like his. If she missed one, who knew how many years she would have to wait? The mysterious woman looked at Lin Xian. Just now, I saw that your physique was extremely masculine and had a sun-like illusion. It should be the divine nine-yang physique. The divine nine-yang physique is famous in the universe. Therefore, I will not teach you about body cultivation. Your soul and eye techniques are not bad. Moreover, you can use sword chi. You should be a swordsman. I can teach you soul-eye techniques, or I can teach you sword techniques. You can choose one of them. Your sword chi is too sharp. Even I am a little moved. You should have a treasure in your body, right? What is it? At this point, the mysterious woman looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. As expected of the Sage King, she could see through his characteristics in an instant. Divine body, soul, and sword chi, these were all his strengths. The secret of the divine nine-yang physique had been discovered by the other party. It was better to hide the secret of the great dragon sword soul. So he said, "Yes, I am indeed a swordsman. Moreover, what I comprehended is the will of sword Tao." As he spoke, he hurriedly displayed several strands of sword chi law. Of course, Lin Xian himself was not a sword Tao law, but the great dragon sword soul could simulate everything, so it should be possible to deceive a Saint King. Unless the Saint King investigated carefully. The other party glanced at him and no longer paid any attention to him. How about this? I'll teach you a sword technique that can increase your attack power. That way, your battle prowess will increase, and you'll be able to fight above your level. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. There was no need. He already had the great dragon sword soul, so why would he need to use his opponent's secret technique to increase his battle prowess? Therefore, he quickly shook his head. Refused to learn? The woman in black was stunned. To be honest, she was a Saint King. Which of the ultimate techniques she took out were not earth-shattering? In the outside world, those sages would definitely fight to the death. But now, this kid in the first celestial layer in front of him actually didn't want to learn? He even showed a look of disdain? How infuriating. Then I'll teach you a set of palm techniques. I refuse to learn. I refuse to learn. Lin Xian shook his head. Next, the mysterious woman's face was full of black lines. She said 3 ultimate techniques in a row, but the other party directly shook his head and refused. This made her so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Damn kid, what do you want? Senior, you really don't have any sincerity at all. I'm taking a great risk to break the array formation to let you out. Who knows if your story just now is true? You actually taught me such an ordinary divine ability? Can't you teach me a little of your legacy martial arts? Speaking of this, Lin Xian had a trace of hope. You actually have designs on my legacy martial arts. The woman in black was furious. If she took out her legacy, even Saint Kings of the same level would be jealous. How could she teach it to him? Alright kid, I'll teach you a true ultimate technique then. Although it's not my legacy, its power is definitely not weaker than mine. You should be satisfied this time. Oh, it's not weaker than the legacy of a Saint King? Lin Xian was surprised. What kind of divine ability is it? This divine ability was called stellar transposition. Stellar transposition? Lin Xian was stunned. Inside the moon-shaped pendant, Black Mountain exclaimed as if he had thought of something. Kid, use your full strength to attack me. The mysterious woman said. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard that. Then he said, Alright, I won't hold back then. He threw out a 5-colored palm that carried the 5 elements law and blasted forward. The mysterious woman drew a circle with her palm. It was unknown what kind of power she used, but the 5 elements palm was actually repelled by her. With an even more terrifying power, it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. Only then did he manage to dodge. What's going on? He was too shocked. From the looks of it, it was as if the other party had also thrown out a 5-colored palm. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. Perhaps he could really do that. However, the other party shouldn't be able to do that. Then what's going on? The mysterious woman said. Do you see it? This is stellar transposition. No matter what kind of divine ability it is, it can be redirected to the target you want to attack. How is it? Isn't this divine ability powerful? Indeed, it's very magical. Lin Xian was tempted. However, he was curious. He wondered if the great dragon sword soul could be broken. He didn't dare to try because he didn't want to expose the secret of his great dragon sword soul. Alright, I'll learn it. Lin Xian nodded. Next, the mysterious woman began to teach stellar transposition to Lin Xian. The general outline of stellar transposition was very short. It only had about 100 words, but the core of it was only 2 words. It was to turn and move. That was the most important thing. It could convert the opponent's power back or move it to another place. That was the mystery of stellar transposition. This move, when practiced to the end, was really too powerful. For example, this mysterious woman could even move the laws when she used stellar transposition. It could be said that its power was unfathomable. Lin Xian was only surprised at first. After all, he had 2 great inheritances and he didn't care about ordinary ones. However, the more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. This was simply too powerful. It was definitely not weaker than the 9-yang divine body. At this time, He Shan transmitted his voice. Of course, this was because the person who created stellar transposition eventually became a great emperor. What? This was created by a great emperor? Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. In that case, this should be an emperor divine ability. Lin Xian was too shocked. He didn't expect that Yan Nantian would obtain an emperor-grade mystique in the Devil Cultivation Valley, even though he didn't obtain the Hangguo inheritance. After knowing this, he cultivated even more wholeheartedly. During this time, he pestered the mysterious woman and asked her to explain it. Chapter 34:21. Therefore, Lin Xian's progress was very fast. Later on, he didn't need her guidance anymore. He just created a clone and started practicing. Lin Xian became more and more familiar with it. In the end, even the mysterious woman revealed a trace of surprise. What's going on with this kid? She was too surprised. Although stellar transposition looked simple, it was very difficult to master. After all, this was an emperor-level mystic art. Its origin was definitely extraordinary. Even a sage wouldn't be able to master it without hundreds of years. But Lin Xian actually managed to master it in such a short period of time. Although compared to her, it was still a far cry. But this kind of cultivation speed really shocked her. He's a genius, and a peerless one at that. His talent is too good. Why do I see the shadow of a young great emperor in him? The mysterious woman was a bit lost in thought, but then she shook her head. Great Emperor? That was a supreme existence. Not just anyone could achieve it. How many talented people had died on their way here? Countless great sages were filled with despair when it came to that step. So no one could guarantee that they wouldn't reach it. Although this young man in front of her was talented, he was still far from reaching that step. All right, this mystic art isn't something that can be mastered in a day or two. So now, you should start breaking the seal first. The mysterious woman urged. She had been trapped here for too long. She wanted to get out quickly. Lin Xian didn't immediately start. Instead, he said, Senior, although I can help you break the formation, what about after? You can leave, but I'll still be hunted down by the Vermilion Bird Palace. Even if you help me kill those people near the Devil Cultivation Valley, I'll still be threatened as long as the Vermilion Bird Palace isn't destroyed. So, why don't you teach me another mystic art? I'm only saying this to protect myself. This is definitely the last time. I won't ask for anything else in the future. The mysterious woman's face sank. Stellar transposition was already very powerful. It was an emperor-level mystic art. But she didn't expect him to want another mystic art. But after thinking about it, she suddenly smiled. All right, I'll teach you another mystic art. But this is the last time. If you dare to ask for anything from me, I'll kill you. Even if I don't get out, I won't be threatened by others. A sage king had her dignity. This mysterious woman would probably do what she said. Lin Xian said, Senior, don't worry. All right, I'll teach you another mystic art. Emerald Tide. It's an attack-type mystic art. Mystic art. Speaking up to this point, green Dao patterns suddenly appeared in the mysterious woman's eyes. They were densely packed, and the entire color had turned green. It was extremely strange. And Lin Xian's soul mystic art. Mystic art. Danger, an absolute danger. This eye technique was simply too terrifying. It could kill without leaving a trace. Then, the mystic arts art tide, mystic art. Lin Xian practiced it briefly and discovered that this eye technique was extremely profound. It was impossible to master it in a short period of time. Right now, he had only scratched the surface. But the mystic woman urged him again. Lin Xian stood up and said, Senior, I'll start breaking the array now. He walked to the front and activated his 9-yang divine body. The light on his body was like a sun. Then, ghostly qi filled the surroundings. The array formation appeared. The array formation was imprinted in the void. Looking at it could make one faint. It was a peerless array formation set up by supreme experts. However, the mystic woman had been here for so long. She had long studied the array formation. With Lin Xian's divine body, it wasn't a problem to break the array formation. Sure enough, it did not take long for one of the stone tablets to shatter into pieces. Countless cracks began to appear on the surrounding formation as well. Great! Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. But soon he was stunned, because he realized that after the array formation shattered, the mystic woman wasn't happy. Instead, she frowned. He also saw something different. Although the array formation had shattered, the surroundings were filled with a more terrifying aura. A few figures stood there in an eerie manner. Their auras were even more terrifying than the array formation. Could it be that they still had a backup plan? Who are these people? Why would they go to such lengths to seal the mystic woman? The mystic woman glanced at the 4 figures with a grin. How ruthless! How dare they use the sacred spirit's corpse to suppress me after the array formation is broken? Unfortunately, once the Heaven-Earth Arcane Yellow formation is broken, the sacred spirit's corpse won't be able to suppress me. Kid, lend me a hand. At this point, Lin Xian felt his body tremble as he lost control of his body. What? Lin Xian was shocked. He tried to resist, but the mystic woman's voice echoed in his ears. Don't resist. I won't do anything to you. I need to borrow your yang energy to break the formation. You won't be able to break the sacred spirit's array now, so let me do it. Lin Xian did not resist after hearing this. In the next moment his arm was raised. A golden sword qi soared into the sky. It was burning with the 9 suns' divine flame, releasing an unparalleled strength of yang. What kind of sword is this? Lin Xian's heart raced. The power was too strong. It was like a golden heavenly sword. The sword cut through the entire sky, and the skeletons of the 4 holy spirits in front of him roared crazily. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the power of the attack. A minor saint was instantly turned into ashes under such an attack. This was the power of a sage king. He could not block it at all. No wonder the mystic woman wanted to help him. Although the sacred spirit's power was terrifying and had an extremely evil aura, the mystic woman's method was even more terrifying. A golden sword was slashed out by her, instantly killing the 4 sacred spirit corpses. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The surging power made Lin Xian breathe instinctively. Boom, boom. In the end, the entire valley of devil cultivation was torn apart. Terrifying demonic chi soared into the sky. At this moment, the valley of devil cultivation was completely destroyed. This was a land of death. Even minor saints did not dare to come here. However, the mystic woman's attack had completely destroyed it. This was absolute power. Kid, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Maybe one day, we'll meet again. The mystic woman soared into the sky, turning into a black ray of light. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. Outside the Valley of Devil Cultivation, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were completely stunned. What's going on? Why is the Valley of Devil Cultivation moving? Suddenly, a violent energy rushed over and sent all of them flying. Many of these people were sages, yet they were sent flying out of worry, coughing up blood. Chapter 34:22. The young disciples were so scared that their scalps went numb. Suddenly, a person knelt on the ground in fear, trembling. Look, it's the Demon Cultivation Valley. The others looked carefully and sucked in a breath of cold air. A cross-shaped crack appeared in the middle of the Demon Cultivation Valley. The entire Demon Cultivation Valley was split into 4 halves. Boundless demonic aura surged and covered the entire sky. What happened? The people in the Demon Cultivation Valley were all stunned. They even forgot to send a message to the Grand Elder. At this moment, a ray of light streaked across the sky, bringing with it a boundless wave of energy. Not good, someone came out of the Demon Cultivation Valley. Could it be Lin Wudi? Many people wanted to go forward. But in the next moment, any martial saint who came close would be torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. That black ray of light was too terrifying. Everything in its path was turned into ashes. Run, run, run. The remaining Vermilion Bird Palace cultivators ran away like crazy. They knew that it definitely wasn't Lin Wudi. This was an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps it was the legendary existence that was sealed in the Devil Cultivation Valley. After the black ray of light left for a long time, they let out a sigh of relief. Although the surrounding aura was still terrifying, the destructive aura had already disappeared. They knew that the terrifying existence had left. Didn't that mean that they could enter the Demon Cultivation Valley? Thinking of this, their eyes lit up. But in the next moment, they screamed. It's him. He's there. They saw a figure coming out of the Demon Cultivation Valley below. That figure was like a sun war god, burning with golden flames. Lin Wudi, it's him. He's still alive. And he's coming out now. Go catch him. We can't let him leave. The surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace cultivators quickly surrounded him. The weaker ones were far away, notifying the headquarters. The stronger martial saints were crazily attacking. One of the martial saints spat out countless fire laws, forming a flame that kept spinning, wanting to envelop Lin Xian. It couldn't withstand a single blow. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the law of the 5 elements extinguished the fire. At this moment, a figure dashed over from afar. Die, kid. As soon as this figure appeared, it brought with it the might of the great sage. A saint of the second heaven. The Vermilion Bird Palace martial practitioners were all excited. That's great, even though their Grand Supreme Elder hasn't arrived yet. However, a saint of the second heaven had arrived. It was also very beneficial to them. After all, no matter how strong this Lin Wuti was, he was only a saint of the first heaven. The difference between the realms of each heaven of a saint was extremely huge. It was a chasm that could not be crossed. The other party was dead for sure. Kid, it's all over. The second-level sage was a middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, the nomological laws on his body formed a large cauldron. He quickly rushed over. The cauldron was incomparably heavy, suppressing everything. Lin Xian roared angrily. The law of the 5 elements formed a sort of nomological laws. It turned into a stream of light and slashed over. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The nomological powers of the two collided with a sonorous sound. The void shattered and the nomological laws danced. The flaming cauldron was actually blocked. The surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace people screamed crazily. How was that possible? They were all stunned. That was a saint of the second heaven. Against a person of the first heaven, he would definitely be instantly killed. Even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would be seriously injured. But now, Lin Wuti actually blocked the attack of a second heaven powerhouse. This was simply too inconceivable. Damn it, what was he doing? Perhaps the Vermilion Bird Palace saint of the second heaven was also extremely shocked. An ant was actually able to block his attack. Damn it, I don't believe it. You must be burning your life force. He roared angrily and attacked again. The flaming cauldron burned fiercely. 2 vermilion birds appeared on it. As they circled around each other, its power increased again. Lin Xian shouted coldly and used 9 suns open the sky. It collided with the other party's divine power again. The two collided and sparks flew. Lin Xian retreated, but the saint of the second heaven felt his arm go numb and his face was full of shock. The other party really blocked it. Damn it, how was that possible? The other saints of the first heaven were furious. The 3 saints of the first heaven also quickly charged forward. However, they were swept away by the other party's leg. The other party's leg carried a boundless aura. The law of the 5 elements surrounded it and all kinds of terrifying energy rushed over. The 3 of them were forced back. However, at this moment, a flying sword flew over. The flying sword was not big, only 1 meter long. The aura it carried was too terrifying. It was as if it could pierce through everything in the world. The law of killing. It was a move that was specially made for killing. Moreover, the person who attacked had a terrifying law power. He was also a saint of the second heaven. Another saint of the second heaven had descended. Moreover, he attacked with a fatal blow. His target was Lin Xian's neck. He could instantly cut off Lin Xian's head. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked, but he was not worried. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Stellar transposition. On his finger, the law of divine chains revolved and drew a 5-colored semicircle in the air. Immediately, the flying sword was repelled by the semicircle. It charged back at an even faster speed. With a scream sounded. Immediately after, an arm fell from the sky. Then, there was a crazy scream. Damn kid, how is that possible? I'll kill you. I'll tear you into pieces. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Under such a fatal blow, shouldn't Lin Wuti be dead for sure? But why was it that the one who screamed was not Lin Wuti, but their king from afar? An old man walked out from afar. He was wearing a vermilion bird robe and one of his arms was dripping with blood. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace were dumbfounded. A saint of the second heaven. Another saint of the second heaven. Moreover, he was injured by the other party in an instant. What the hell was going on? The old man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His arm was naturally chopped off by his own flying sword. But why did his flying sword fly back? Moreover, he was caught off guard. That was why his bigger arm was chopped off by the other party. Lin Xian's face was also filled with shock. Was this the stellar shift? It was really too powerful. To be honest, he was really overjoyed. With his strength, he could fight against a second heaven powerhouse. But against 2 second heaven powerhouses, if one of them launched a sneak attack, he would definitely have to use some trump cards. But now, with just one stellar transposition, he resolved the crisis. And he even injured the other party in an instant. As expected of a great emperor's ability. Damn it, this kid is too strange. All of you step it. Both of us. The middle-aged man said. Chapter 34:23. The old man walked up as well. 2 saints of the second heaven surrounded Lin Xian from the front and back. The remaining Vermilion Bird Palace people all retreated. They weren't worried. Perhaps they were careless before, but now, the 2 second heaven stage saints could definitely kill the other party. The 2 second heaven stage saints didn't waste any words and immediately attacked. Among them, the old man controlled the flying sword that flashed with incomparable killing intent. The law of killing pierced through the void. The other was the law of fire. The monstrous flames carried an incomparable aura. The combination of the two was incomparably terrifying. Even if the opponent was also a second heaven stage saint, he would probably die. Buzz. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear and used the 9-yang sword technique to fight against the flame cauldron. Although the other party was a second heaven stage saint, his 5 elements laws weren't weak either. Therefore, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. On the other side, he used the Kuan-Peng movement technique to dodge the flying sword. At the critical moment, he used the stellar transposition. This time, the flying sword directly attacked the middle-aged man. With a puchi, the middle-aged man was pierced by the flying sword. The middle-aged man screamed miserably as a bloody hole appeared on his body. The law of fire on his body was constantly repairing. His face was gloomy as he roared crazily. Damn it, you attacked me? The old man's face was also ugly. I didn't attack you, I killed that kid. Damn it, that kid is too strange. He seems to be able to affect my flying sword. Previously, I was injured by my own flying sword. What? The moment these words came out, the middle-aged man was stunned. The Vermilion Bird Palace experts were even more stunned. What was going on? Previously, they knew that Lin Xian had the 9-yang inheritance and the Great Dragon technique. His defense was strong and his attack was terrifying. But they had never seen him use such a strange method. Where did he get it from? Could it be the inheritance of the great emperor? However, they had never seen Yan Nantian use it before. Therefore, they were incomparably shocked. Lin Xian laughed. He laughed very happily. Could it be the divine ability of a great emperor? It was indeed powerful. He was able to face 2 saints of the second heaven without being at a disadvantage. However, he did not continue to fight, because he knew that these people had definitely notified the Vermilion Bird Palace's headquarters. It wouldn't be long before the little saints arrived. Therefore, Lin Xian laughed coldly. This young master has no time to play with you. Vermilion Bird Palace, I will remember you. In the future, I will uproot you. With that, Lin Xian soared into the sky, intending to leave. Damn it, stop him. Don't let him go. The surrounding people roared crazily. The 2 second heaven sages sneered. You want to leave? Do you think you can? The surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace experts all attacked. All sorts of weapon laws surged out. However, under Lin Xian's powerful battle prowess, everything turned to ashes. Nothing could stop him. The 5 elemental laws transformed him into a 5-colored divine dragon and flew quickly. The Vermilion Bird Palace experts were all stunned. Damn it, what kind of law was this? The other party had just become a first heaven sage not long ago, but the power of his law was so terrifying. It was not weak compared to the second heaven sages. One had to know that these second heaven sages had cultivated for thousands of years. That was why the power of their law was so strong. However, what did the other party have? Damn it, the 5 elemental laws. He had actually cultivated the 5 elemental laws into one. The 2 second heaven sages were also shocked. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and mountains of flames filled the sky, directly imprisoning heaven and earth. On the other side, the person who used the killing intent law instantly set up more than 1,000 killing arrays. The densely packed array made one's scalp tingle. The terrifying power instantly turned that space into a complete mess. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and used the Nine-Yang Sword technique. His left hand used the Stellar Transposition, and his powerful divine body suppressed everything. A portion of it was shattered, and some of the power was transferred to each other and attacked each other. Between heaven and earth, black holes kept appearing. Of course, the aftermath of this energy also blasted his body, causing his blood to roar. However, how strong was the Nine-Yang divine body? He was only slightly affected, but his foundation was not affected at all. He charged out forcefully. He came out, the other party escaped again. They were really stunned. Who was this person? They had never seen a first heaven sage like this. This was simply heaven-defying. Humph, I don't have time to play with you. Lin Xian rose into the air, but he did not completely leave. He still had one move that he had not used. He opened his heavenly secret divine eye, and green Dao patterns appeared in the golden runes. Blue Sea Tide. A ball of golden-green light exploded. With Lin Xian's eyes as the center, it spread in all directions. These green ripples were like waves, instantly roaring. The Vermilion Bird Palace experts who wanted to give chase were stunned. In the next moment, they hugged their heads and screamed. The first heaven sages' faces were twisted, and even the 2 second heaven sages' faces were pale. Not good. Soul attack. They all roared. Blue Sea Tide was not only a soul attack, but also a group attack. Once it was used, everyone in the space would be affected. Some of the weaker ones were directly killed. Their bodies were intact, but there was no vitality. The first heaven sages were also seriously injured. Their faces were pale, and they looked dispirited. Even the 2 second heaven sages were covered in cold sweat. They were also affected. Damn it, what kind of move was this? It was too terrifying. The other party's strength was simply beyond their imagination. This must be the inheritance of a great emperor. It was very likely that he had learned the inheritance of great Emperor Hongwu. Yes, that's right. The other old man's eyes were also shining. Although it was different from Yan Nanshan's, Yan Nantian was only a half-saint before, and this kid was a sage. He might have cultivated the inheritance that Yan Nantian did not know. Kill him, and we must get the inheritance of great Emperor Hongwu. These people were crazy. Buzz. Heaven and earth shattered, and 2 little saints descended, bringing with them more Vermilion Bird Palace experts. Where is he? One of the little saints asked coldly. The others all knelt on the ground and reported to the Grand Elder. That person is very strange and powerful. He probably cultivated the inheritance of a great emperor. What? Chase after him. Also, mobilize everyone. Don't let him escape on the path to planet Langya. The Vermilion Bird Palace chased after him like crazy. Everyone on planet Suzaku was completely shocked at this moment. They knew that the Vermilion Bird Palace was chasing after Lin Wudi. However, it had been calm during this period of time, and they thought that the matter was over. They didn't expect the Vermilion Bird Palace to go crazy again today. Chapter 34-24. And this time, regardless of whether it was on planet Suzaku, the Vermilion Bird Palace had already come to the outer realm. It looked like they had set up something on the ancient star path. This scene shocked everyone. Perhaps something big was about to happen. The people from the other star realms also sensed this, and they were immediately puzzled. They all poked their heads out, and then they all sucked in a cold breath. The Vermilion Bird Palace was going to attack Lin Wudi. What was going on? Were they going to clear the path for him? After the Dark Moon Divine Hall learned of this, they frowned. They had to investigate carefully. Not only the Dark Moon Divine Hall, but the Eight Wind Palace and other top factions were also investigating this matter, because they felt that this was too unusual. Under normal circumstances, if they wanted to kill Lin Wudi, such a threatening peerless prodigy, they would secretly send experts to kill him. They definitely wouldn't do it on such a large scale. After all, killing a peerless prodigy with great fanfare was a huge taboo on the ancient star path. Because if such a thing wasn't restrained and spread, then all the factions would be in trouble. If you had experts and could kill the prodigies of other sects, then the experts of other sects could also kill your prodigies. then it would be a complete mess. Therefore, they wouldn't openly carry out such a large-scale killing. They would only launch sneak attacks, so that others couldn't find evidence. But now, the Vermilion Bird Palace's actions were very unusual. Therefore, the other sacred grounds felt that something must have happened that they didn't know. This caused the Vermilion Bird Palace to go completely berserk. At the same time, they had another question. Logically speaking, Lin Wudi should have gone to the Void Ocean. Why was he here? Why was he being chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace? Could it be that something had happened in the Void Sea? Could it be that Yen Nantian was defeated by Lin Wudi in the Void Sea again? They were very confused, so they decided to ask about the Void Sea. The Void Sea was too far away, but each family and sect had their own voice transmission array. They sent out messages to ask those people in the Void Sea. However, after waiting for a long time, they didn't receive any response. It was as if those people had disappeared. Damn it, how is this possible? Once again, they sent out messages and inquired. However, there was no response. This time, those people panicked. That shouldn't be the case. Looking at the time, it should be about time for him to return. Furthermore, Lin Wudi's return meant that the Void Ocean must have ended. But why didn't our people react? Could it be that there was an accident? Thinking of this possibility, their hearts sank and they hurriedly went to investigate. Each of these forces had sent a small team to the Void Sea to find out what was going on. At the same time, they were also gathering information like crazy on planet Suzaku because the people of planet Suzaku must know something. Very few people knew that Yen Nantian had been killed. Aside from the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace, those who knew had all been killed. Therefore, no one else on planet Suzaku knew that Yen Nantian was dead, and the people of Suzaku Palace wouldn't say anything even if they were beaten to death. After asking around, the major forces only found out that Lin Wudi seemed to have obtained some incredible treasure. The Vermilion Bird Palace was jealous, which was why they attacked like crazy. Treasure? Lin Wudi? Void Ocean? Suddenly, they were startled. Could it be that Lin Wudi had obtained some important treasure from the Void Ocean? The Vermilion Bird Palace was jealous, which was why they were chasing after him like crazy. At the same time, they found out that Saint Mu Bai of planet Langya had already returned. Yen Ryu and the North Demon had also left. The moment the news came out, they were all stunned. The people of planet Langya had returned safely. Lin Wudi was also causing trouble outside, but their people had mysteriously disappeared. This made them realize that something must have happened in the Void Ocean, and this change was likely related to the Vermilion Bird Palace's anger. Damn it, what was it? They could only ask the people of Vermilion Bird Palace while going to planet Langya to gather information. Of course, Lin Xian didn't know any of this. Lin Xian was very safe at the moment because he was still on planet Suzaku. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace would never have guessed that he would be in such a dangerous place. In a very remote mountain range on planet Suzu, Lin Xian opened up a cave tens of thousands of miles underground. He was cultivating there. He wanted to improve stellar transposition and blue tide again. The reason for that was because these two mystic skills were simply too powerful. It was the first time Lin Xian had used them, and he could already feel how powerful they were. Therefore, he knew that they would be important for him in the future. He had to make use of this time to improve. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He felt that it was time to go back. Although the most dangerous place was the safest place, there might be some terrifying existence awakening in Vermilion Bird Palace. This time it was a small saint. If a holy sovereign or sage king awakened, it would be bad. The means of a sage king made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Therefore, he felt that it was safest to return to planet Langya first. Kid, are you sure you want to go back? At this moment, the great sage of Black Mountain sent a voice transmission. If the news of Yen Nanshan's death spreads, everyone's target will be you. Previously, you had 2 great inheritances, which was already very eye-catching. However, you were strong at that time and had planet Langya. Moreover, there was a dazzling genius like Yen Nantian to distract them. Therefore, you were not in too much danger at that time. But now Yen Nantian is dead, and it was you who killed him. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Yan Nanshan's inheritance must be with you. Although the 9 sons' inheritance was tempting, they still had to think about it. However, Great Emperor Hongwu's inheritance was different. The inheritance of a great emperor, not to mention these sages, even the sage king and the great sage would be jealous. At that time, do you think the Langya star will make a move on you? Hearing this, Lin Xian was silent for a while. But soon, he said, I believe the Langya star will not. Moreover, they should be able to deduce that I did not obtain the true inheritance of a great emperor. Therefore, I have decided to go back. All right. Black Mountain did not say anything else. Lin Xian hid his aura and quietly prepared to leave. In the past half a year, Dragon Valley, 8-Wind Palace, and other powerful forces had gone crazy. Because they were really crazy. In half a year, there was no news of the experts and geniuses that they had sent to the Void Ocean. This made them despair. They knew that these people were most likely dead. Chapter 34-25. Among them, they focused their investigation on the Langya star because they were the only ones who managed to return. Although the Vermilion Bird Palace had gone berserk, the people they had sent to the Void Ocean had not returned either. The Langya star acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They once again activated their world-level array formation and enveloped the entire star realm. They also refused to provide any clues to anyone. However, the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Palace were very powerful, so they still managed to get some information. First, they confirmed that only Sage Mu Bai had returned. Other than him, everyone else seemed to have died. It was also revealed that Lin Xian had obtained the great sage's inheritance from the Sikong family. It was also said that the deaths of the powerhouses and geniuses of the various large families were related to the inheritance of the great sage. When this news spread, the surrounding large families and sects were all stunned. Indeed, a peerless treasure had indeed appeared. The great sage's inheritance. Even they were jealous of it now. No wonder the Vermilion Bird Palace had attacked so crazily. It seemed like they were after the great sage's inheritance. Should we make a move? Damn it, Lin Wudi had not returned to the Langya star yet. We must act quickly. Yes, we must not let the Vermilion Bird Palace get ahead of us. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Palace were quickly discussing countermeasures. The people from the Sikong clan were completely crazy. They had not paid much attention before, but when they heard that the great sage's inheritance had appeared, they were all pleasantly surprised. However, when they learned that the great sage's inheritance had been snatched away by an outsider, they went completely crazy. Their reaction was not any worse than the Vermilion Bird Palace's. Damn it! Our own ancestors' inheritance must not fall into the hands of others. Yes, capture that Lin Wudi and tear him to pieces. Lin Wudi was too greedy. He already had the 9 sons and great dragon's inheritances, but he still wanted the great sage's inheritance. He deserved to die. The Sikong family swore that they would capture him and take back their inheritance. The Langya star. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. Actually, after Sage Mu Bai returned, he had immediately sent people to receive Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was too dangerous. However, when they returned to the vicinity of the Void Ocean, they realized that there was no one there. Lin Xian was nowhere to be found. This made them extremely anxious. In the end, they discovered that the news had been exposed, and countless experts had come to besiege the Langya star. As a result, they had no choice but to activate a world-level defensive formation. At the same time, they were even more worried about Lin Xian's safety. These people would definitely go crazy and chase after Lin Xian without a care for anything else. However, there was one piece of information that surprised them greatly. Lin Xian actually went to planet Suzaku. What was going on? This information was obtained by chance, so they were even more confused. Could it be related to Yan Nantian? They didn't know, so they could only send people to search quickly. However, at this moment, a piece of news spread. The moment this news came out, it caused an uproar in the myriad worlds. Yan Nantian was dead. Yan Nantian was killed. and he was killed by Lin Wudi. This piece of news was simply too crazy. The various large families, sects, and holy lands were all stunned. When the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace heard this news, they also roared like crazy. Damn it, who was it? They had already killed everyone who knew. The others were all members of the Vermilion Bird Palace, so it was impossible for them to leak the news. But now the news had actually spread. Reporting to the palace master, a saint has disappeared. This piece of news spread in the Vermilion Bird Palace. When the palace master and the grand elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace heard this, their expressions changed. Damn it, this is bad. An expert has kidnapped one of our saints and is searching his soul. That was how they learned about Yen Nantian. This little saint's guess was right. The person who did it was someone from the Eight-Wind Palace. A little saint from the Eight-Wind Palace secretly kidnapped a saint from the Vermilion Bird Palace on planet Suzaku. Then, they received this news after searching his soul. When they heard this news, they were also extremely shocked. Yen Nantian was dead. He was killed by Lin Wudi. No wonder the Vermilion Bird Palace was so crazy. Yen Nantian was the hope of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Now, their hope was extinguished. How could they not be crazy? Moreover, they guessed that Yen Nantian's inheritance might have fallen into Lin Xian's hands. This made them even more jealous. No, they had to keep this news a secret and secretly arrest Lin Wudi. However, they didn't expect the Eight-Wind Palace to have spies as well. That was why the news spread. And it spread all over the universe. Once the news was out, it was a big deal. It wasn't just about the Void Sea and the Great Sage's inheritance. It involved the inheritance of an emperor. They were well aware of how terrifying the inheritance of Great Emperor Hongwu was. If they could get it, their chances of becoming a great emperor would increase greatly. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. The Langya star was already in the limelight. This news caused the Langya star to be in extreme danger again. The Langya star had no choice but to activate many world-class formations. Even the Langya Palace's palace lord and some grand elders had no choice but to go to the underground dragon vein to awaken some living fossils at any time. They used their foundation to prevent the destruction of the world. Langya Palace. The dark red dragon was extremely anxious. Yen Ruyu had already left, but the northern demon and his sisters stayed behind. The northern demon stood on a mountain peak and frowned. He didn't know how Brother Lin was doing now. To be honest, he was really worried. Beside him, the dark red dragon also walked out and shook his head with a sigh. The northern demon asked, "Have you found him?" The dark red dragon said, "No, I can't contact him." However, Saint Mubai and the others had already deduced that his life was not in danger. This was probably the best result. As for where that kid was, they still didn't know. "But it seems that you guys miss me a lot?" At this moment, a faint voice sounded. The dark red dragon was shocked. Damn, who is it? His dragon blood surged, and he was ready to attack at any time. The northern demon exclaimed, "Brother Lin, is that you?" "Yes, it's me." The void in front of him split open, and a figure walked out. The northern demon was happy, but the dark red dragon was puzzled. "Wait, who knows if it's a liar? Kid, show me your 9-yang divine body and great dragon sword soul. You've become more cautious after not seeing you for a few days in Ruffian Dragon." In front of him, Lin Xian smiled. The 9-yang divine body bloomed, and the great dragon sword's soul rumbled. The blood in the dark red dragon's body also surged. He said, "It's really, I knew you wouldn't die." He rushed forward, and so did the northern demon. They were too happy. "Of course, I'm fine. By the way, where's Ruyu?" Lin Xian asked. Chapter 3426. Lin Xian knew that his whereabouts had been exposed along the way. Moreover, he had encountered many probes along the way. However, he had concealed his aura, and with the cover of the Great Sage of the Black Mountain, he had arrived at the Langya Star in a dangerous situation. After arriving at the Langya Star, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yen Ruyu had already returned. He had originally wanted to stay here, but the Langya star had been surrounded. Thus, the two protectors beside her forcibly pulled her away. So that was the case. Lin Xian nodded. However, he was relieved to know that Yen Ryu was fine. Let's go and meet Saint Mubai. They quickly soared into the sky. When they saw the main hall, Saint Mubai and the others screamed, "Lin Xian, you're finally back." They finally heaved a sigh of relief. They had already heard the news of Yan Nanshan's death, but if Lin Xian died, the loss would be even greater. They did not expect that Lin Xian had finally returned safely. That was great. Immediately, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master and the elders arrived. When they saw this scene, they burst out laughing. "The heavens are helping me. Quickly strengthen the defense and seal off the news. No one is allowed to spread the news of Lin Xian. Those who violate the order will be killed without mercy." The Langya Palace lord immediately gave the order. Next, the Langya Palace held a banquet. The main character of the banquet was naturally Lin Xian. Lin Xian was their greatest reliance now. He was powerful and talented. His future was limitless. More importantly, he had brought back the great sage's Dharma power and solved the crisis of the Langya star. It could be said that the entire Langya star was excited and worshipped Lin Xian. However, at this moment an old man spoke. "Rumor has it that you killed Yan Nantian. Is that true?" As soon as he said that, the surrounding people stopped talking. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Lin Xian with wide eyes. Not good. The dark red divine dragon cursed inwardly. Oh no. Saint Mu Bai also frowned. He said that these were just rumors and should not be taken seriously. Is that so? What a pity. I originally thought that Hall Master Lin had killed Yan Nantian and obtained his inheritance. He initially wanted to see what the succession of a martial monarch was like. The old man shook his head and didn't say anything else. After that, the atmosphere of the banquet became a little strange, so it ended early. Lin Xian gave the great sage's Dharma idol to the Langya star so that they could use it to suppress the demonic qi on the Langya star. As for him, he returned to the 8th hall. Because now that place was his territory. The North Fae and the dark red divine dragon had also arrived at the 8th palace. They had been assigned as vice palace masters. However, they were not too excited. This title meant nothing to them. After entering the 8th palace, the dark red divine dragons set up a formation to isolate everything. "Did you really kill Yan Nantian, brat? You really killed him?" The North Fae was also very curious. This was because the news outside was spreading like wildfire. Facing the two, Lin Xian had nothing to hide. He said, "That's right, I did kill Yan Nantian." The two of them sucked in a cold breath. The North Fae asked, "Did Yan Nantian not revive?" He had a martial monarch regeneration talisman. Lin Xian said, "I've killed him many times and used up all his martial monarch regeneration talismans. This time, he's completely dead." The dark red divine dragon asked, "Where's the inheritance? Did you obtain the great emperor's inheritance?" He was too excited. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "No, the inheritance of a martial monarch wasn't that easy to get. You'd probably have to have a supreme opportunity. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get it. After I killed Yan Nantian, the inheritance of martial monarch Hongwu flew away on its own." What? That's what happened? The dark red divine dragon and the North Fae were stunned. They then sighed. They knew that Lin Xian wouldn't lie to them. What a pity. That was the inheritance of a martial monarch. If you could get it, your chances of becoming a martial monarch would be much higher. It's useless. The inheritance of a martial monarch didn't acknowledge you. Even if you were the great sage, you wouldn't be able to get it. So, there was nothing to regret. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't take this matter to heart. However, the North Fae frowned. "We believe in this matter." But if he were to say it out loud, no one would believe him. Yes, he thought that the Langya star was very reliable. But now, at the banquet, someone was asking about this matter. Obviously, these people were jealous of the inheritance of a martial monarch. "Do you think that the Langya star will take action?" Lin Xian was silent. He had just helped the Langya star suppress the demonic energy. These people wouldn't be so ungrateful, right? "Kid, you don't know that the Langya star isn't an iron bucket. There are many factions inside. Especially now, there are so many strong enemies outside. Some living fossils under the dragon vein are about to awaken. Maybe one or two of them have already woken up. On the surface, the palace master was powerful and could manage everything. However, he couldn't interfere with those living fossils at all. In the end, he might even be a mere figurehead. So, if a living fossil wanted to snatch it, the Langya Palace Master and Saint Mu Bai wouldn't be able to do anything. Hearing this, Lin Xian was silent. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. However, after thinking about it, he said that there were more strong enemies outside. Dragon Valley, 8-Wind Palace, and those were all looking for him. There was also Vermilion Bird Palace. So, it wasn't safe outside. It was better to stay on the Langya Star. You said it yourself. Only some people are jealous. There are also some who will protect us. So, it won't be easy for those people to make a move. The North Fae and the Dark Red Divine Dragon nodded. Since Lin Xian said so, they would settle down here for the time being. They would go out when the situation outside calmed down. However, 3 days later, someone came to invite Lin Xian for tea. It was someone from the second palace. Lin Xian frowned at this invitation. He didn't know anyone from the second palace. He only knew a few people like Saint Mu Bai. As for the people from the second palace, he really didn't know. My elders said that I must invite Palace Master Lin. Otherwise, I'll be punished and face the wall for 100 years. So, please go, Palace Master Lin. Outside the door, a little boy insisted. It seemed that he wouldn't leave if Lin Xian didn't go. What should I do? Kid, do you want to go? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then he said, okay, I'll see what they have up their sleeves. My 2 friends also wanted to go with us. The little boy said, sure, Palace Master Lin can bring any friends. The little boy led the way happily. Lin Xian and the rest followed behind. The Langya Star was full of Langya Palace's forces. So, the distance between the second palace and the 8th palace was quite far. The spirit boat flew for half a day before they arrived at the second palace. Chapter 34:27. In the second hall, the cloud mist immortal vines emitted a brilliant glow. The mountains seemed to have split the heavens and earth apart, giving off a magnificent aura. Waterfalls cascaded down from the mountains like the Milky Way, hanging upside down from the 9 heavens. It was a spectacular sight. Just as they approached, 2 figures instantly rushed out from the mountain range below and shouted coldly. You're right. Stop where you. The 2 people were wearing armor and had powerful auras. They were obviously mountain guards. The boy said, it's me. I'm here on the Elder's orders to invite Hallmaster Lin. It turned out to be Hallmaster Lin. The 2 guards in front cupped their fists respectfully when they saw Lin Xian and made an inviting gesture. Lin Xian and the others followed the boy and entered the mountains and rivers below. They landed on a platform that was cut in the middle of the mountains. There were many spirit flowers and spirit herbs on it, and it was indeed a good place to live. However, after they settled down, Lin Xian and the others waited for 2 days, but no one came to see them. The dark red dragon was impatient. Damn, what's the meaning of this? Are they messing with us? Lin Xian also frowned. The northern demon also said coldly, what's going on? Are they trying to intimidate us? Indeed, they were invited, but the owner of this place refused to see them and left the place cold for 3 days. Anyone would be angry if that happened. Since they're not coming, let's go. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a group of people flew over from afar. The leader was a man who looked like a young master. He held a folding fan and walked over with a smile. Hallmaster Lin, sorry for the disrespect. Our elder had something to do and was delayed. Please don't blame us, Hallmaster Lin. Our Hallmaster sent me to accompany you, Hallmaster Lin. The people around him were also smiling, but he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the smiles in their eyes were not very friendly. No, I have something to do too. Let's talk about tea later. Lin Xian prepared to leave. However, the young man with the folding fan said, Hallmaster Lin, that's not very good. Since you're already here, Why don't you stay for a while longer? Otherwise, we'll have come for nothing. Hearing that, the dark red dragon sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to us? You came for nothing, but didn't we come for nothing too? You're just a little disciple. Are you unhappy that you came for nothing? But who are we? We have 2 deputy hallmasters and a hallmaster of the 8th hall. We've waited here for 3 days and nights. Do you think we're happy? Damn it, are you playing with us? Come fight, the dark red dragon. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the surrounding people darkened. Did this mean that Palace Master Lin was not giving face to the 2nd hall? Face is earned. Since you don't want to give me face? If that's the case, aren't you thinking too much by asking me to give you face? Lin Xian's face darkened as well. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Hee, Hall Leader Lin, our 2nd hall is not a place you can come and go as you please. The young man with a fan let out a hollow laugh. You. Looks like you don't know what's good for you. The Crimson Divine Dragon also lost his temper. He was originally an arrogant fellow, not to mention that he was from the Divine Dragon clan. Why would he care about these people? Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he knew what was going on. These people had lured them here, but no one came to see them. After they left, they didn't let them leave. They were obviously putting them under house arrest. He instantly understood what the other party was planning. It looked like some people were too greedy and coveted the great emperor's inheritance. Hearing what the dark red dragon said, the young man said coldly, "We, the 2nd hall, don't fight easily. However, we, the 2nd hall, have our own rules. Not everyone can challenge us. Everyone, please be patient." At this moment, a few figures flew over from afar. When they saw the figures, the surrounding people quickly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder." After they landed, they said with a smile, "Hallmaster Lin, it's a misunderstanding. You haven't seen us for a few days. What's there to misunderstand?" The dark red dragon snorted. The people from the 2nd hall didn't get angry. Among them, the leader was an elder who looked young. He said, "Hallmaster Lin, didn't you bring the great sage Dharma idol? It did suppress a part of the demonic chi. However, there's still a part that's hidden too deep. We can't communicate with it at the moment. Therefore, we would like to borrow Hallmaster Lin's great spear of destruction. We'll use it to draw out the remaining demonic chi and suppress it together." "Oh, this." Lin Xian frowned. Was he thinking too much? He said, "All right, I'll go with you." "Hallmaster Lin, you don't have to do this personally. Hallmaster Lin, you've just returned from outside. You must be tired. Hallmaster Lin, you only need to rest here and hand the great spear of destruction to us." "Hand it to you?" Lin Xian frowned. The dark red dragon snorted. "Kid, don't do that. Who knows what they're planning? Hallmaster Lin, you're thinking too much. Don't you believe me?" At this moment, an old man stood out. Seeing this person, the Northern Demon and An Hong both exclaimed in surprise because they recognized this person. This person was one of the experts who had followed Sage Mubai to bring them back from the Void Ocean. They didn't expect him to be here too. Could it be true? Lin Xian said. "Where's Elder Mubai? If he's here, I'll lend it to you." "Hallmaster Lin, I'm here." Seems like shopkeeper Lin is thinking too much. Sage Mubai descended. "Them he's here. Could this old man be a fake?" The dark red dragon took a closer look but didn't find anything strange. The Northern Demon frowned as well. Lin Xian was shocked. "Could it be that I'm thinking too much? All right, I'll lend it to you then." Since the other party was here to borrow a Dharma treasure to suppress the demonic chi, he didn't think too much. Therefore, he took out the great spear of destruction and gave it to Sage Mubai and the others. Those people laughed. "Don't worry, Hallmaster Lin. Just wait here for a while. We'll return it within 7 days." Then, the few of them quickly rose into the air. "Hallmaster Lin, please." The young man with a folding fan said and gestured for him to leave. Lin Xian said, "There's no need. I'll go back first. I'll come back when the time comes." He immediately activated the teleportation array and left quickly. However, after waiting for 7 days, no one returned the great spear of destruction. There wasn't even an explanation. This made Lin Xian frown. Damn it, what's wrong with these guys? Could it be that they don't want to give it to us anymore? The dark red dragon muttered. The northern demon said, perhaps they haven't succeeded in communicating with the demonic chi. But that's not right. Even if they haven't succeeded, they should have said something, right? They looked at Lin Xian. Kid, what do you think we should do? Chapter 34:28. Lin Xian stood up. I'll go look for Saint Mubai. He leaped into the air. The others followed him. The dark red divine dragon and the northern demon followed him. They activated the array formation and headed to Saint Mubai's cave. When they arrived, Saint Mubai was surprised. Why are you here instead of resting? Is there something wrong? The dark red divine dragon said. Old man, you said it well. You borrowed our great spear of destruction and said you would return it in 7 days. Why are you acting like nothing happened? Let me ask you, where is the great spear of destruction? What great spear of destruction? Saint Mubai was stunned. I've never seen it before. How is that possible? Damn it, you're not thinking of taking the great spear of destruction for yourself, are you? Saint Mubai frowned. I've been discussing things with the Palace Master and the others for the past few days. Palace Master Lin will know if you check. Did something happen to Palace Master Lin? Lin Xian furrowed his brows and recounted the events that had transpired. Saint Mubai's expression changed. Damn the second palace. How dare they impersonate me? I'll take you there. No need. Since it's not you, Saint Mubai, I know what's going on. I can deal with this matter myself. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a cold light. It seemed that someone had actually set their sights on him. Since that was the case, he didn't mind showing off his strength. With that, Lin Xian left. The dark red divine dragon and the northern demon followed him. They frowned and said, It seems that we've been deceived. Yes, it's not Saint Mubai at all. Could it be that someone else is impersonating him to steal the great spear of destruction? Needless to say, it must be the people from the second palace. Damn it, isn't the second palace too bold? The great spear of destruction was a sacred weapon and a world-famous murderous weapon. If we can get it, our strength will increase greatly. Someone must be targeting us. We tried so hard to prevent them from asking about the great emperor's inheritance, but we didn't expect them to target the great spear of destruction. Kid, you can't be soft this time. Otherwise, they'll think we're easy to bully. The dark red dragon gnashed its teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Of course, I'll let them know that I, Lin Xian, won't let them take my things so easily. They flew all the way to the area of the second hall. Who was it? The two guards coldly shouted again. However, Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he directly rushed in. Someone was trying to force their way in. The two guards were shocked. The northern devil said, This is the 8th palace master. He has come here for business. The 8th palace master. When the two of them heard this, they were stunned. They realized that it was indeed Lin Xian who had come. Please let us inform them. No, I'll go by myself. Lin Xian immediately flew off into the distance. When the two guards saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly reported the matter. Soon, a few figures rushed out of the second hall. Hallmaster Lin. These people were the ones from before. The one leading them was the young man with the folding fan. Hallmaster Lin, why have you come to my second hall in such a hurry? The young man with a folding fan asked with a smile. Oh, you sure know how to pretend. What do you want? You took our great spear of destruction. Of course, we're here to take it back. The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. The young man with the folding fan was stunned. The dark red divine dragon yelled. Damn, aren't you too shameless? 7 days ago, a group of elders borrowed our great spear of destruction here. How dare you say that this didn't happen? Oh, I'm sorry about what happened a few days ago. I've been too busy recently. I'll have to ask about this matter. Hallmaster Lin, I'll lead you to rest. No need. Lin Xian stood in the void and said coldly, I'll go and ask about it first. The young man with the folding fan turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. After about 2 hours, he returned and sighed. Oh, Hallmaster Lin, I'm so sorry. You came at such a bad time. Our elder Hunyuan is in seclusion now. Therefore, I don't know how Hallmaster Lin's weapon is. However, Hallmaster Lin, you don't have to be anxious. Wait for some time. When our elder comes out of seclusion, I think you can ask him then. Seclusion? The North Demon's expression changed. It was obvious that the young man was trying to deny it. The dark red divine dragon's temper was much more irritable than the North Demon's. Therefore, he immediately became angry. Damn it, do you think we're fools? What? Your elder wants to take our great spear of destruction. You really don't know what's good for you. Where is he in seclusion? I'll kill him with one slap. As the dark red divine dragon spoke, the surrounding situation changed. The expressions of the people from the second hall also changed. The young man with the folding fan also frowned. I think you'd better calm down. Some things can't be said carelessly. Although you're the deputy hallmaster, you're only from the 8th hall. Compared to the second hall, you're too weak. If you want to behave atrociously in the second hall, you'd better find out the situation of the entire Langya Star before you decide whether to make a move. The young man with the folding fan said arrogantly. He was indeed very confident. The entire Langya Star was filled with people from the Langya Palace. However, it was divided into many regions. Lin Xian and the others were only from the 8th hall. It could be said that the 8th hall's power in the entire Langya Star was relatively small and could not be compared to the second hall. Although these people were the hallmasters and deputy hallmasters, in terms of real power, they were not even comparable to an elder from the second hall. This was the difference between the second hall and the 8th hall. In the entire Langya Star, the second hall was probably only slightly weaker than the first hall. They did not care about the rest. Therefore, in their opinion, no one would dare to behave atrociously in the second hall. Is that so? Looks like you're really courting death. The dark red dragon sneered and waved his dragon claw, directly grabbing forward. You're courting death. The young man with the folding fan was also furious. He waved the folding fan in his hand and a terrifying fragment of the order rushed out, bringing with it a ray of light that lit up half the sky like the sun. Boom! The ray of light blocked the dark red divine dragon's dragon claw. The violent energy caused terrifying cracks to appear in the surrounding void. You're quite strong, but try this again. The dark red divine dragon's dragon blood surged and instantly attacked again, directly tearing apart the ray of light. The dragon claw directly grabbed the young man's body and with a strong grip, the young man's bones cracked and cracked. The young man with the folding fan let out a miserable cry. Damn it, how dare you hurt our young master? The surrounding people's faces changed. The young man with the folding fan was the descendant of an elder and had a noble status. If anything happened to him, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Looks like we've caught a powerful person. Very well, if you want him to live, obediently do as we say. Chapter 3429. Lead the way. Go to that elder Huinyuan's place of seclusion. Otherwise, I'll kill him directly and destroy his soul. As the dark rainbow divine dragon said this, the killing intent on its body became stronger. Lin Xian stood there and did not make a move at all. There was no need for him to deal with such a small character. The surrounding warriors looked at each other. For a moment they were in a dilemma. At this moment, the young man with the folding fan held by the dragon claw said with difficulty, "Bring them there." "All right, follow me." After the warriors of the second hall heard this, they led the way. They passed through the tall mountains and came to a quiet place. The aura here was completely different from the outside. A few mountains stood there, forming a formation. It was very exquisite. Between the mountains and forests, there were spirit springs and waterfalls. Clouds and mist filled the air. The spiritual energy here was much denser than the outside world. This was really a treasure land. It seemed that it was indeed the place of a certain elder. Elder Hunyuan, get out here. The dark rainbow divine dragon roared. Its voice was like thunder that echoed in the 9 heavens. The surrounding void shattered, the birds and beasts in the surroundings flew away, and the waterfalls between the mountains flowed back. However, there was still no one around. It was as if there was no one here at all. Seeing this scene, the dark rainbow divine dragon sneered. You want to be a coward? Fine, I'll smash this treasure land and turn it into a land of death. Many fragments of Dharma power rushed out of the dark rainbow divine dragon's body, and lightning surged. The wind and clouds changed. Looked like it really wanted to tear down the treasure land. The surrounding warriors who followed to the second hall all changed their expressions, and their scalps went numb. Who are these people? Weren't they too ruthless? At this moment, a few figures rushed out from the mountains in the distance. They brought with them a powerful aura, and a cold voice sounded. Who dares to cause trouble in the second hall? Get out. His voice was full of majesty. Was someone finally here? The dark rainbow divine dragon sneered. I'm not afraid that you won't come out. I'm the deputy hall master of the 8th hall. Our hall master Lin is here to see Elder Hunyuan. The North Demon stood out and said loudly. Hall master Lin? The experts who came frowned. Their eyes flashed and one of them said coldly. Elder Primordial Chaos was in seclusion and couldn't see anyone right now. Hall master Lin, you should go back and wait. Lin Xian smiled. Was it because they couldn't meet him or because they didn't dare to meet him? A dignified elder actually used despicable means to snatch my weapon. Now that I've come looking for you, you know you're in the wrong and don't dare to come and see me? He was truly shameless to the extreme. How dare you? Courting death. The surrounding experts were all enraged. Hallmaster Lin, I respect you as the 8th Hallmaster, which is why I gave you face and spoke nicely to you. But remember, this is the 2nd Hall's territory. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. The strength of your 8th Hall is far too lacking compared to our 2nd Hall. Not even a 10th of us. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Right now, we'll allow you to leave safely. Otherwise, if we were to really fight, I'm afraid that you, Hallmaster Lin, would lose all face. A few of them sneered, not taking Lin Xian seriously at all. Because it was just as they said. The 2nd Hall was so powerful that the 8th Hall was nothing in their eyes. Kid, don't waste your breath on them. Just fight your way in and drag that Elder Hunyuan out. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. He had long known that these people were up to no good. Hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. Elder Hunyuan was not an ordinary elder. He had an extremely honorable status. The other party's words were obviously a slap to the 2nd Hall's face. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the mountain peak in the distance. It was a woman in white. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens, but her voice was extremely emotionless. You really don't know the difference between life and death. You really dare to behave atrociously in my 2nd palace? Men, chop them up and feed them to the dogs. The woman stood with her hands behind her back, looking at the sky with endless arrogance in her eyes. She was Elder Hunyuan's granddaughter. Hearing the woman in white's words, the surrounding experts of the 2nd Hall suddenly burst out with unparalleled light. They were about to fight. The North Demon shouted, How dare you? Although the 2nd Hall is powerful, do you really dare to attack us? Our Hall Master Lin is a peerless genius and the benefactor of the Langya Star. If you dare to touch him, do you want to rebel? His voice was filled with endless majesty. For a moment, the surrounding people were stunned. The surrounding experts looked at each other in dismay. The woman in white on the mountain peak sneered. Hall Master Lin had rushed here and was very tired. He did not want to be taken advantage of by the 2 deputy hall masters and turned into a puppet by casting an illusion. The person who came killed the 2 deputy hall masters and rescued Hall Master Lin from the illusion. The woman in white revealed a sinister smile. What a bunch of idiots. She had many reasons for wanting to kill people. It seemed that from now on, there would be 3 more wandering souls. Who cares if you are Lin Wudi or a peerless genius? If you dare to behave atrociously in the second hall, there will only be one outcome: death. Damn it, what a vicious woman. The North Demon also cursed. The dark red divine dragon roared, "Kid, do you see that? These people are too despicable. They obviously want to take away our things and kill us. If you don't attack, you will really become a wandering soul." Heck? Alright, I didn't expect it to come to this. However, you asked for it. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The sword chi on his body was like a mountain that shot into the sky. From afar, it seemed that there were dozens of giant mountains in this treasured land. In the distance, the woman in white also roared. Immediately, the surrounding experts took a deep breath as if they had made some kind of decision. They had to attack quickly. A bolt of lightning streaked across the void and charged forward with a destructive aura. The dark red divine dragon and the North Demon gasped. Damn it, a sage. Damn it, kid, it's up to you now. We will cheer for you from behind. Damn it, the second hall is too sinister. They had sent a sage to attack as soon as they arrived. It was obvious that they were going to kill them. However, they were not worried. Although the two of them were only half-saints, they were qualified to fight against a sage if they attacked with their full strength. More importantly, the person standing in front of them was Lin Xian. They would be very safe if he attacked. In the face of this terrifying lightning, Lin Xian reached out with his golden hand. The 5 elemental laws revolved around it as he grabbed the lightning with his palm. Then he exerted force. The lightning shattered into pieces. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's body was filled with killing intent. Chapter 3430. Damn it, just like the rumors say, he has become a sage. The experts from the second hall sucked in a breath of cold air. The weaker ones immediately ran away, while the stronger ones also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. He was a legendary peerless genius. Now that he had become a sage, they had to treat him with caution. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a new sage. At most, he's on the same level as us. But we're much more experienced than he is. Moreover, we have 3 sages on our side. He definitely won't be able to stop us. The surrounding powerhouses said coldly. Indeed, there were 3 sages of the first heaven and more than 10 half-sages. They formed a formation in the distance as if to prevent the other party from escaping. Buzz. The first sage rushed up. It was the lightning sage who had attacked earlier. At this moment, the lightning on his body became even more violent, turning into countless lightning beasts and condensing into a lightning hammer. It descended from the sky with terrifying laws. Under the attack, it roared crazily. It was a scene of destruction. The dark red dragon gasped. Damn it, these people are too ruthless. They're all fatal attacks. The North Demon's face was also gloomy. Damn it, how dare they attack one of our own? These people are really ruthless. Lin Xian sneered. Fatal attack? However, it was still not enough. He only threw out a slap, and it shattered the lightning god's hammer. Then he slapped the sage in half. Boom! Saint blood spilled out in an instant, piercing through the surrounding void. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. That combat strength is too strong. He can shatter a sage of the same level with a single attack? Attack together and kill him. The woman in white in the distance shouted angrily, her eyes filled with merciless coldness. As soon as she said that, the 3 sages attacked. One of them turned into an ancient heavenly court and descended from the sky. The thunder on it was terrifying. The laws of the galaxy appeared on the other person's body. The stars in the sky turned into a small universe and shrouded over. The last person roared at the sky. An abyss appeared under his feet. The laws in it kept circling as if they were going to swallow him up. The 3 first heaven sages attacked mercilessly, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared, looking down at all the mountains. Countless mountains appeared under his feet, densely packed together. A disdainful aura swept across the surroundings. Lin Xian was like the divine king, looking down at the people below. Damn it, this aura! What was going on? In the distance, the three sages instantly froze. Their eyes widened, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The surrounding half-saints fell to their knees with a thud. They were like ancient subjects worshipping the heavens and earth. Pung ping pung. In the end, the three first heaven saints also knelt on the ground, although they only knelt on one knee. However, this scene was simply too shocking. The faces of the three saints were also filled with terror. They roared at the sky, wanting to break through this aura. However, they used too much strength, and many cracks appeared on their bodies. Blood flowed down, but none of them could stand up under the gaze of the mountains. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a celestial emperor walking in the sky. With one step, the terrifying sacred domains of the three saints shattered. The three of them also vomited blood. With one step he injured a saint. After 3 steps, the three saints fell there, having completely lost their ability to fight. "Ha, damn bastard, how dare you attack us? How does it feel now? Does it feel good?" The dark red divine dragon immediately leaped over and slapped the three sages' mouths. The sky full of dragon shadows slapped the faces of the three saints, making buzzing sounds. The surrounding second palace dancers were stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. The saints were slapped in the face. This scene was simply like a dream. "Damn it, stop. I'm going to kill you." The three saints roared crazily, but under Lin Xian's feet, they could only float and could not resist. The dark red dragon sneered and shouted, "How dare you shout at me? It seems that you really don't know what kind of situation you're in." At this point, his dragon claws exerted even more force. Blood flowed from the corners of the three saints' mouths. However, the bodies of the saints were not something that the dark red dragon could destroy. Therefore, after hitting them for a long time, the dark red dragon's hands hurt. The faces of the three saints did not change. "Damn it, old thing, your bones are so hard." The dark red dragon roared, I'll stomp you to death." As he said that, he slammed his hands and feet on the faces of the three saints, and his dragon tail kept lashing out. At the same time, he said, "The two of you come over and try. It feels good to slap the saints' faces." Lin Xian glanced at them and did not make a move. However, the northern demon stood up. "I'll try too." He was already angry. These saints wanted to kill him before. How could he hold back now? He rolled up his sleeve and slapped out. His palm turned into a divine tree and slapped the saint's face. He immediately felt a huge shock. At the same time, he exclaimed, "Damn it, it feels so good to slap the saints' faces. I seem to be addicted." They attacked left and right, and the sound of the collision was like thunder. The three saints were so angry that their bodies trembled, and white smoke rose from their heads. "Ah, damn it! I'm going to kill you. Let go of me if you dare, and I'll tear you into pieces." They were really mad. As saints, they were high and mighty, looking down on everything. Everyone looked up to them. But now, 2 half-saints, 2 ants, were slapping their faces. As for them, they were actually unable to fight back. This caused them to even have the heart to die. The young man with a folding fan was also terrified when he saw this scene. Previously, he thought that he was the most miserable, but now, it seemed that he was much better. However, he then screamed in pain. The dark red dragon dragged him over with a slap. "And you dared to treat us like this before. Have a taste of my dragon claws." As he spoke, he smashed the young man's face. "How dare you!" The woman in white screamed in the distance. Her voice was very sharp. The dark red dragon and the north demon both stopped. They glanced at each other, sneered, and continued to slap the faces. "Damn it, someone kill them." The woman in white screamed crazily. Powerful figures seemed to have appeared in the surroundings. It seemed that more experts from the second hall had arrived. The dark red dragon hurriedly called out to the north demon and retreated again. This time, Lin Xian made his move. He slapped out a large golden hand and directly smashed the faces of the three saints. The bodies of the three saints were also smashed into pieces. The three saints were originally angry and wanted to vent their anger, but after Lin Xian's slap, they lost their temper. Lin Xian was too powerful. Although they were all saints of the first heaven, his strength was far beyond theirs. They even suspected that it would be easy for him to kill them. However, it seemed that he did not do that. After he smashed them into pieces, he directly summoned 3 5-element mountains and suppressed them to the ground. In the next moment, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the woman in white in front of him. A cold light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 34-31. The woman in white's heart trembled when she was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze. "Stop him! Take him down!" She screamed, and the powerhouses around her moved out one after another. Lin Xian shouted coldly, turned into a ray of sword qi and charged forward. Wherever he passed, the saints who attacked were all sent flying. In the next moment, Lin Xian arrived at the woman in white. In front of him, the woman in white was scared out of her wits, and her scalp went numb. "He's too powerful. So many powerhouses can't stop him? Damn it, are you all trash? Hurry up and kill him!" The woman in white screamed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You still don't know what's good for you?" He reached out his golden palm and grabbed her neck. "No, damn it, how dare you attack me? My grandfather is Elder Primordial Chaos. You're dead meat if you attack me." As she said that, she retreated while countless rays of light rushed out of her body, forming a battle suit that enveloped her delicate body. "She's Elder Primordial Chaos's granddaughter. That's great." Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. "If I capture this woman, I'm not afraid that old thing won't come out." He moved forward courageously, blotting out the sky and the sun, completely sealing off the space. The woman in white could not escape at all. "Damn it, break." The woman in white opened her mouth and spat out a jade-green saber. The terrifying saber light carried nomological fragments as it tore through the void. She wanted to shatter the seal on the palm. However, the jade-green saber struck the void and caused an earth-shattering collision. However, the backlash caused the long blade to shatter with a loud bang and turn into powder. The woman in white also spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was filled with fear. "Who is this person? He's too powerful." Her shocking attack didn't even cause a ripple in the hall. Instead, the power caused her to be injured. She wanted to scream and ask for help, but she could not make any sound. A hand reached out and grabbed her neck. It sealed all of her power. At that moment, she was lifted into the air like a doll. "How dare you go against me like this? You can't even withstand a single blow." Lin Xian sneered. He exerted a bit of force and countless tiny cracks appeared on the white-clothed woman's body. Blood instantly dyed her white dress red. The white-clothed woman's face was filled with terror. She couldn't believe that the other party actually dared to attack her. Would the other party kill her? She didn't know. She was so scared that her whole body was trembling. When the surrounding second hall experts saw this, they screamed like crazy. "Damn it, stop it." They were really crazy. They didn't expect the other party to be so bold. "Lin Wudi, hurry up and release our young miss, or I'll tear you to pieces. Are you trying to make the second hall your enemy?" "Hee hee," Lin Xian sneered in the face of so many crazy roars. "Where was that old dog Hun Yuan? Tell him to come out. Otherwise, I will destroy her granddaughter's body and soul." At this point, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent, causing the surrounding people's scalps to go numb. They did not doubt that the other party would dare to do so. At this moment, an old sigh was heard. Then, a mysterious array formation appeared on the ground between several huge mountains. Then, the array formation was torn apart, and an old man appeared on the array formation. "Hall Master Lin, why do you have to do this?" After the old man came out, he shook his head and sighed. "Greetings, Elder." The surrounding second hall experts bowed one after another. Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at the other party. "You are Hun Yuan?" "That's right, I am Hun Yuan. If there's anything, we can talk about it. Don't hurt my granddaughter." Whoosh whoosh. The dark rainbow divine dragon and the north demon came to Lin Xian's side. Among them, the dark red divine dragon jumped out. You are Hun Yuan? Then things will be easy. Hand over the great spear of destruction and we will let your granddaughter go. Otherwise, your granddaughter will experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Like an old monster, he laughed. How dare you? Damn it, how dare you? The surrounding second hall experts roared crazily. The old man also raised his head, and stars flickered in his eyes. The great spear of destruction was still in use. Hall Master Lin, don't be impatient. When it's finished, it will be returned. Nonsense. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I've already asked Saint Mubai. He doesn't need my great spear of destruction at all. However, you still refuse to return it. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You are wrong. We are not using the great spear of destruction to communicate with the demonic chi, but for you. Hall Master Lin, you are a peerless genius. The great spear of destruction is a ferocious item. If you keep it for a long time, it will affect your state of mind. Maybe you will become a demon in the end. That will be very bad for you. I am willing to fall into hell and use my remaining life to purify the great spear of destruction. What I am doing is a good thing in the world. Bah, good your head. The dark red divine dragon jumped up and cursed. You are too fucking shameless. If you want to snatch our treasure, just say so. What do you mean by evolving the demonic chi and doing good things for the world? Do good, my foot. Do you believe that I won't split your old bones into two? The dark red divine dragon was really mad. The north demon's face was also gloomy. Lin Xian also shook his head and sneered. I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Today is really an eye-opener. But it seems that you don't intend to hand over the great spear of destruction. You don't intend to take your granddaughter's life either. Since that's the case, don't blame me. At this point, he exerted a little force. Immediately, the woman in white screamed in pain. More cracks appeared on her body. Her internal organs were completely shattered. However, under Lin Xian's control, she still maintained her human form. Her miserable screams made the scalps of the surrounding people tingle. Elder Huanyuan's face darkened. How dare you? An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. His gaze was like a divine fire that instantly pierced through the void. Damn, he's attacking. The dark red divine dragon was startled and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He waved his sleeve and the 5 elemental laws directly suppressed it. Boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountains and rivers shattered. This collision was really too terrifying. Lin Xian's face also changed. Then, he used the stellar revolution to shift the force. Next to him, the space where the second hall was directly shattered. What? He blocked it? He actually blocked Elder Huanyuan's attack. How is that possible? They were really shocked. Elder Huanyuan was a second heaven sage. Moreover, he was extremely terrifying among the second heaven sages. A second heaven sage could almost suppress a first heaven sage with a raise of his hand. However, the scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. The other party had actually blocked the attack of a second heaven sage. And from the looks of it, he was not injured at all. Even Elder Huanyuan was stunned. Has the other party's combat strength already reached such a terrifying level? However, before he could think too much, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. I see that you wanted to kill me with that attack just now. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He directly used his eye technique on the woman in white. Ah! The woman in white screamed miserably. How could she block Lin Xian's eye technique? Chapter 34-32. Damn it, how dare you! Elder Primordial Chaos roared, and his power exploded, sweeping across the 9 heavens. At the same time, he shouted coldly, Explode! A rune appeared between the white-clothed woman's eyebrows, and then it exploded with a loud bang. The huge force directly tore the white-clothed woman into a bloody mist. Lin Xian was also enveloped by the power of the self-explosion. However, the nine-yang divine body released a powerful force that suppressed everything. The self-explosion of a half-saint was no threat to him at all. At this moment, the sky cracked open, and a black gourd appeared, completely collecting the white-clothed woman's bloody mist. Then it was grabbed by a woman. Elder Primordial Chaos was relieved. All the blood had been collected, and there was no threat to her life. It seemed that Elder Primordial Chaos had activated a defensive talisman that his granddaughter had left in her body, and then caused the white-clothed woman to self-explode. At the same time, another sage made a move and collected all the bloody mist produced by the white-clothed woman. Although it would greatly damage the white-clothed woman's vitality and foundation, it would at least save her life. Seeing that his granddaughter's life was finally not in danger, Elder Primordial Chaos heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, a shocking killing intent burst out from his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian and the other two. "How dare you torture my granddaughter like this? I will let you taste 100 times, no, 10,000 times the pain. I will destroy your souls." More and more powerhouses from the second hall appeared in the sky. In addition to the woman with the black gourd, another figure appeared in the sky. It was a man wearing black battle armor, and he was very domineering as soon as he appeared. "I will kill them." With a wave of his hand, countless murderous auras swept toward Lin Xian and the other two. "Step back, I will deal with them," Lin Xian said to the dark red dragon and the other two. The two of them stepped back, and the dark red dragon activated the heaven-crippling chessboard, while the northern devil used the heaven-reaching divine wood to defend himself. Lin Xian roared and punched out. His punch shattered the 9 heavens, shattering all the murderous auras that filled the sky. Countless large cracks spread between heaven and earth. "Do you think a mere early-stage second heaven sage can suppress me? What a joke! Let that old dog Primordial Chaos do it himself. Otherwise, you have no hope." "How is that possible? So powerful?" The black-armored man was also stunned. He was indeed a second heaven sage. He was only at the early stage of the second heaven, while Elder Primordial Chaos was at the late stage of the second heaven. However, even if he was in the early stage, he was not someone a first firmament saint could withstand. If he wanted to kill a saint in the late stage of the first firmament, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Not to mention a brat who had just become a saint. But the result of the battle surprised him greatly. Could it be that the kid had some kind of magic treasure on him? "Old dog Primordial Chaos, since you don't know what's good for you and tried to steal my treasure, don't blame me for taking it back myself." Lin Xian was also thoroughly enraged. At this moment, he attacked without any hesitation. "Very well, let me see just how miraculous a legendary peerless genius like you is." The black-armored man stood up, his aura exploding. "That was just a casual attack from me. Next up, I'll use my full strength. I'll let you know that even if you're a peerless genius, in the face of absolute strength, you'll still have to bow down." The black-armored man was extremely confident. He was like a black god of war, looking down on everyone. Although he was shocked by the scene just now, he had already calmed down. After he used his full strength, his opponent would definitely not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian laughed. "How dare you talk about absolute strength in front of me? What a joke! I'll let you know that you're just a joke in front of me." With a cold shout, Lin Xian charged forward. He was like a golden sword that split the world. "You're courting death." The black-armored man shouted coldly and pressed down with a palm. Suddenly, the black runes jumped and turned into a demonic mountain that descended from the sky. At this moment, everyone retreated in horror. Elder Primordial Chaos stomped his foot and the government lit up. That was why no major destruction was caused. Otherwise, if the two of them had attacked, the second palace would have been reduced to ashes. Clang! An earth-shattering collision sounded. Lin Xian was sent flying, and the black palm also retreated. The two seemed to be evenly matched. Many people screamed at the sight of this. Previously, the black-armored man was careless and did not use his full strength, allowing Lin Xian to take advantage of the opportunity. But now, how could this be explained? The black-armored man had obviously used his full strength, but he could not kill Lin Xian in an instant. The two were evenly matched. This was too unbelievable. A young man who had just become a saint had combat strength comparable to an early-stage second heaven saint? Wasn't this too terrifying? As expected of someone who had two great inheritances. He was really heaven-defying. Many powerhouses felt their scalps go numb. The black-armored man also frowned. 5 elemental laws, no wonder you're so powerful. I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate the 5 elemental laws. Unfortunately, you're still going to die against me. Speaking of this, an extremely terrifying black light flashed in the black-armored man's eyes. In the next moment, the aura on his body skyrocketed. A ball of black flames surged out. Obviously, he had made up his mind to kill. Because the other party was too terrifying. Since he had become an enemy of the second hall, he had to go out. Although the other party was a peerless genius and the future hope of the Langya star, so what? Just as the dark red divine dragon had said, the Langya star was not a monolithic piece of metal. If this kid cooperated and was willing to hand over the spear of great destruction, then it would be fine. But he was too reckless. But since the other party was so reckless, there was no need for such a genius to live. At this moment, the black-dressed woman next to him was also a disciple of the academy. He could be captured alive. Don't forget that he had 2 great inheritances. He might even know the whereabouts of the great emperor's inheritance. Obviously, they were all targeting Lin Xian, especially the great emperor's inheritance. How dare you guys target me? You really don't know what's good for you. Well, I'll let you see what I can do. The 5 elemental laws flew out from Lin Xian's body and turned into a 5 elemental divine sword that he held in his hand. He slashed out with the sword, sweeping in all directions. The terrifying sword intent caused the surrounding people to almost faint from fright. The black-armored man also roared angrily. The black flames on his body jumped and turned into a black long blade that slashed out. In an instant, the blade and the sword collided. Heaven and earth roared, and the power of the sea soared into the sky. This scene was too terrifying. It made the people of the second hall tremble in fear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky, countless array formations lit up, completely enveloping the second hall. It seemed that they wanted to isolate all auras to prevent others from coming to save Lin Xian. Chapter 34-33. Oh no, these people from the second hall are too despicable. They actually sealed the entire area. I'm afraid we can't escape. The dark red divine dragon's expression changed. However, an angry roar came from the front. They hurriedly looked forward, afraid that Lin Xian would be injured. But soon, they were stunned and then heaved a sigh of relief. The others screamed. That's impossible. That was because the one who was injured was not Lin Xian, but the black-armored man. The black-armored man's black armor was actually cut open. Not only that, there was an additional wound on his body, revealing deep white bones. He's injured. In the battle with Lin Xian, the black-armored man was injured. Moreover, within 4 or 5 moves, he was injured. How could this Lin Xian be so powerful? That's impossible. The black-armored man roared crazily. He knew that the other party had a strong physique, powerful attacks, and had 2 great inheritances. But so what? The other party was at most a king in the first heaven. But at the second heaven? The difference in the laws of heaven and earth was enough to make up for those inheritances. Previously, in his opinion, Lin Xian's strength was largely due to the Spear of Destruction, a peerless weapon. Now that the other party did not have the Spear of Destruction, his combat strength would definitely be greatly reduced. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to do anything to him. However, he realized that he was wrong. The other party was still incomparably powerful. A few simple sword strikes had broken through his defense. Seeing the other party's flustered and exasperated look, Lin Xian sneered. I told you, you're not qualified to talk about absolute power in front of me. It's already good enough that you can keep your life. Let that old dog Primordial Chaos do it. Otherwise, you won't be a match for him at all. What arrogance! Suddenly, the woman in the black dress made her move. She took out a black jade bottle and directly threw it out in the air. The black jade bottle was covered with Dao patterns. As soon as the laws appeared, they swept Lin Xian and kept him inside. In the next moment, the woman in the black dress held the jade screen and laughed. What peerless genius! You've been kept by me. In my black jade bottle, you'll turn into a pool of blood in less than half an hour. Oh no, another second heaven sage. The expressions of the dark red dragon and the north beast changed. Damn it, how despicable and shameless. You two saints of the second heaven actually attacked at the same time. Where is your face? The dark red divine dragon roared crazily. Northern demon also snorted coldly. How despicable. This brat is too strange. Moreover, he has a reputation as a peerless genius. For us two saints of the second heaven to attack him, it only shows that we take him seriously. Don't make a fuss because I will send you to the Yellow Springs record very soon. The three of you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. The black-dressed woman raised her palm, and the laws quickly gathered. She was also an early-stage second heaven saint. If she wanted to kill the North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon, it would be a piece of cake. Not good, prepare to break out. At the very least, he had to find Mu Bai, or else Lin Xian would really be in danger. The Dark Rainbow Dragon and the North Yao had made up their minds. They decided to break through. Humph, do you think you can leave? No one knows that you died here. The black-armored man sneered. He stomped his foot and suppressed the surroundings, sealing the surrounding space. Not good, she's too strong. We can't break through a second heaven saint. The North Demon frowned. The dark red divine dragon was also anxious. If you push me too far, I will die together with you. Ha, die, you two ants. The black-dressed woman reached out her hand, getting closer and closer to the dark red divine dragon. If she caught them, the two of them would not be able to escape. However, at this moment, the black jade bottle in her right hand suddenly exploded. The terrifying power caused half of the black-dressed woman's body to explode, turning her into a bloody mist. The black-dressed woman screamed crazily. Her left hand, which was reaching out, stopped in midair. What happened? The black-armored man was stunned. Meng Nan turned his head. The surrounding people from the second hall gasped. Even Elder Huanyuan's eyelids twitched. Did something happen? You want to trap me with a broken bottle? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Xian flew out from the broken bottle, his body shining brightly. He was like a sun war god, his eyes filled with disdain. It seems like you have lived for too long and don't know the changes in the world. Get lost. You are no match for me. If you dare to move, I will kill you. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with strong killing intent. You are courting death. The black-dressed woman's body recovered and she charged over crazily. The black-armored man also charged over. They did not believe that the two of them could not take down Lin Xian. Damn, how shameless. Fight me one-on-one if you dare. That's right. 2 second heavenly layer sages joining hands to deal with a young junior. You guys are really embarrassing yourselves. The North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon roared, but it was to no avail. It was obvious that the 2 second heaven saints were determined to kill Lin Xian. Around them, the people from the second hall sneered. They knew that with 2 saints in the second heaven taking action, the other party would definitely die. Fire Spirit Heavenly Saber. The black-armored man wielded a black flaming saber and struck out a terrifying saber light. As the laws of fire danced, it shook the heavens and earth. 9 revolutions of rain. The woman in the black dress continued to dance as endless nomological laws formed 9 black gourds that formed an array formation that enveloped Lin Xian. From the looks of it, he wanted to refine Lin Xian alive. Lin Xian used the Kunpeng movement technique and dodged. At the same time, he waved his palm. Stellar transposition. The power of the 2 second heaven saints underwent a shocking change under his mystique. The terrifying black saber light carried an extremely strong power of laws. It did not attack Lin Xian, but the black-dressed woman. The black-dressed woman's 9 black gourds enveloped the black-armored man. In an instant, the two of them screamed and retreated crazily. "Damn it, how dare you attack me? Damn it, aren't you trying to refine me? What's going on?" The surrounding people were stunned. Why was Lin Xian fine? Their 2 saints had both been injured? This scene was too strange. Even the dark red divine dragon and the dark red divine dragon were stunned. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my heavens, what kind of technique is this kid using? It was not the 9 sons' inheritance, nor was it the great dragon sword soul. Could it be that he had obtained something else? Perhaps it was a new mystique that Brother Lin had comprehended. The North Demon was also shocked. Below, Elder Hunyuan frowned. "What are you two doing? Hurry up and take him down." "Yes." The two of them took a deep breath, and their eyes shone with a cold light. This time, they separated a little. Once again, he unleashed the peerless divine ability from before and charged towards Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Chapter 34-34. Star Shift. This time, Lin Xian shifted the attacks of the two to the bottom. Their target was Elder Primordial Chaos. Elder Primordial Chaos's expression changed instantly. He slapped out with both palms, which transformed into 2 mountains that blasted towards the sky. Instantly, a terrifying energy rumbled. This power was too violent. It was equivalent to 3 saints in the second heaven fighting. The surrounding experts of the second hall were all sent flying. Many people turned into a bloody mist. Even the saints' bodies were shattered. Screams rang out. At the same time, they were extremely terrified. What happened? Did Lin Wudi attack their Elder Primordial Chaos? Elder Primordial Chaos shattered the storm that filled the sky and shouted coldly. "Damn it, how dare the two of you attack me? What's going on?" The black-armored man and the black-dressed woman in the sky were stunned. They were clearly attacking that kid. Why was Elder Primordial Chaos attacked? "We didn't attack you." The two of them still wanted to explain. Lin Xian sneered. "Can't you see? Old dog Primordial Chaos, your subordinates don't like you and want to kill you so that they can take the opportunity to rise to the top. The people of the second hall are all so despicable and shameless. Therefore, it's not strange for your subordinates to betray you." "What?" As soon as these words were said, the surrounding second hall people were all stunned. Could it be that there was an internal conflict in the second hall? Elder Primordial Chaos's face was gloomy, but the black-armored man and the black-dressed woman's expressions changed. "Damn kid, you're courting death." "Elder, that's not what we meant. We don't have any intention of attacking you." Although they were both second heaven saints, they were only in the early stage. Elder Primordial Chaos was in the late stage. The gap between the two of them was very big. Even if the two of them joined forces, they couldn't withstand Elder Primordial Chaos's attack. Therefore, the two of them didn't dare to act rashly. Elder Primordial Chaos naturally understood this point. He snorted coldly. "Back down. This kid is too strange. I'll deal with him personally." At this point, the laws on his body also appeared. Not good. The Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon and the Northern Demon were nervous again. Lin Xian also frowned. He could clearly sense that the other party's aura and laws were much more terrifying than the black-armored man and the other two. Ordinary methods wouldn't be able to stop him. He wanted to take out the Great Dragon Sword and have a peerless battle. Boom! Elder Hunyuan made her move. She blasted out an illusory palm. A terrifying power enveloped Lin Xian completely. All the hair on Lin Xian's body stood on end. With a roar of rage, he prepared to fight to the death. However, at this moment, the formation between the heaven and earth shattered. The void was torn apart as a finger pointed down. He tapped on the gigantic illusory palm, and instantly, the gigantic illusory palm was knocked back. In the next moment, boundless laws drifted out as a figure appeared before Lin Xian. Primordial Chaoses, Primordial Chaose, Cold, Primordial Divine, Primordial. The North Demon Core Dark Red God Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Great, Someone finally came to save them. Lin Xian was also stunned because the person who came was none other than Saint Mubai. Saint Mubai was really shocked. To be honest, he couldn't believe that the people of the second hall would attack Lin Xian. And from the looks of it, they wanted to kill him. He couldn't believe it. Lin Xian not only solved the crisis of the Langya Star, but he also joined the Langya Star and received their full support. He was the future of the Langya Star. But now, the people inside wanted to kill this hope. He couldn't believe it. He thought that Elder Primordial Chaos and the others were crazy. Saint Mubai's appearance was too sudden. Even Elder Primordial Chaos was stunned. This shouldn't be. They used a peerless array to isolate all auras. No one else could detect it. How did Old Man Mubai know? However, since the other party was here, he didn't continue to attack. Instead, he retracted his palm and said, "You have to ask Hall Master Lin about this. He was the one who came here for no reason at all, and even beat up my granddaughter. I'm already giving him a lot of face by not killing him immediately." Hearing this, Saint Mubai frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. "How shameless! How dare he accuse me first? Who took my great spear of destruction? Who was it that coveted my inheritance? Who was it that came in and tried to kill me without distinguishing between right and wrong? Everything I did was merely a counterattack in self-defense. Is the second hall really trying to twist the truth and cover the truth?" Saint Mubai's face changed when he heard this. Great spear of destruction. When Lin Xian came to look for him previously, he felt that something was wrong. However, Lin Xian didn't let him take action at that time. He also felt that everyone was from the Langya Star and Lin Xian was now the hope of the Langya Star. No one would attack him again. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding, so he didn't follow. However, after waiting for a long time, he felt a little uneasy, so he wanted to follow and take a look. However, when he came near the second hall, he found that the entire second hall was covered by a formation. He couldn't detect the aura inside. This made him feel that something was wrong. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to break the formation and kill his way in. He happened to see the scene just now. Therefore, he immediately took action. He really didn't expect that the people of the second hall would dare to attack Lin Xian. Moreover, they coveted Lin Xian's great spear of destruction. "Elder Mubai, this is a misunderstanding." The man in black armor walked up and said in a deep voice. The demonic aura on the great spear of destruction was too terrifying. Our Master Mubai was thinking for Hall Master Lin, so he brought it over to suppress the demonic aura to ensure Hall Master Lin's safety in the future. Indeed, the second hall had good intentions, but Hall Master Lin didn't seem to appreciate it. The woman in black also walked out. "Damn, you guys are still so shameless at this point?" The dark red divine dragon was so angry that it cried out. "Who allowed you to seal it? Can't we find Saint Mubai to suppress the seal? Do we need you guys? We know who you are." That's right, the North Demon also took a step forward. "Even if there's really a problem with the Great Spear of Destruction, we can also ask Saint Mubai and the Langya Palace Lord to help. We have no interest in the second hall at all, so hurry up and hand over the Great Spear of Destruction now." Lin Xian sneered. "Elder Mubai, do you understand now why I have to take action? Some people are really too trashy and despicable, so I have to take action. Otherwise, the Langya Star will be. It will be contaminated by these vermin." Hearing this, Saint Mubai's face darkened. He already understood what was going on. Therefore, he looked at Han Yuan. Chapter 34-35. Elder Hunyuan, please hand over the great spear of destruction. Saint Mubai said coldly. As soon as he said that, the dark red divine dragon and the north demon heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Saint Mubai was on their side. The people of the second hall changed their expressions. Elder Hunyuan's gaze also darkened. Unfortunately, the great spear of destruction is not in my hands. It's not in your hands? Then who has it? Saint Mubai frowned. Elder Hunyuan said, it's in the hands of our left guardian. The left guardian of the second hall. Saint Mubai frowned. That was an existence of a higher level than Elder Hunyuan. He was very powerful in the second hall. However, so what if he was powerful? He would protect Lin Xian today. Therefore, he said coldly, where's the left guardian? Ask him to come out and see me. Unfortunately, the left guardian left the Langya star some time ago and seemed to be looking for something. How long will it take for him to come back? Elder Hunyuan said with a smile. Damn it, it seems that you don't want to return it to us. The dark red divine dragon jumped out again. Old thing, you're really shameless. Lin Xian was also angry. He snorted coldly. You don't have to care about this matter. I'll do it myself. Since you don't want to come out, I'll beat you until you hand it over. The aura that exploded from Lin Xian's body was extremely terrifying. The other party has been evading me time and time again. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Why? Do you want to attack me? Hall Master Lin, I admit that you're very powerful, but you don't even have a 10% chance of winning against me. Elder Hunyuan sneered. He was a late-stage second heaven expert. He was definitely not afraid of the other party. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian's aura was even more terrifying. Buzz. In the next moment, he directly attacked. A sword chi with the 5 elements law soared into the sky and slashed towards Elder Hunyuan. You're courting death. Elder Hunyuan roared angrily. The other party actually dared to attack him. It was really infuriating. He felt that he had been insulted. Boom. Light blossomed from his body, and natural laws circulated. He turned into a huge mountain and directly rushed up. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Primordial chaos, do you really want to fight in front of me? Elder Mubai walked out as well. Right? Then I would like to experience it for myself. Elder Hunyuan did not hold back and directly attacked Elder Mubai. Suddenly, the two great divine abilities clashed together, and the terrifying energy blasted the surroundings. Those people retreated one after another. The experts of the second hall were all staring at Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian coldly snorted and directly attacked the woman in black. He was courting death. The black-dressed woman shot out 9 black gourds, which quickly wrapped around Lin Xian. However, this time, Lin Xian was truly enraged. The 9 yang divine body shone brightly, and the great dragon sword's soul burst into laughter. He also used stellar transposition to the extreme. Thus, he was able to injure the black-dressed woman in a few moves. The black-dressed woman spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Her face was filled with shock. How was this possible? Previously, he was still able to fight to a draw with his opponent. But now, he was actually no match for his opponent. What was going on? Could it be that the other party hadn't used his full strength before? Thinking of this possibility, he was so scared that he almost fainted. Lin Xian attacked again. He transformed into a 5 elements coiling dragon and directly suppressed the black-dressed woman. Then he snatched the other party's storage ring. With a forceful twist, he took out a black gourd from the storage ring. The black-dressed woman screamed crazily. That black gourd was not an ordinary Dharma artifact. Instead, it was the gourd that he had used to collect the blood of the woman in white. At this moment, the other party had taken it away. Who knew what crazy things the other party would do? That was why she screamed crazily. However, in the next moment, he was stomped into pieces by Lin Xian. Damn it, put down the gourd. The black dress was torn apart, but the black-armored man still charged over. He would not let Lin Xian succeed. The black armor on his body emitted a black light, and monstrous flames burned fiercely, tightly enveloping his body. Not only that, but black flame arms also appeared on his body. It was extremely strange. They carried a monstrous aura. Those arms were holding long black sabers and long swords. They carried an incomparably ferocious aura. The black-armored man charged over crazily. At this moment, he was very powerful and could even fight with an early-stage second firmament saint. However, unfortunately, he was still no match for Lin Xian. Lin Xian used stellar transposition. The sabers and swords in the strange arms directly attacked the black-armored man. The black-armored man was split into 3 parts and screamed in the air. "Old dog, if you don't stop, your granddaughter will die." Su Chen shouted coldly and grabbed the black gourd with one hand. The law of ruthlessness turned into a divine chain and wrapped around the black gourd. A miserable scream came from the black gourd, and a vicious face was formed. It was the woman in white from before. "Grandpa, save me." Below, after Elder Hunyuan heard this, his body immediately swayed and he quickly retreated to the back. He did not make a move. He raised his head and looked forward. His expression became incomparably ferocious. "Damn it, go to hell." An extremely terrifying white light emitted from his body like a spider web or an immortal net. It charged towards Lin Xian. "Oh no, Hallmaster Lin, dodge quickly." Saint Mubai also shouted angrily. He raised his hand and turned it into a long rainbow, cutting off a few of them. However, there were still 3 that rushed towards Lin Xian. In an instant he felt a chill run down his spine. Needless to say, this was an extremely terrifying technique. If one was entangled, the consequences would be unimaginable. He used the Kunpeng technique, and the shadow of a Kunpeng appeared on his body. He instantly moved horizontally. "I missed?" Elder Huanyuan's pupils constricted in disbelief. He did not hold back in that attack just now. Those in the second firmament could not escape at all, but the other party had completely dodged it. "Damn it, put down my granddaughter." "Fine, hand over the Great Spear of Destruction and I'll spare your granddaughter's life." "I've said that the Great Spear of Destruction is not with me, but with the left protector. If you don't believe me, you can search for it. You can also search through my storage ring. If you can find my cave abode, I'll admit defeat. Since that's the case, get the left protector over here." Lin Xian shouted coldly. However, Elder Hunyuan snorted coldly. "I don't know where the left protector is. So hurry up and let my granddaughter go." "Then there's nothing to talk about." A cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. The great dragon sword soul appeared in his hand, forming a terrifying sword chi that pierced through the black gourd. The black gourd was shrouded by thousands of sword chi and was directly cut into powder. The white-clothed woman inside was also cut into a bloody mist. One of the souls tried to escape, but it was cleaved into 2 by Lin Xian's sword. Then it was cut into pieces. "No." The woman in white let out a blood-curdling scream before vanishing into thin air. Dead? Their elder's granddaughter was killed on the spot. Her body and soul were destroyed. The people from the second hall widened their eyes and their scalps went numb. Saint Mu Bai also cried out in his heart. "Oh no, I think Lin Xian is a little reckless. Kid, I want you dead. I want you to be cut into pieces." As expected, Elder Huanyuan's eyes instantly turned red. The monstrous killing intent turned into a boundless sea of blood that surged in the 9 heavens. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.